Oh! Hello. I have a special thing for you guys. Check this out. Hold on. Courtesy of the Bear. Look. Hello? Test. Watch. Watch. Hello, hello. Look at that. Look at how cute that is. Oh my god. Wow. I wonder if there's a way to make it not show me when I talk. Because you probably know who I... Oh, whatever. Who cares? Too small, make it bigger? Well, it needs to be small enough so that when there are 15 people in the room, everybody can see who's talking, all right? All right, guys. Today... it's time to go nuke some biters. Hi, what's up, Dan?
I was just checking to see how it looks with 2 people in the top left.
Oh,
that was
yeah?
Gonna be some wild stuff.
There it is. Look at him go. Wow.
Oh, it only shows who's talking. Oh, if we talk at the same time, we get 2 icons.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Yeah. Okay. What's on the agenda for today?
I think just watch some videos. I'm trying to think if I should go to Austin at night or tomorrow morning, but I'm feeling tomorrow morning.
What for? Why would you go there?
For that thing.
Oh. Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Melina's cool with that?
I mean, she probably won't find out.
Well, and now she's going to. Okay.
You really think so?
Well, I guess we'll see.
Wait, hold on, wait, are you memeing or why wouldn't she be? Wait, I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, I was memeing.
Okay.
You're so that's how, like, I'm so smart that, like, what, did you think I can't be that smart to do that?
Well, I'm just making sure because now well, I know, but now I'm just paranoid because I'm like, wait, did you think it was something different or I don't know, Jesus.
No, I didn't. I know what that is.
Okay.
And, okay. Do you think I have aphasia? I'm, like, actually freaking out. Like, someone made a compilation of me misspeaking, and it's like, I'm actually freaking out a little bit. Why do I misspeak as much as I do? I feel like I do it more than other people.
Everybody probably misspeaks. It just happens.
No, but it feels like I do it more, and I'm, like, freaking the fuck out.
You probably do it more because you talk more. We talk more. There's a lot of talking going on here.
People saying aphasia is from a stroke. I think it can also be if you had...
aphasia can be from a ton of different things.
Or from a tumor as well.
It can be anything. Aphasia is just like a symptom.
No, I think it's a disease, right?
Well, it's like it can be caused by a lot of things, right?
Well, yeah.
It's like a broken arm. Is like, right? It's like, oh my god, your arm just randomly broke. Well, it's usually caused by something else.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I don't know. I was actually a little bit... Are you so sure? How positive are you? That my
I'm fairly sure. I worried that Nathan had aphasia, so I read a little bit about it, but it's been a long time, so.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's like a bunch of parts to it, and only one of the parts is...
Misspeaking?
Is misspeaking. The other part is like misunderstanding, misreading, and misthinking. And I don't do that.
It's like a whole cognitive thing, right?
Yeah. What else? What's new? Dude, this fucking, this anti-Jew shit is getting, I think, maybe a little bit scary. A little bit. Not, like, super, super scary yet, but, like, it's kind of like, maybe you could picture, let's say, Republicans win the House and the Senate, and then in 2 years they get the presidency. Like, you could picture, like...
If it makes you feel better, for, like, older people and mainstream Republicans, like, Israel is still, like, #1. Like, there's no question about it. It's younger people and minorities that don't like Jewish people.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, like, most super Christian people... Don't they like Israel? I think they still hate Jews.
They love Israel.
No.
They love Jewish people,
right?
and they love it.
Really?
Remember, one of the few things he did foreign policy-wise was moving the embassy to Jerusalem, remember?
Yeah.
Oh,
what was the logic behind that? Like, so as to indicate, like, the Jews have this...
Jerusalem is our shit. Get the fuck out of here, you Palestinians. Sheikh Jarrah belongs to us.
Interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it is. It is definitely like a little bit creepy. Like
It's a little. It's like a little bit. I don't know. Scary. You know that. You know what the really scary thing? It kind of sucks, but like, you find just like a random Reddit post being like, "Oh, Kanye just held up his phone with a list of like Jews
from
in India."
4chan.
Yeah. Right. No, but like when you go read the comments, you're not on the 4chan Reddit, or you're just in like news or something, and like you see like upvoted threads is like, yeah, that's true. I don't know why we're lambasting the guy for telling something that's true, and it's like the shit he's holding up isn't even true either.
Oh,
Like, I saw that Avi something or other guy went over and like half of the shit he says, like they're either not Jewish or they're not owners or that's not who owns the company. It's just like.
It's like this guy was like the COO like 17 years ago of like a company that was acquired by them, and they're like, oh, that's the owner. Yeah, dumb shit like that. I think also the problem is that like I think that a lot of the rhetoric around a lot of like this stuff has just been so bad for so long that it becomes easy to kind of get lost in the sauce. So for instance, like if we say that like white supremacy is really bad because white people are majority power holders in society, and we can say fuck white people, fuck the Mayo side, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, you can take that same kind of ideology and turn it on to Jewish people who are also like majority power holders and shit, and then you amplify that with like the Israel-Palestine stuff. It becomes pretty easy to get like a group of young people like, yeah, actually, yeah, you know what? Fuck Jews, 100%. Actually, yeah, yes. And it's like, okay, well, that's probably not good. Yeah.
The again, that Avi guy on his thread, one thing he said that was interesting, and again, I'm not.
Are you talking about Dr. Avi, the Jewish dude? No, not Jewish dude, the vegan dude. Oh no, is he? I gotta check.
With the name of Avi, I'm highly saying yes on that. But anyways,
okay.
In his thread that he did, he said the explanation for so many Jews in media is that even though Jews are 2% of the U.S. population, they're very concentrated only in certain areas, which are big cities. So, like, they're only in L.A., they're only in New York, and Miami, and Boston. Like, that's where, like, all of them are, for the most part. And then when you look into those cities, and you say, okay, if Jews typically have this level of success, you should expect that they're going to be working in the industries that are local to them. Like, no one complains when Irish people are police officers or Italians are working construction and dominating that industry. So it was like, it's not disproportionate, right? Like, so I guess if you look in LA, what percent of LA
it is going to be, it will be disproportionate.
It's based off of, I guess he said the IQ of the average person living.
Sure, but I'm saying like that thing that you just said is also like kind of true of like black people, right? In the United States, like black people are also concentrated highly in cities and whatnot, but they're not running the media or the banks, you know?
So if you look at the history of news and media, it's actually kind of interesting. Most of the founding people for the original studios, like MGM and stuff like that, were Jewish, but they came from trades that were very sort of, I guess you would say, peripheral to the entertainment industry. Highly involved in vaudeville, and the other big industry they were involved in was clothing and fashion. And that helped a lot of the salesmanship when you had to go around to each individual theater back in the day and sell your movies, as well as providing things like the costuming and, you know, also the construction work and the financing for these movies, because they already had those connections working in an industry that was already involved in entertainment and, you know, already having that vaudeville background.
Okay.
Right.
Well, there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yep.
What else is happening in Cat Town? So, I was just thinking about that, I guess, a little bit, and
kind of sounds like you're trying to convince yourself, Dan.
Convince myself of what specifically?
You're like a Jewish guy, like Googling, like, why the fuck are there so many of us in these industries? I've got to find a way to explain this. It doesn't make any sense.
No, well, yeah. I don't know.
You're like your search history like ends up looking like basically a Nazi search history. You're like, why Jewish people control big banks plus media plus Federal Reserve ? Why Israel so much influence over both political parties, USA? You're like, okay, there's got to be a reason.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's getting JQ'd.
It's just I don't. I keep standing by this. Like, maybe there is. Maybe just Jews are really good at fucking Hollywood shit. I would do that. But I will never, ever believe for a second that there's any fucking cabal among these motherfuckers, okay?
Yeah.
Well, if there is, I haven't been invited. I'll say
Uh-huh.
that. At least that's, I can go that far to say that, right? Like, if they are all conspiring with each other, like, hey, Moishi, you want to come over today? And how can we screw over the Christian guy working at level 614? I'm not being invited to those fucking things.
The reality is that, like, I say this a lot when I deal with personal matters, especially stuff related to drama. I say drama for a shortcut for, like, interpersonal, like, things. One thing you have to be really careful of is that if you convince yourself that there is a conspiracy, it becomes very, very, very easy to retrofit stuff to fit in a certain manner. So like whenever somebody thinks like, oh my god, like I think she like did this thing, and then people will start saying like, oh yeah, when I started that party, she was doing that, or when they were doing it, and eventually I'll tell somebody like takes it back, it's like, okay, hold on, you're like hardcore. Like chances are when she said hi at that party, it wasn't some weird underhanded way to like fuck with them. She was probably just saying hi. But it becomes so easy when you're like bought into a certain like conspiracy or idea that you're going to start to retroactively see everything, you know? Whereas on the flip side, there's a lot of easy stuff that just kind of like makes sense if you like back up and take another look at it. So for instance, for Jewish people, right? Like Jewish people all seem to be really invested in like the destruction of the white race through like immigration and progressivism, et cetera, et cetera. Like that's a take that you might believe, and then you can go through like Jewish people's voting habits, the organizations and charities they're a part of, et cetera, et cetera. And you can actually find a ton of data to support that. And it becomes easy to kind of think that like, okay, holy shit, maybe there is something to this like Jewish people trying to get rid of white people thing. Or you could just back up and you go, okay, well, Jewish people have a certain culture where they super value education. Jewish people are super overrepresented in a lot of higher education. A lot of people that are educated and wealthy tend to be like liberal/progressive. And then that actually explains like a ton of the voting habits as well. It's like, okay, well, that makes just as much sense as the other conspiracy theory, and I don't need any type of like conspiracy to explain that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there is still, I would say for sure, Jewish people probably, I don't even think that they vote differently than people in the location where Jews are. So 30% of Jews voted for Trump. Okay?
Really?
But if you consider, 30%.
Jesus, okay, I didn't know that.
In 2020. And if you consider that Jews probably almost, I don't know the percentage. I want to say like 90% of Jews probably live in major cities. Mm-hmm. You would expect that even to be not that case. You would expect it to be like 90%, and it's not the case. So I would say that Jews on a whole, I don't want to say are more conservative, but are certainly more, like there was a reason that they were aligned with Trump, and I think that's probably a mix of fiscal issues, but also Trump's like kind of at least stated support for Israel and shit like that at that time. But yeah, 30% of Jews voted for Trump. Even though probably, as I said, the vast majority of Jews lived in metropolitan areas where you would expect to be 90% Democrat or something like that. Mm-hmm. Dan, voting Jews or 30% of all Jewish people in the U.S.? Oh, sorry, Shenzhen. I meant all Jews because I mind raped them to find out how they would vote in the election. So that's why I was including them there. So.
Well, it could have been polling data or survey data versus like actual.
Well, I said how they voted, 30%. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you see? Oh fuck! I thought I was gonna have to deal with a bunch of dumb shit, but now I realize I have to deal with a bunch of even dumber shit. Okay. Did you see anything about like the lab leak theory stuff?
I saw the article, but I didn't read through it, and it was on Vanity Fair, right?
Yeah. Apparently, there's like a Senate statement or whatever that like conclusively says that like, okay, definitely lab leak.
I don't know. Like, here's the thing. I never really cared that much. Like, that is totally reasonable to expect it could have been a lab leak.
Yeah, it definitely could have been, but the weird stuff happens when it's like, well, what kind of research do we fund? Was it intentional? Like, that's the thing. If you guys see people quoting that article and you see, like, conservatives, like, I highly recommend reading that article. I actually cannot believe how much of a fucking nothing burger that article is. And after reading through it, I actually feel even more strong now that it almost for sure came from those wet markets. I didn't realize, too, but there also been, there was one other big study that, like, started comparing a whole bunch of, like, DNA samples from people that got sick or whatever. And it's like, it is... I'll always say it's possible that it didn't come from the wet market, but there's like very, very, very high like certainty reasons to believe that it almost certainly did. But yeah, that article was such a nothing burger, and the headlines, the way that they stated it, was insane.
Did China benefit more than we did from the coronavirus? Meaning, like, if China could go back and somehow make the coronavirus not happen, would they have been better off or worse off? Right? Because it did fuck the U.S. a lot, but I wonder if it fucked China
I feel like
more.
China got fucked really hard. Like, aren't they still doing insane lockdowns and shit over it?
Yeah, and why? I mean,
probably
I don't
because
know.
if I had to guess, it's like super ultra high population density.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're still doing like insane.
How is the
lockdowns and shit.
current? What is the current variant we have? It's some like Omicron level 6 shit or whatever now.
I don't
right?
know, but I will tell fucking liberals need to stop being fucking cringe about it. Holy shit. Well, actually, wait. Here's a question. I don't know the answer to this. If you had a cold, would you fly in an airplane, or do you think it's like? Do you think you should be forced to not fly in an airplane?
If I had a cold, what type of cold?
Like
Like how shitty do I feel? So I'm pretty selfish.
I'm not
I
asking
think
about
that-
for your own personal comfort. I'm asking for the safety of the passengers.
Oh no, I'm yeah. That's wait. I was thinking like, oh, I don't want to get other people sick. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I was leading with like, I'm pretty selfish. I think it would have to be flu-like for me not to fly. If I felt like I just had a cold, like a cough and sniffles, that type of shit, I would still fly. But if I felt like I had a fever or something else, like, I mean, basically the line for me is like, do I feel that I could do that flight and not be like fucking miserable? And the answer is no.
Wait,
then I
so that has
wouldn't
nothing to do with the other passengers. That has to do with how you feel.
do it.
Which is fine. But I was asking like because people
Well,
are
those just line up together, right? Those line up. But let me give you another situation. Let's say like this is the only flight I'm in fucking Europe, and I need to go back to the United States. I would 100% take that flight for sure.
Yeah. So like a
That
year
makes
ago, I wouldn't have done that. I would probably like, okay, well, I think I have COVID. Like, I probably shouldn't travel. But like, ever since like Omicron, it's like, does it really matter that much?
I don't know. Are people? God, this
I was
is
asking
so...
because like people were freaking the fuck out because some streamer was talking about how he had COVID and he took a flight back to the U.S. or in the U.S. or something.
Can I be honest?
Yeah, go.
It was the most cringe thing ever. Oh, God, I almost don't want to say that the TwitchCon was requiring masks.
Yes.
I don't even know the last time I've seen anyone require masks for anything.
Even in
Don't on the
California,
airplane.
they don't anymore. So it was such a weird fucking requirement. It was such a virtue signal. Yikes.
And there was so many people that were clapping off of it as well. Like, oh, yeah, thank God Twitch is requiring masks. Like, bro,
Yeah.
come on, man. Just stay home if you're that worried about it. I don't know. I felt that
It's
was a
like
little
there's
bit.
dude, I hate how stupidly fucking political people's health has become. There are so many progressives now that are like, I got long COVID and I've been sick for 12 months. And there are so many conservatives who are like, I talked to my doctor and he said I absolutely can't take the vaccine for my own personal health. How are there so many fucking conservatives whose bodies are so fucking destroyed they can't take a fucking vaccine? And how are there so many fucking progressives that are all dying of long COVID? Like, it's so fucking stupid. What is happening with you people? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's all just like politics. But like this shit, I don't even know. You know what it is? Any issue now just has to be politicized.
Yeah,
There's
every
nothing,
single thing. There's
anything.
nothing. Yeah, like it'll be like, oh, like should I? Yeah, I was gonna say styrofoam cups as an example, but it'll be like, yeah, like I want to buy some product. Like, well, what did the CEO tweet about? Like, is the My Pillows guy like an ardent Trump supporter? Is he gonna be there at the next January 6th rally? Or like, oh my God.
I
Destiny
don't even
should
know
take.
if
I'm not
there's
scared, but I'm
anything-
pretty much always wearing a mask in large events. You have the freedom and right to wear a mask. That's fine. But like, I don't think we have like I think that during the coronavirus pandemic, I think that it was good to enact public safety measures to reduce the spread of a virus that had the most infectious virus in the history of the world. I think that's totally fine. But at some point, like, we kind of have to go back to normal. We're not going to be wearing masks and doing all this shit for fucking ever. It's so stupid.
Also, I think it was a different time then versus now. Like we
Of
were
course.
completely unprepared with respirators and
it was more deadly
PPE and everything.
And it
Yeah.
was, people keep trying to downplay, oh, the fatality rate, no, that, but it was literally the most infectious virus in the history of the entire planet. Okay, so
And we weren't. And the big thing is we weren't prepared. Like that's why.
Mm-hmm.
That's what even made it more deadly. Is we just didn't have respirators, and it required that. And that. But now we do.
Yeah.
I assume we do.
well, and
Yeah,
just the
it's-
current iterations just aren't as deadly. So like, just chill.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Like, art. It sounds very ignorant, but like, how many people are currently dying from coronavirus?
I think you
guess
can
we
always
could
check.
right?
The worldometer, etc., whatever.
Let's see. Coronavirus stats.
And nothing has changed, and now it's fine. That's not true. Things have changed. One, a lot more people are fucking vaccinated. Two, a lot more people have been infected. And three, the current iterations of the virus are a lot less deadly. So things have changed. What do you mean nothing has changed? Somebody in chat said it correctly. That is actually true. The number one symptom of the fucking COVID-19 bullshit is the brain rot that it caused. So everybody involved. I want to know what the fuck is going on in all these weak conservative bodies that their doctors are like, oh no, we heavily advise against you getting the vaccine. Bullshit. I almost called that woman out, but I didn't want to fight because fighting over medical shit is always cringe because you can never prove it. But she was like, oh, I had a conversation with my doctor and they advised me not to get the vaccine. Bullshit. No fucking shot. It was with one of your holistic doctors. It's a fucking vaccine. You poke yourself, you feel a little shitty for one day and you're done. It's like every fucking vaccination bullshit that we've done in the history of all the fucking vaccines. You get a shot, it sucks for a little bit, and then you're better. Jesus Christ. This idea that it's like this unprecedented, like 5G carrying, like magnetizing your brain and rotting you from the inside out bullshit is so fucking cringe. Oh my God.
So for the last 6 months, deaths have been pretty stable at around 500 per day.
Nice. In the U.S.?
In the U.S., yeah. Or sorry, wait, no. Yeah. 500
Not just
a day.
vaccines, but 10 boosters, though. Guess what else has had a booster every single new fucking season, my friend? It's the flu. The flu has had boosters every single season. And guess what? Even more of a conspiracy. Your flu shots don't even work after a year because the virus has mutated so much that they basically become irrelevant. So, you know, wow. Flu vaccines have also been a conspiracy the whole time.
Is there anything that could, like, it wouldn't be politicized if it's, like, stop pedophiles bill? I feel like Republicans...
Progressives would say it targets trans people. Because of the groomer shit, probably.
Yeah, Republicans would... I don't know. It's just the whole...
Everything is, like, so stupid, yeah.
There's no bill you could do. Like, save trees, like, oh, that's hurting industry. Or, I don't fucking... Clean water, oh, that's going to slow down industry.
Well, Democrats, we couldn't even get Republicans on board with a bill to, like, codify, like, gay marriage. It was just like, there's just nothing.
Yeah. It's just so fucking hopeless, man. It sucks, but yeah, there's nothing to do there, I think. It's just the whole thing. The situation is just...
It's just so irritating. I just can't... I'm just disappointed that anti-vaxxing became a thing again. That I wouldn't have been able to call that. Even as stupid as, like... I know that, like, Republicans are historically, like, fucking retards, and it's like, that's fine. That's, like, I accept that. I love them. They're my people from Omaha. You know, you guys just hate education and college, and, you know, whatever. It's cool. At least they can fight on social issues and whatnot, but I understand that, like, you're never going to have a good take on anything science-related, because that's just not the domain of Republicans. But to unironically become anti-vax is so fucking cringe.
It was never like there was never. Well, I guess we never had a real vaccine push for anything.
No, because we've probably been overdue for like pandemic-related stuff.
You know what would have been the dream? I wonder. What about if Trump literally created the vaccine? Like he was a fucking
researcher.
Yeah, he was a researcher, and he created the vaccine, and every Republican was like thanking him. I still think Republicans would be against taking it, actually.
No, the other world that I wanted, that we never will get to see, was the world where Trump won re-election. Because in that world, Republicans are talking about cutting-edge, capitalistically ran medical firms that were able to beat the pandemic and do a cutting-edge vaccine with state-of-the-art technology, working with capitalist firms all over the world to create a vaccine to protect Americans, and then to ship that out and protect the rest of the world. It justifies capitalism. It justifies U.S. hegemony. It justifies our trading with everybody and being a friend with everybody and how good America is for the state. It literally is like, it is the #1 like conservative like victory story of capitalism and American engineering ever. But because Trump lost, now it's like a Democrat thing and they'll fucking hate it. If Trump would have won 100%, that is how every single Republican would have played off that vaccine.
What do you think? So Elon owns Twitter, and obviously
why hasn't there
Elon
been a vaccine for the coronavirus?
I think that should go without saying on Twitter. So what do we think is going to happen with? I assume Trump will get unbanned. I assume that there will be a fucking catastrophic dig-like moment where people, I assume, leave Twitter. I don't know. Dig, the reason that all went to shit is that the site kind of became less useful. I guess I'm just asking, like, what do you think is going to happen to Twitter? If you had to guess coming up here, like, give me the 6-month and the 3-month overview.
It's going to depend on how active Elon actually is and everything. If I had to guess, he's kind of sort of proving me wrong so far. I hope he continues to prove me wrong. But if I had to guess, they're just going to unban a couple of big celeb accounts. And then nothing much is really going to change. He's going to come in saying that, like, oh, like, we need to change our moderation all this way and that way and blah, blah, blah. But then he's going to realize that he's going to lose a fuck ton of money if he does that. And then, you know, they're going to slowly roll back those policies or something. Because, like, as soon as advertisers run away, that company's going to get fucked, right? Like, Twitter, I think, is already, or is still losing money, so.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You see Elon posted today that he thought there's a... I can't... Why would he tweet this? What is he thinking?
Was it the gay lover for...
yeah. Bro, you're... Like, that's insane.
I mean, he's not very, like, politically savvy. He's not a very savvy person at all. I think he's a decent investor. I think a decent engineer, but, like, yeah, politics is not his strong suit. He's like Jordan Peterson. Like, he does one or two things well, and now he thinks he's an expert at everything. Please review the article. It's something bad. I might today. I read most of it yesterday. I was really shocked because I was kind of thinking, like, oh boy, like, here are the new talking points. Like, could be lab leak. I've always said it's still possible if new evidence is out. But yeah, it was a dog shit article. But the article itself was kind of dog shit. But the worst thing was the tweet that they put out for it. Oh my god, conclusively proves a lab leak? No, what? It's dumb. But nobody that tweets about that article or references it will read it. So I mean, who cares?
Anything new happening in the subreddit?
No, I need to enforce better rules. You guys make way too many threads, and you're way too mean. I'm gonna start, like, permabanning people. We're gonna go on another big purge soon.
I think there needs to be a complete ban on Lav and Mr. Girl and...
No, I just need people to make, like, it's gotta be limited to, like, one thread per day. And people need to, like, not,
There's, like, 20... It's a lot, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if...
It's a lot.
I wonder if Forethought's been removing some. Yeah, another Lav. Like, chill. Oh my god.
So there's 8 Lav threads and 5 Mr. Girl threads.
Yeah, like, just, like, make one thread and, like, talk there, guys.
It's gonna be like the Wall Street Bets, like, daily thoughts at the top. What are you trading today? 10:30:22. Instead, it's gonna be like, Mr. Girl, what's happening today?
Based. Do you think this graph would be more meaningful if there was, like, a I think somebody recommended using, like, a derivative instead of just charting the actual time? Because this graph feels really worthless. Or I can explain to you why. Like, I think it's not a good graph. Sorry, what's up?
I think something that would look better, which would be kind of like a both lines, like they're either talking or not talking, and then you could see the gaps and then, like, make your own inference, I guess, from that. Maybe.
Well, here's the issue with using this type of graph. Okay, instead of using, maybe instead of using like a derivative or something. Hold on. The problem is that
well, what are we trying to convey? Obviously, we're trying.
What you're trying to convey is the difference in speaking time. Who's speaking a lot more, right? But
here's
the issue. Okay, let's say that we do a debate, and let's say in the beginning of a debate, somebody speaks quite a bit more than the other person, and then after that, the speaking time is identical, right?
Yeah, so it should be like on and off, and you have 2 lines instead of like
if I show a graph like this, well, in here it kind of looks like, oh my god, the guy on top has spoken so much more, but that's not true. He spoke a lot in the beginning, but that's it. But then, so, like, let's say somebody does this. They do this, and then it's like this, okay? And then let's say that the other person is like this. For here, it kind of looks like, oh my god, it seems like they spoke for about the same amount of time. The other guy caught up at the end. But what's really happening is this guy spoke a lot in the beginning, and then for the entire rest of the debate, this guy was speaking way more. That's how he was able to catch up. That's why I feel like looking at, like, a rate of change or something might be better than just looking at the total talk time, because I don't know if it conveys the same. Or maybe yeah, I don't know. Just at a glance, it's a bit deceiving, I guess. Yeah.
No, it is. I think over time, what you want to see is, like, how often both people are talking.
Yeah, kind of. Or I don't know if a derivative would be good for that. I don't know if it would, but yeah.
What man, we should put a thread up. Chat, when you, first off, I'm curious if people here watch podcasts or listen to them, but how many of them are structured? I guess, right? Where they're like, okay, the first 15 minutes we're going over the Reddit or whatever, and then the next 20 minutes we're talking with a guest, and then 15 minutes after that we're doing, the Daily Jinx section or whatever it is. I don't know, but is there like, yeah, what type of format do those types of things have? Like, or is it just, I don't even know, is the Joe Rogan Experience, does that have a format, or is it just like an hour of fucking asking questions to the guy and having a conversation?
I don't think the Joe Rogan one is formatted now.
The good ones are structured. That was my thought as well, is that like there's probably like a good idea to be found on some of these podcasts out there where they give a certain amount of time at the start for, whatever, and then after that they move into this, and then I don't know, it can be stupid shit, but yeah. All podcasts are formatted, but few are scripted. Yeah, that's too bad. There's a lot of good scripting ideas.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sponsors, news, viewer questions. Yeah. Oh, man.
I had Ben Mr. Girl from the subreddit last night. What do you think's gonna happen?
Nothing, because I'm pretty sure fucking the junior moderators we have will ban him instantly over and over and over again. At least that's what they're threatening to do. So I guess we'll.
Oh, Forethought said he made it impossible for him to get shot.
Oh. Okay. Well, what do I think will happen? Well, I covered this before. I think there's only two options. Either he's gonna not come back, or he'll kind of. Well, I guess that's obvious. He'll come back, or he won't. But he needs to come up with a good. He needs to come up with a good reason to come back. Like for someone who really says, like, "Hey, I stick to my morals. They're everything." Not my morals, but like what I say is what I'm going to do. I feel like if he was just to come back without a good reason, people are like, "Oh, so you're back. So what you said didn't mean anything," and that would be very not in line with the stuff he preaches, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What is Have you ever watched Cumtown or listened to it? I guess
no, but it's I think a really, really, really popular podcast, right?
Yeah, I'm curious how they do it because it also seems to be really funny from stuff that I've heard.
A little edgy, but yeah.
Yeah, a little. I mean, but that's a good thing to follow, I suppose, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
They say the N-word edgy.
Would you do that?
If you did it.
How do they not get in trouble? Aren't they commies? How are they allowed to do that?
I don't think they are commies. Trap House is the commie one.
Oh, Cumtown's not?
No.
Oh. I thought they were.
Did we ever get any more information on what happened to Virgil, or did that guy just get canceled and like disappear off the internet forever?
I'll say this: that guy, of all the ways to handle whatever even happened, he was like texting with someone who was younger or something. That wasn't even like an insane level 11 one. Like that would be like the Jeffrey Dahmer. He was like raping people left and right. At least that's what I remember. Is like I thought he was. Am I wrong on this? I thought he was texting like an underage person.
Was he? Does anybody know?
Let me go see what the scandal is. Let me do a quick Googling. Okay. Virgil, Texas is accused of grooming a teenager. What does teenager mean? Let's see.
What does grooming mean? Does it mean he was just talking to a teenager? That's probably what that means.
When I was a teenager, I thought Virgil, Texas was very funny. Someone tweeted, beginning her thread. I asked him to proofread an essay I submitted for a website and emailed it to him. The essay was about turning 16.
This sounds like if somebody sent me this, I'd be like, "Nice try, dude," and then I would just block them. That's like,
yeah, and this fucking dude fell. I'm like thinking to myself, like, dude, are you fucking serious? You fell for this? Why? Anyways, after talking, Seberg said she and Texas exchanged phone numbers and texted late at night when she was alone in her bedroom. She said they eventually began FaceTiming and often talked about his alleged girlfriend at the time, Marie. After Calloway left the picture, the FaceTimes increased. I believe that we were in a long-distance adult relationship, as he requested things of that nature from me. What? What things? Seberg didn't want to give explicit details of what happened during those calls, but she said, I think you get the idea, and it was traumatizing me for many years. Okay. What else? Hold on.
Wait, what was the traumatizing part?
Well, she doesn't think she needs to say.
Wait, what? Oh, Lewis,
No,
if you want to hop
literally.
into Discord, you can. Wait, what did she say? What was the...
No, literally, like, she thinks she got the idea of what was traumatizing. She didn't say. She literally doesn't say.
Okay. Based.
Yeah.
Queen, yes! Wait. No, it's not. No, was that... No, I don't think so.
She also said that Virgil told her she had a nice chest,
Based.
and not the word he used, for her age.
When she was
After-
16 or older?
I guess 16, because the article was on turning 16, so
Oh, okay.
I assume that already happened. After Virgil allegedly lost interest in her, Seberg said she went to college, where she began to realize how abnormal their alleged relationship was on her health.
What was the relationship again? Just texting a lot?
Dude, this is actually... Can I say I feel... No, I don't want to say anything here, but it's little... I feel like these are one of those things that if this happened to on a Prime K's thing, you would be there kind of saying some things, that's all. He fucked with my head at a very young age, and now I realize that even though he is much more successful than he was when I met him, it's still disgusting. She said, before adding in another post, that she refuses to excuse him for his abuse of me. She said she came forward with her story after the Daily Caller inquired about their relationship, after she saw Texas sharing a platform with AOC and Chelsea Manning. I was terrified for weeks and felt disgusted because an awful publication was talking to me about my trauma to monetize it, she said of the Daily Caller. I started feeling like anything I ever said against him would immediately label me as a conservative pro-Trump.
Oh my god, dude.
Seberg's testimony was met with mixed reactions. Many thanked her for coming forward and applauded her bravery in doing so. Oh my god. She ended her thread by thanking those who followed along and urged all women in his path to stay incredibly cautious. And that was the end of Virgil, Texas, right there. So the allegation here, if I'm missing this, if I'm not missing this, was...
Somebody's saying you missed the part where when she was 16 he asked for nudes, I guess.
Well, that's not in this article.
Oh, well.
Hold on. I have to go find the article here. Nudes. Well, I'm not using...
It's not going to say nudes.
I'm just going to read her tweets, because this is the whole thread. It's not too long. When I was a teenager, I thought Virgil, Texas was very funny. I asked him blah, blah, blah. We talked a bit. He lived in New York, blah, blah, blah. After talking, we shared phone numbers. He had a girlfriend, yada, yada, yada. Eventually, Justin lost interest in me, but not after telling me I had a nice chest, not the word I used for my age, blah, blah, blah. I went to college during college, yada, yada, yada. I recall after Marie left New York, Virgil started FaceTiming more often, and if I remember correctly, school was not in session for me, and I could stay up late on FaceTime with him. I recall that this was around the time of Rebel Girl and where Sam Hyde performed. I don't want to give explicit details of what happened over FaceTime. But I think you get the idea, and it was traumatizing. For many years.
So this is what I don't like about stuff like this. Do you know what it sounds like?
I'm almost afraid to say anything.
Well, it sounds like she was just really into him, and then they tried kind of, sort of, doing some long distance thing. Maybe not even, but just like chatting for a while, and then he wasn't, and now she's like, "Fuck this guy! I'm gonna get it back at him. I'm gonna get back at him by saying that he tried to do weird shit or whatever." That's what it feels like.
Well, I would feel a lot stronger if she like called out like, "Hey, like, I was doing nude shit with this guy." You know what I mean? Because Virgil, Texas was what is mid-20s or something at this point. Mm-hmm. So. But yeah, I don't know. Who the fuck can know with this shit? But anyways, the whole point of this is that fucking Virgil, talk about handling a situation like this as, I think, as bad as possible.
But didn't he literally just go silent, not say anything, and leave everything?
Yeah, exactly.
Because when he does that now, I'm like, holy shit, he must have fucking like met and raped this girl. Like, it seems like the worst thing in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only thing that like either that or he's just a fucking moron. I don't know, right? because, man, that's just not the right way to handle this situation. Like, either you give in and, you know, do your pound of flesh, or you fight, or I guess you do it, you know, act like nothing happens, like, what's his face, the Twitch guy. Yeah, so those are the options you have, and he just fucking disappeared into the ether, which was not expected there. But man, the funniest part of this whole thing, I know you know what that is.
What, that she's a communist or something, or what?
No, that fucking Virgil was on the show with Bree, right? And now, in Bree, I think still to this day, does not acknowledge any. Like, if this person, who I suppose is, I'm guessing, is like a champion of women's rights and Me Too and all this other shit, had her co-host do this and, like, will not talk about it to anyone, I'm guessing.
I mean, at least that's what it is. Too, I think wasn't he on the one with Hassan? What a fucking loser. Fuck that guy. I'm glad he got taken down.
Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he come on Scuffed or something?
Yeah, right? I think he was on to argue over that when they made those really fucking weird homophobic Pete Buttigieg tweets.
Yeah.
He was defending them. Oh, no, fuck, that was Felix. I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay. Anyways. But I think right now, if you still search on Twitter and you search for him, there's still people being, like, tweeting Bree, being like, hey, where's Virgil? She's still not answering. God, what a fucking shit situation to be in, too. And I think that podcast was making bank, wasn't it?
Yeah, all of them were. But that was in the heyday of, like, the progressive online shit. I think it all kind of collapsed when Bernie was done, basically. I don't know if any of those people are as big as they were anymore. Like, that Bree woman was fucking huge. The Chapo Trap House is probably still fairly big, is it? What do they make on Patreon now? Is it public, or do they hide all their information finally?
Let's take a look-see. Chapo Patreon. So, $161,000 a month.
Nice. Between how many people?
37,000.
Or no, I mean, I wonder how many people they pay out of that.
You mean how many people are on the old the payroll? Yeah. So what do these guys do? Just like, is it just like fucking edgy communist shit?
Yeah, I think so. Basically, yeah. Weren't they called like the scumbag left?
Isn't that like Bosch's thing?
Yeah, he was kind of part of it too.
Dirtbag
left, or whatever. But it's supposed to be like, oh look, they're leftists, but they're cool because they're like homophobic and shit like we are, or just dumb shit like that. I don't know.
Bad Faith Podcast hides their revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is that all a nuclear blast does? These things cost a lot to make. Damn. I don't know if it's worth it.
Ooh.
What?
Wait, damn. Really? Oh, so the last... it's hard to know what they're making now. But the last time that their stats were available, they were making $30K a month. The Bad Faith Podcast. That was July of 21.
Nice. Do you have Spidertron? Almost. He's working. 38%.
Dazed Vivi. Feels like you're treating this situation very trivially. Are we? I don't feel like we are.
Oh, I am.
Oh, well, there you go. I guess you're right. Hello, Cherry.
Hello, Cherry.
Hello.
What's happened in the last 12 hours?
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah, let's get those viewers coming back in. Let's start the cycle.
Okay, so who I'm gonna go after this week is, no. I saw that you were talking about misogyny in your crackdown.
Yeah?
I want to ask you about it.
Go for it.
Wait. I don't know.
Before you're allowed to ask me, can you increase your microphone volume by 20%?
Is that 20%?
Yeah, that's good. Great. Okay.
I just want to be clear that I was trying to talk about politics and Cherry ruined it.
Okay.
So don't blame me.
Shut up.
Is that what you were doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was definitely politics related, for sure.
Okay, what's up?
Okay. Okay, so like a month ago, I came in here talking shit to you because I told you you were being sexist
Base.
with this like one girl from the Fresh and Fit podcast. It was like went on TikTok or whatever. She was a TikToker. Do you remember? I don't want to.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Okay. And we came to the conclusion that your sexism was there, but it was benevolent sexism.
I don't
Like, I
believe
didn't
that's the
actually
conclusion at
think
all
you
we
were
came to,
sexist.
but if that's what you'd like to think, go ahead.
Oh, no, then tell me if we didn't come to the same conclusion.
I think what I said is that, like, I generally, if somebody wants to come and chat with me, as long as they're, like, not screaming at me or shouting at me, I'm generally, like, pretty kind of patient. That's almost always the case. It's not just with women, but that's what I remember.
Yeah.
You know, who am I, though? I was just half the conversation.
Yeah. Oh, the issue was I calling you a sexist? And I think you gave me the term benevolent sexist. Like, I don't
Well,
think
that's
you hate
one kind
women.
of sexism, but I don't think we should be benevolently sexist either. But go ahead. What about it?
No, I don't think we should either. It was the issue that I had.
Okay.
Anyway, it seems like that's an issue that you're concerned with now.
Benevolent means well-meaning.
Yeah,
Just in case you
well-meaning.
didn't know. Like, you're just, you're a benevolent guy. You mean well. For all my other morons out there who kind of thought it was just charity related. Well, what of it? He's a sexist.
Wait, what do you want to chat about? What about
No,
it?
unintentionally. So, like, what are the changes that you're making? Because
No
I was
more-
under the impression that you banned porn, but I don't think that ban has happened, right?
Did we ban porn yet?
From DGG?
We might not have yet, but we're getting real close to it.
I'm looking at some right now.
Shut up, Dan. I think we are banning ironic and unironic jokes about sexism now. Like, no more like, oh, I love this woman. And then basically anybody that mentions, like, the fact that somebody is a woman in a subreddit post, I'm probably banning them when I read the post.
Okay. I don't give a fuck about your Reddit. I'm more so wondering about the chat. I think that... I don't know if it's, like, a solution to the problem to ban porn. Do you feel like that is, like, the solution? I think
it's
the
like a
fact that
multi-pronged thing. The problem with porn, I think, is that it just makes chat feels like a boys' club, and I don't want to have that feeling.
yeah, I think it's always weird when when like someone in chat lets people know that they just came.
Yeah.
I think that's always weird.
A little bit, yeah. Or what they're trying to come to, yeah.
Yeah. Or when sometimes people will come in asking for links to Kumtu. Just overall, really fucking cringe, guys.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Yeah. But it's still around. But you are aiming to get rid of it.
I think so, yeah. And we'll probably end up just banning all not safe for work, yeah.
I've been asked to come here to convince you not to get rid of porn, and I decided really to double down on it. Get rid of it.
Who asked you to come in for it to not happen?
I won't snitch.
Oh, give us a hint.
It's someone from chat.
What tier sub are they?
Hello?
So what else are you doing?
What do you mean? Like
I
on
thought you had a
stream
pretty
or-
cool conversation last night.
No, did we?
Conservative woman?
Oh, yeah, Patty.
Right?
Yeah, she came and therapied to me for a little bit.
That was therapy to you?
Well, when somebody comes and like talks at me for like an hour, yeah. She seems cool. I like her. I didn't disagree with anything she said, but it feels like sometimes people come on and they just want to like talk to me or talk at me a lot. And I'm like, okay, I'll sit here and listen.
Damn. Okay, so does it make it so that makes it less fun for you, right? That's less entertaining. Maybe the conversations with like Lav are just like more stimulating.
Yeah,
that one?
I generally prefer like back and forths or whatever, but I mean it's still fine. Like there's a variety of conversations that happen here. I'm okay with it.
Interesting. Okay.
Why? What about it?
Listen, I'm just trying to figure out what you like, okay? If I'm wondering why there are certain people who come on the stream more often, maybe it's not just like what the space is attracting. It's maybe also has to do with what you find interesting yourself.
Yeah, of course. I'm good at
Right?
cultivating a safe space for people that happen to be mentally ill. Yeah.
I'm not saying mentally ill. Holy shit.
I am.
You want mentally ill people here?
Yeah, they're usually more interesting.
Fuck. Is that what I'm doing here?
It's okay. You're not the first. You certainly won't be the last. There's all sorts of crazies here. I'm becoming one, you know, every day.
True.
Who's your next, Oh, you're close friends with President Sunday. How's that going? Being a conniving fucking snake.
Okay. Stop calling us close friends. You know what you're doing. You're annoying. Why are you dodging him?
I think he's like the definition of bad faith, and it's just exhausting to deal with people like that.
Oh. Okay, so he's bad faith intentionally, and that's why you don't like it, right?
I
Because
mean, that's what bad faith implies, is that it's intentional. Yeah, I think it's intentional.
yeah, but it gets thrown around on.
Oh yeah,
your
yeah. My
channel,
subreddit
like,
uses bad faith like psych terms. They just apply it to
Yeah.
everything. Like that guy disagreed with me. He's bad faith. Yeah.
Did you take Erin for bad faith in your debates with her, or were you maybe not like definitively bad faith, but are you leaning towards bad faith?
I was initially, but I think she just is a little bit debate brained. I think it's a combination of like she's a little debate brained, plus she was probably on a new platform and a little nervous, and like that's yeah. But
Are you not debate brained?
I try not to be, no.
Okay.
Debate brained is like you get caught up in an argument and you're like so invested in your side that you're not willing to give ground on a single fucking point because you're worried that it might lead to a conclusion that you don't like. So your
Yeah.
opponent starts asking you questions that like you obviously have to give an answer to, but you're fighting in every single one. Like, can we agree that people have 2 arms? Well, actually, after Chernobyl, there were reports that some people were born with 3 arms, and not everybody has, because they can have like it's like stuff like that. Like when you start to get, and it's like, okay, I can't even lay out a single fucking word brand. Yeah.
Maybe a better way to ask that would have been, you're no longer debate brain.
No, yeah, I mean,
Like, you
every
used to
now
be,
and then
right?
I probably will be too. Like depending on how heated it gets, I'm sure I can get into arguments where like after
Yeah.
like 30 minutes, I'm like, wait, what the fuck am I arguing right now? I don't even think I disagree with this. Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
Okay. And just debating with somebody who is debate brained, you just realize there's no productivity there. So not, like, better not even engage? Or is it the fact that you know that you can never win?
It's just very unproductive. So like if I want to have that conversation, I can, but it's gonna just be like a screaming match, and then it'll become like a dunk off to see who can like shit on the other person harder. But nothing like productive is gonna happen there. Yeah.
Okay. And because that bad faith is unproductive, maybe a conversation with somebody who is like manipulative and not like intentionally bad faith, that's not productive, but you're okay with that conversation? And you find value there?
Yeah, because those tend to be really interesting. To a point, though. I
'cause
mean,
you
they can
find
get
it
boring.
fun.
Yeah, it's challenging. Somebody's trying to mind fuck you.
Yeah, so is the other person. They're just
Yeah, but it's personal
what,
because
less
like
mentally ill?
the other because like with President Sunny, he's not trying to like mentally like abuse me or something. He's just like ideologically dug into some fucking stupid shit. It's like boring. But if someone else is like, I'm gonna manipulate you into doing exactly what I want you to do to make me feel better emotionally, that's more interesting. It's like interpersonal.
Okay. Listen, I don't like President Sunday, so
You
he
are
knows
in love
he
with
comes
him.
off.
I understand. You're literally just like here to simp 1,000,000%. President Sun is your favorite streamer.
You know what?
You're trying to represent
I give
him. You're
in.
trying to grow his stream. I understand. You know, it's all good.
I give in. That's actually been my type this whole time.
It's all good. It happens.
The way he wears cardigans, it's just
Based.
he gives that look. I don't think it's a good look for you. personally.
Okay, there's two things that drove me over the edge, okay? One was I don't know if I did this on stream or off stream, but I watched him doing research on the Evergreen stuff, and the way that he was engaging with the material, I could tell it wasn't going to be a productive conversation. We were going to end up fighting over every little fucking stupid thing because he's so concerned about building a certain type of narrative that he's not going to give on even the most reasonable of grounds. That was number one. And then number two, somebody either emailed me this or sent me on Discord. I need to find this again. But he's like typing in his Discord where he's like, we're going to destroy Destiny. Like, we're going to pick him till the bone is dried. We're going to do blah, 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 blah. And this is like my new media strategy. It's like, okay, this is fucking cringe. Like, I don't, like,
okay,
why would I give somebody like that attention? Like, go ahead.
No, that's perfectly fine. So if you say that, if you're like, I think this person's unhinged and I think they have bad intentions with how they're engaging with me, I think there's like times where he's like, went after people in your personal life, like unnecessarily.
Sure.
Like,
That wasn't
when you say bad faith, it's
well,
just
that wasn't the original reason though. The original reason was bad faith. And there are people where if I think they're bad faith, I'm just not going to do it. Like Jackson Hinkle, I'll probably never debate that guy again because I don't think he's not engaging in conversations.
He's a harmful person.
Well, no, not even that. Fuck harmful. He just doesn't engage in good faith. He's just repeating talking points over and over again. Alex Stein is a guy that I'll probably never engage with again because he's just like he just does his meme shit over and over again. Like.
You're not going to debate Alex Stein because he disrespected AOC, and
true, you got me.
That's the whole yeah. We can't have that.
Absolutely true.
Okay, well, President Sunday is going to be on that Adam and
Sitch
thing next week.
Okay.
I don't know.
How do you know his schedule? Are you like his fucking secretary now, or what? Are you trying to schedule a debate with me and him? Is that?
I'm in everyone's walls.
Yeah, clearly. Jesus.
I don't know. I thought it'd be interesting if you actually had the debate with him.
Here's like types of conversations that are super boring. This is like not exciting to me, or this is like so boring because I know that he feels this way because I heard him say it too to that Aaron girl. He's like, Brett wasn't actually forced out of the college at all. He chose to leave. And I was like, okay, well, there was immense pressure for him to leave. Really? Can you prove that? Prove to me that there was any pressure. And it wasn't just a ploy for him the entire time in order to retire with a ton of money. I was like, bro, I don't know how the fuck I can prove that. Oh, so all you have at the end of the day are anecdotes. So really, your point is just as stupid as all the people you've criticized. And it's like that. It's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good on that one, Chief.
Yeah, if it's so easy, why wouldn't you just do it? Like,
because it's gonna end up. It's gonna end up on points. No, it's gonna end up on points where it's like we can kind of agree that it's like this is like a reasonable person would agree here, but he's gonna ask for like a level of evidence that I'm not gonna be able to provide because it's just like I don't even know what kind of evidence I could possibly. How do you provide evidence of this pressure against somebody on campus, right? I mean, we can go watch the riots, we can go and watch all the student testimony, we can watch Brett's testimony, but like. At the end of the day, like, how can I possibly prove that point? Or like with the Aaron girl, like getting into that. Oh, because he even agreed with the Aaron girl. Like, oh yeah, well when they said mixed race here, they were saying that like that could include white students too. No, they're not. Or when he was saying that like, oh yeah, well they weren't forced to leave campus. Okay, yeah, I guess you can show up and then like everybody thinks you're a fucking asshole. And there's students like protesting and shit. It probably makes you feel unsafe too. But it's like it's gonna be like arguments like that. It's like it's not a good faith engagement with the subject matter, right?
Yeah, of course. I understand. I just think it's I mean, it's the same thing as before, okay? You will literally get on here and have debates with people about like what they said 2 minutes ago. Debate over whether or not the sky is fucking blue.
Listen, if you want to be in here, if President Sunny's awake right now, he can come in and we can chat about Evergreen for a minute if he wants, okay? If he's available right now and he's not fucking sleeping away, which he shouldn't be.
I have no idea where he is.
Well, message him. This is his chance right now.
I feel like I should stop some self-harm from happening right now, but I'm too interested in seeing what happens.
I just feel like it would be interesting.
Sorry. Do you know anything about that Bryce live guy that came yesterday, or?
A bit. I don't know. I don't know what his fucking drama is, but I kind of went over your talk with him again, and it was very, very, very odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo, woo, woo!
Did you not just get the vibe like he came to you trying to figure out what dirt people had on him?
Yeah, a little bit. Like he's asking me, can you tell me what they sent? And I'm like, what, bro? I don't fucking know.
And then he said, you know, men have it so hard in these situations, and women are just automatically believed. Like I don't even know if he knew the way that he was talking about it was making himself look sus.
Yeah, I always like when people come to me when we've been through like similar experiences and they automatically assume I'm gonna like circle jerk with them over it. It's always a good meme.
Did he not reach out to you after that?
I think he DM'd me and said he was sorry, but he was nervous.
I assumed he was nervous. I've been on a few panels with him. He's never been rude. I don't know. I was shocked to hear that there were allegations, but I think, I mean, you know as much as I know that there are little like little groups of like police snitches who will go from like community to community, just like canceling people over the sketchiest of allegations.
I don't know how my Discord mods feel, but the way that I handled moderating when I was more active was I would almost never ever ban for cross-platform behavior. I'm a pretty big believer in that. Unless there's like actually like this guy threatened to fucking murder some dude and he does this in Discord servers. Otherwise I just never ban for cross-platform stuff. Because like, dude, I'm not here to regulate your behavior on other platforms. If you fuck around another server, you get banned, that's on you. But I'm not gonna like, I don't want to do research for all of that. Because at one point in time we were doing that. Like, okay, well if they harass you in another server, we'll ban them. But then it's like somebody be like, oh, this guy said this to me in this other server, but he uses this account there, and this guy said this to me in this server and it was a year ago, but we don't have the logs anymore because that TeamSpeak got shut down. It's like, bro, I super don't give a fuck. Okay, nope, don't care. If it happens on my server, I'll regulate it, but off server, you guys can go rape each other, murder each other, molest each other, kill each other's dogs, whatever you want to do. As long as it's off my server, I don't give a fuck. On my server, we'll regulate it, but off server, like, that's your shit. Figure it out.
Okay. So President Sunday has not messaged back.
Oh no, he's gonna wake up so disappointed. He was probably up last night late, like tweeting about me again for the 60th day in a row. So
it was actually earlier today.
Oh, what?
It was just a couple hours ago. Actually.
Okay, my bad. I thought it was at least. Oh, so maybe he wakes up. He's on the Uberman sleep schedule. He wakes up every now and then to tweet about me again. So.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day you guys will talk to each other. You should probably talk about politics now, though. Everyone seems pissed off. Okay? Bye.
I'll think about it, okay? Bye. Danny Dan.
We should have some sort of currency that when an orbiter wants to join this call, they have to, like, pay with that currency. And if they want to fucking blow it all out over one day, that's on you. You could do that. But then they can't like join in for like the rest of the month as a result of that, you know. And then, but if they do a good job and they get voted up, they get more currency so they can come in a second day, right? But if they do bad, maybe the stocks go down, and now they don't have enough to join again.
Yeah,
and they
kind
have
of.
to wait for the.
I don't know if you're explicitly getting at this, but like if there was a way for the chat to participate in currency, yeah, holy shit, that would actually be so good. Because then good orbiters, it would be an organic way for good orbiters to show up a lot and be on stream without me having to be a dick and say, listen, you're boring, can you leave?
Yeah, not that that was applying to you, Cherry. Just a thought that I had. No relation to you being there. But yeah, I think that would be fucking killer.
Not that that was fucking applying to me. Dan, you fucking love drama. If you're gonna talk shit, talk it right now.
No, we're not. We're legitimately not applying to you. Trust me. Me and Dan talk. It's not about you, okay? It's about Brittany. No, I'm just kidding. I love Brittany.
I wonder what it would take to do that. So, fuck. I don't know. There's some like comp sci student who will go and do this whole thing, but how would you regulate? Oh wait, it actually could.
Well, we
be
have
done.
like the stuff. Of course, it could be done. It's trivial.
Yeah, because the notable role.
Yeah, all you would do is you would have a bot that you would DM the bot and you would say cash in, and then they'd be assigned the role, and then there'd be a time tracker for it for a certain amount of time, and it would deduct from a balance that would be determined by some database or whatever. That's like comparing it to like the stocks website or whatever, right?
Yeah, God, that would be fucking. Oh man, that would be so good to do that. And I bet that would drive content.
Oh my God! Crazy. You know how we should track it, Dan? You know how we're gonna
Wow.
track everybody's.
Oh, Megalol's in chat. Emotes.
No, we're gonna
What?
do it on the DGG coin blockchain.
Oh my god.
Oh
Buy your
my
coins now.
god, there it is, boys.
I mean, I think it's a great idea, actually.
God, I need to do a fucking crypto scam.
Well, we don't call it a scam. We just call it a redistribution.
I still think, I don't know if anybody had done it, but I still think like Ponzi coin would be really funny. Like, it is a Ponzi scheme, but like it's starting right now. If you get in early, you're gonna be one of the early cash out people. And it's just a bunch of people waiting for the rug pull, trying to time it to fuck over other people. That would just be so sick.
Yeah, but how do you, yeah, that would be challenging. Huh, it would be cool, yeah. I mean, I love money, you know? Money, 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 money.
Do you, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Spidertron, why aren't you building? Talk to me, baby.
Yeah, someone do the, so I bet someone could do 90% of this without involving us, the orbiter shit. So it's like whenever someone is on, can people see who's in this channel without roles? Can they see who's in here? I think they can, right?
Can they see into the channel without... No, I don't believe so.
Fuck. Well, I don't know. Something can happen.
Jesus, my pollution. Oh, it's Cake.
Hi.
Cake, do you know how hard it is? I have so much respect for you. I'm trying so hard not to constantly shitpost into our development channel.
No, do it. Do it. What are you going to shitpost about? What are you going to do?
I was going to do an ad here and say the entire project is moving over to PHP because I think it's a better framework for what we want to do. Just like random shit like that all day.
Oh,
but
you
I think
should do
I
it.
think you would actually get triggered, so I didn't want to fuck with your project.
No, that's Dan when he unironically is like, just use PHP to make this web page to get the stats.
Based.
Yeah, and instead of being done with it in 1 hour, we have to spend fucking 6 months like having an AWS integration with Google Cloud ports and dude, the bot isn't working from the GitHub to pull. It's like, all right, bro.
Based. Yeah, I want to just post random things from Stack Overflow. Like, why aren't we doing this, guys?
Yeah, exactly. That is the way you do it.
Man.
I've thought about doing this. I've actually thought about like if I ever had the time, I wanted to make a bot where like chat could control viewer call-ins.
Mm-hmm.
So then like tier 4 subs would get like extra points to kick like snooze callers and stuff. It's like actually like pretty easy to do. Both orbiter stocks is like we're planning on like a gambling system kind of, so it's like definitely possible.
Okay. Based.
So, but somebody just keeps has some projects, and I just I get tied up, and they want me to put so many hours into some projects, and I just don't have time, Steven.
You're doing a great job. We believe in you, okay?
Oh no, it's just other people who acquire my attention.
Are you like trying to start drama right now, Cake?
Wait,
Right?
is Dan taking your time from me?
No, not in
For
the
what?
slightest. I have no idea what he's talking about. And Cake, I don't know why you're literally doing this right now.
Oh, I'm just
Oh, so he is! Dan doesn't want you to talk about it.
yeah.
You're such a motherfucker, Cake. All right, well, I know who's not going on the nice list now.
Oh no.
It's not.
Wow. So what? Now the real question is, what project is Dan dismantling now? Using Cake to do it. Unbelievable. There he goes.
Oh my god. Thanks, Cake. Stupid fuck. I'm actually pissed now. Good job.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, Dan.
Just big posting,
Not cool, Dan. Not cool.
Twitchstocks.com.
Oh yeah, remember when that site exploded for like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
How far back?
If you really want to get developers going, instead of doing like I think we should use PHP, just drop in and just say like, actually, I think Rust would be more performant here, and then don't say anything else and just leave.
Based. I'm noticing you're not really including me in on any of our sprints that we're doing either.
Yeah?
Could I? Yeah, I would like to be.
You want access to the ticketing system?
Yeah, I'd like to. I would like to.
Some programming work. I see you've learned a lot with Factorio here.
I just want to be able to make requests, you know.
I see you're doing really good at refactoring the same work over and over again here in Factorio, so I think it would be perfect for our code base.
Exactly. Kind of like how Jader's been working on the same website for 12 fucking years, okay? And we still don't have 2 chats. We still don't have mentions working. What's going on, Jader?
Mentions does work. That's been fixed.
Not on my computer.
Well...
I'm using Netscape, by the way.
Yeah,
which browsers are we supporting here?
You gotta restart 3 times before you ask these kind of questions.
Okay, true. My bad. Do you ever feel bad on new Windows installs when you're trying to get Chrome and it's trying to stop you like 45 different ways?
Oh yeah, poor Microsoft.
Please try Edge.
Edge uses
another browser.
Yeah, it uses Chromium. It's all the same stuff now, guys. Did you know that it's way more secure?
It's fast. We promise.
Where's I haven't tried Windows 11 yet, but I imagine I'm gonna have to make the switch eventually.
I'm using my laptop. It's all the same
How
shit
is it?
now. I don't know. Windows 7 was the last Windows I was excited for, and then I stopped caring.
I think Windows 10 is pretty good, but Windows 11, I feel like, didn't they take a major part of it away? That people are pissed, like, I don't know, maybe something with the taskbar or something like that?
It's kind of... Oh, wait, actually, they might have. I don't remember.
The right-click option on the taskbar is, like, completely gone now. So, like, you can't just jump to, like, Task Manager that way quickly, or...
I know that I'm
at work. I'm not too excited about it, but...
I know I'm booming a little bit, but I really don't like the, I do not like the internet integration with the Windows shit. Like when
the forced login, the forced like Microsoft account shit.
Yeah, and like when
when
I go to my
that
search
shit
bar,
seems criminal.
When I go to my search bar, like when I'm searching for stuff, I don't want this to ever give me search the web. I just don't care. I don't ever want to see that on my search bar on my computer. That's what I have a fucking browser for. I don't need to do that.
You guys remember there used to be a program, I don't know what happened to it. It was called Google Desktop. Any old guys out there remember having Google Desktop installed on their computer? And it was like the best search for your files compared to anything else.
There's a program called, I believe it's called Search Everything now, and it does that.
Yeah, but the fact that I need to mod like my Windows install for it to be usable is the biggest code.
Annoying, yeah. Especially because it's like it's Windows, okay? If I wanted to like hardcore start modifying all my shit, I would be some fucking Linux nerd.
Linux,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, people are like, oh well, it's really easy. You just have to go into probably not regedit anymore, but you just have to do this to disable that and to turn off the telemetry and blah blah. I was like, bro, I don't want to do all that shit.
Run these like 8 random PowerShell scripts off of some random.
Yeah, Jesus, yeah. Download this, double click the batch file. 3 little boxes are gonna pop up real quick. Don't worry, that means it's working. Like, okay, dude. Cringe. And I also don't like why I don't like it when people change things to add more functionality. That's fine. It's annoying and I'll get used to it, but that's okay. But I don't like all the changes to like all the settings menus and everything too. That it feels like it makes it harder to do everything. But I might just be booming. I don't know.
But everything is still there in the old control panel still. If you it's still all there.
It's so annoying.
It's like using PayPal. PayPal is like the worst website for that shit.
Yeah, it changed. They changed. Like it used to be like you clicked on the site and there's like everything you could do was there, but now it's got like 3 different weird shortcut menus and like, yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking annoying.
I meant like the funniest part of using PayPal is as you browse through the site to different pages, you like see remnants of control panels. Old designs.
You get randomly sent
it's like
an old URL with an old site still.
Yeah, it's like, hold on, I need to update my business name. Oh, holy crap! This is a Web 2.0 design.
Welcome to 2008 like PayPal webpage. Yeah, Jesus.
And the PayPal logo is still like the old style. Yeah, it's funny.
eBay is like that too. eBay's got a ton of those hidden pages.
Yep. Good old eBay.
That used to be I don't know if people still do, but that used to be a way to hack into old websites that like if you could find really old login pages, the security wouldn't be as sophisticated on them. So you could either like if not brute force stuff. Sometimes it wouldn't use two-factor authentication, or you could like buffer overflow like really shitty old sites. There was always like weird stuff like that. But like sometimes
it still happens. Yeah, like that. I think like Microsoft still has that problem because there's a million different. If anyone has ever worked with like enterprise Windows stuff, there's a million portals with a million logins everywhere.
Nice, based.
You guys know that I discovered a bypass of PayPal's two-factor authentication and submitted it to PayPal.
What
Got
a
lot of
dumb
press from it.
fuck. Holy shit. You're actually so stupid. I'm surprised you didn't go to jail.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm a computer hacker.
I can't. When I hear about companies doing that, I hope they get hacked and just lose everything. It's actually so unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh man. What else is on the agenda? So you want to tell the class about your iguana experience, Steven?
Oh no, I've seen some iguanas running around here, so
you get it now.
Yeah, they're huge. I was driving across the road and I saw one running across the road, and it's like fucking. I feel bad for Dan. It's like you can almost hear it. They're like, it's one of those things where I don't know if you ever had the experience where there's a bug that's too big to squish because you're like, this is going to be like a body. Yeah, some of those iguanas that I've seen running around. They're iguanas, right? That's what they're called.
Yeah,
they're just like holy
they're huge.
Shit. Yeah,
they're fucking huge. They're bigger than cats, and they're like shitting in places, and they're fucking scary. They're fucking dinosaurs, man. They got teeth, and they'll whip you with their tail and shit. God, I hate them so much.
Well, they really whip you with their tail? Is that true?
I think so. Dude, hold on. There's a video. You're gonna hate iguanas after I send this to you. One second, let me find it. Okay, I'm linking you a video at a certain time. Put this up on screen.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is that death roll thing? Like, do all reptiles do that? Wait, hold on. Am I retarded? Is an alligator and a crocodile? These guys are reptiles, right? Do they?
Is an alligator what?
Alligators and crocodiles and shit. These are reptiles, right? They count as reptiles.
What's the difference between a reptile and an amphibian?
Amphibian just means water-based creature, right?
What? I would assume an alligator is a water-based creature.
No? Water-based mammal? Is an amphibian always a mammal?
Are frogs? Frogs are amphibians, but they're not warm-blooded, are they?
I have no idea.
Mammals are warm-blooded.
Yeah.
Blooded. See, there it is. That's the aphasia kick. I knew it. I'm dying. I'm literally dying in front of you, and you're laughing about it. You're going to wake up one day, you're going to try to get a hold of me, and my wife's going to answer the phone and be like, he died. I'm like, what? You're JKing. She'll be like, nope, brain tumor. And then you're going to feel really bad because you're going to remember this conversation from like 6 months ago where Dan was like, I wonder if I have a brain tumor. And you're like, nah, you're good, Dan. Don't even go see a doctor. You're fine.
I'm going to be honest. I haven't said anything because I don't want to alarm her, but Lena's had a cough for like a month. And she's like, is this bad? I'm like, I don't know. You're probably fine. Just go to the doctor. There's only one other person I've known, though, that's had a cough for as long as her, though.
Oh, God.
And that's Rachel when she had fucking cancer. I'm like, maybe you should go to the hospital, Lena, get things checked out. Just in case.
A month she's been coughing?
Yeah, she's had like a cough for like a month. Or like a sore throat / cough. But she's also like streaming like every day and talking all the time too, so maybe she just hasn't had time to recover. Or it could be a residual cough from having COVID, maybe.
Yeah, one or the other.
Oh god, we're gonna be the progressives with long COVID. Fuck.
No, not me.
Well, no, like Melina. Let me get a...
Oh.
Hold on one sec.
Oh.
Oh.
I have Modern Warfare 2 installed, but I want to play the campaign. I guess we could get Steve to play the campaign too. That would be good. But I think he's on this grind of this garbage game. Does he play campaign?
We are stuck in Factorio. You are never getting him out of this.
It'd be a shame if his save file corrupted.
It would.
If what corrupted?
Nothing.
Save file for Factorio.
My 200-hour game, you're just joking about that getting corrupted? You think that's funny?
Are you going to play the new campaign for COD?
I never play the campaigns. I don't know, maybe.
Maybe? Okay. For the 0.1% that you care, amphibians like frogs have eggs that can't hold water and therefore need water, while crocodiles and alligator eggs have shells that can hold water, eggs on land. Is that the only difference between an amphibian and a reptile? Hard versus soft eggs?
Today, Dan discovers the futility of taxonomy and how arbitrary it all is. Wow.
Do you feel that whales should be mammals?
I don't even know what mammal means, honestly. Does mammal just mean warm-blooded and gives live birth?
I think it's just warm-blooded.
I don't think any mammals lay eggs, though, right?
I think some of them do, right? What's that fucking really weird, like, platypus thing?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. See, I don't know shit. Who knows?
Oh, it is a platypus. Yeah. Dan, whales literally are mammals. What the fuck do you think we were... I swear to God, some of your fucking chatters are so unbelievably fucking brain dead. I just don't understand. Shouldn't you be watching, like... What's a good example of a fucking streamer that caters to fucking morons? Who would that be? You need to go watch whoever that is, okay? I don't know who that would be, but seek out that person and switch viewership there. They'll help you. You'll be around your people. Thanks. You'll be the new king of that audience. Yeah, go watch XQC. There you go.
Uh-oh. Dan talking shit.
Dan, you don't stream anymore. Ooh, good one. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, and then Ignelius coming in here, copying someone else's joke as if it's their own. Typical fucking muscle junkie with their own fucking mind that is unable to process jokes that aren't stolen. That's you. Get your shit together.
Are you okay, Dan?
Fine. Fuck you, Cargo Bay. Not Daffy Duck. Doesn't sound anything like him.
Wait a second. Does he?
What? No.
Does he kinda, guys?
No. How? First off, how would you get an impression of Daffy Duck?
Wait, holy shit. You kinda do, a little bit.
How? In what way?
How did you get... How?
He kinda does.
Wait, holy shit! Wait, say it just like that. Say it again, just like that. How? How, Doc?
Let me go.
Say it. Say that. Yeah, say it how you said it.
Hold on, I'm just Googling something real quick.
It's sounding like Daffy Duck. Is that one of the symptoms of aphasia, guys?
No, he like does that when he's talking a lot.
Does what?
I don't know. He sounds like a fucking cat or something. It's like he has like a lisp or some shit.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
True. Based. Are trains in this game yet, or is the orbital train shit not coming till next patch? I don't know if it'd be cheating to use it. How many rockets are you launching at a time? It feels like so many. It's insane. Oh wait, do you think Daffy Duck would say like 100%?
I don't know. I can't do a Daffy Duck impression.
Space elevators. Oh, shit. That was what I was looking for. Did you like high school when you look back on it all? Were you like, high school? What a fun time.
Hold on one second. There's someone who's wrong in the chat. Hey, Handlebar.
Uh-oh.
Holy shit, Dan is so dumb. How the fuck is a platypus a mammal? Hey, guess what, retard? It is a mammal, okay? Go back to school, kid. That's a big L for you. Anyways, what were you asking about school?
Do you look back fondly on high school or no?
Well, I dropped out of high school. So
Wait, how did you drop out of high school? Explain what that process was like. Were you like 17, 18?
I was 16.
16. Don't you have to go to school? Is it right until you're 16 or?
No, you can go. You can drop out earlier. You just say that you're gonna do homeschooling.
Your parents were okay with that?
Well, I was a fucking shit show. They were just like, okay, you need to get out of the house, and I did.
What was the first place you moved to?
Some like fucking scuffed ass apartment in like a farm town.
How did you afford it?
My parents were helping initially.
Okay.
And then I got a job working at a convenience store. And then I worked at Dunkin' Donuts. Oh wait, no, Dunkin' Donuts was before that. I worked at a convenience store. I was a telemarketer for a little bit. What else did I do? Convenience store, telemarketer. I know I had other jobs, but fuck me, I can't remember them. Yeah. Man, the telemarketer shit. Oh, I worked at a factory for a very short period, like 2 months maybe.
What kind of factory?
It was called Universal Tube. They made fucking tubes. And that was literally my job. I took the tubes from this place and moved them to that place, and I did that for 12-hour shifts every day. Okay. Well, 4 days a week or something. Yeah.
Tube and Dan.
And that was it. Yeah, well, listen, there's a lot of... My life is dope now, but it was not dope back then, in the words of Kanye. I delivered appliances. Yes, I delivered furniture right after I got out of the Coast Guard. Worked for some fucking shitty furniture store in New Orleans. And I had a fucking... I had a Dodge Dakota pickup truck. And I worked by myself. And people would, like, buy a couch. And I would have to, like... I guess I would take someone sometimes. I must have. Because I couldn't... It's not like I could move it all by myself every time. But I moved it... God, I was fit back then. I was thick. Ah, man. That was a strapping young Dan back in those days. I'll tell you what. I was taking furniture up 3 flights of steps. No problem. Having a fucking pack of cigarettes afterwards, too. No big deal. Yeah.
Why did you quit smoking?
Smoking is not good.
Yeah, obviously, but you were smoking at one point in time. I'm curious why you quit.
For, I think from when I was 18 until I was, I want to say like 22, maybe, or 23 at the most.
What was the drive to quit, though? Yeah.
Well, like, you don't... Sometimes, you know, everyone who smokes tries to quit a few times. And it's only when you quit that you realize... First off, you smell like shit all the time. Like, really, really bad when you smoke. And people who smoke don't recognize that they smell really bad, but you do. You smell so fucking bad.
I don't know why this is a thing, or maybe this is just all in my head, but, like, weed smoke smells stronger, but when you're done smoking weed, it goes away after, like, a day or two. Even for people that smoke all the time. But, dude, cigarette smoke, like, fucking gets into everything. Like, somebody can get on my car in a new set of clothes right out of the washer dryer. They get in my car, I'm like, bro, you are a smoker. I haven't had the feeling in a long time because people don't, but oh my god, dude, I don't know what it is, but cigarette smoke is like so like ugh.
Yeah, it really smells bad. Like, and that's the thing. Like, if you're a smoker, maybe you're even listening to me, right? Like, yeah, it smells bad, but you know, whatever. You don't understand that, like, non-smokers, when you walk around them, like we smell you and we think, like, I guess the vibe that you get when you smell a smoker is that this is like a poor white trash person. That's like the real vibe of honestly that you get of people who smoke in 2022 for sure.
Did you have the experience when you went to Europe on vacation where someone next to you starts smoking?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like, especially in Paris.
Yeah,
crazy.
Well, it's always crazy when I go to Europe and I just like I just get this feeling of like 2005, and I'm like, and I look around like, oh, there's someone out here smoking. How weird! I haven't seen that in so long. That's like, I wish that needs to be studied. I don't know how the United States like fucking deleted smoking from our culture in like 10 years.
China is really, really bad at that too. China and I don't think Japan, but China is fucking really bad. Yeah. Like when I was in Hong Kong, everyone smokes fucking everywhere. Anyways, so with smoking, you will smell super bad. And you won't know, and you'll think, oh, it's just people deal with it. No, you smell like shit, and when you go and make that first impression, your breath smells bad, but you smell bad, like from a few feet away, like just bad, not like whatever. And it's like a poor, like, grandmother that's about to die, but she's only 62 years old, and she lives in a trailer. That's the vibe that you give and the smell that you have when you smoke. So that's the first reason that I quit, is I recognize that smell, like, ooh, this is not good. Then the second thing is that it really does turn your fucking teeth and everything around you yellow. Like pretty bad. Third thing is that it's kind of disgusting, I guess, a little bit. Like, and what I mean by that is like you have ashtrays everywhere. You're coughing up a fucking storm. You're typically gonna wake up feeling like shit. Oh, dude,
that senior citizen smoker's cough that my grandma. Dude, I remember hearing that every fucking day. Oh, and I could even tell. Right as soon as the first cough happened, I knew how many times she was a cough, how long she last for. Every time, I got so used to hearing it. Oh my god, yikes!
And then, maybe I can. I don't know. I feel like maybe I can convert someone here. I'll try it. So, I quit cold turkey because there wasn't vaping back then, and I didn't smoke ever again after that. But I did take up vaping. Maybe 5 years after I was completely smoke free, which wasn't smart, but it's not as bad for you. So I would stress this for people who are currently smoking. Vaping will give you the same sensation for sure. You may have tried it before, but you probably have not tried the correct way of vaping to get up of smoking. So you may have like been in a situation where you're like, fuck, I need to smoke. Let me get one of those like pseudo looking cigarettes from the gas station. It's not the right way to do it. You should make a real effort to go to a vape store and try to get a decent setup that's going to give you a similar buzz to what you have right now. And give it a week. Force yourself. You're not going to be craving or fucking dying. It may not be as nice. It may not be like the going outside and like lighting up and, you know, chilling for a few minutes and coming back in. But you will get used to it. And then the best part of it is that you're not going to smell like shit anymore. It's definitely better for you. I can say this without a doubt. I have no doubt in my mind that vaping is 100% better for you than smoking.
Probably. The only worry now, though, is that you're going to have a lot of people vaping.
Well, I'm only talking right now to the cigarette smokers in chat.
No, I know, but there's like an epidemic now where there's a whole bunch. Like for the first time ever, the amount of smokers has gone up too, I think. Because so many people are getting into vaping and now they're going from vaping to smoking and shit. It's pretty insane.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you can try to be smart about it. So, like, don't buy, like, you know how on Amazon, whenever you buy anything,
there's
like the name of the brand is
like Zing Zang version or whatever.
Well, no, every product you're buying on Amazon now, the name of the brand is like, you know, Donoju, you know, and it's like, what the fuck is this? And it's just like some, like, make sure you're not buying a brand like that.
Drop shipping you.
Yeah, exactly. Just buy one. There's like a few reputable brands that you can buy your equipment from, and then do that, and then go online and buy your vape juice, if you will. There's a few places that have like, you know, you can see everything in it. But if you get the right stuff, there's only really going to be 3 ingredients in it. You're going to have, well, or 4, it depends. So you're going to have vegetable glycerin, and you're going to have propylene glycol, and both of those things are pretty similar, by the way. So you have those 2 things. Then you're going to have nicotine, which is just it's not an element, but it's a chemical compound. It just is nicotine. And nicotine is very similar to caffeine. There's not a lot of harm, in my opinion, from the reading I've done that comes from nicotine. It's going to certainly raise your heart rate. It's going to increase your blood pressure. But nicotine itself is not what kills you from smoking cigarettes. It is all the other aspects of doing that. Don't get me wrong, it's probably not good to raise your blood pressure and your heart rate. And there's probably some other effects, but it's not that killer. And then the fourth thing is going to be flavoring. So you should make an effort to find vape juice companies that are pretty keeping ingredients minimal, look like they're made in the United States, look like they're taking things seriously. I think there's one called Naked. The one I used to do back in the day was called Velvet Cloud. That's what I used to do because it was just vegetable glycerin and nicotine, and that was it. Or, and flavoring as well. Mm-hmm. And I think the goal for any smoker here is to stop, right? And it's not hard to do. That's the thing. I promise you, you won't suffer switching to a vape from smoking cigarettes. You won't suffer. You might not like it as much for the first 1 to 2 weeks, but I promise you, if you get a somewhat decent setup, you won't be like jonesing or anything like that. And then once you get set up and used to the vaping setup that you have, then in a year, whatever, as long, you can actually work very easily. This is the best part about it. You can work super easily to get yourself off of vaping completely, because you can go down and cut the amount of nicotine as many times as you want to. So if you're starting on a 6 milligram or something like that, you can go and you can switch it to a 4 or a 3. And then from there, you can go to a 1.5 by mixing it directly with a 0 nicotine juice. And then the goal is eventually your mind and your body, you actually don't even know that you get off of the nicotine after a while, because you just keep switching to eventually a 0 nicotine solution. And you can do that, and then that is how you can 100% break it. So I've said this as someone who's quit smoking and someone who's quit vaping.
Multiple times.
Yeah, well, I quit vaping multiple times. I only quit smoking once. You can do it, for sure. All my smokers out there, you smell like shit. Bitches don't want to fuck you. They don't want to kiss you. You open your mouth, it smells so bad, and you never will know. You're just going to be like, man, I wonder if I really smell. You do. You smell like shit. Your apartment smells like shit. Your car smells like shit. And you look like shit, too. You need to fix that stuff immediately. Switch to vaping. Go ahead. Give it 2 weeks. If I'm wrong, after 2 weeks, I'll send you a dick pic. Okay? That's all I can do. Okay?
Damn,
give it a shot.
Daniel!
There you go. That's a good offer. So good luck.
Way of saying you're not sending anything.
Funny, as always.
Got him.
Now tell them how to break their weed addiction down.
That's easy. If you want to break your weed addiction, I have the solution for you. So first thing you're going to need is some acid or some shrooms.
Hell yeah.
Okay? And you want to make sure that you have a lot of, like, have your friends, like, surprise you with, like, horror, like, masks and, spooky music. And, you want to make sure that there's someone that you really don't trust there talking about how you're going to die and you never really existed. So you want to go through this trip, and right when you're in the middle of it, make sure you start smoking pot. Okay? And then, I promise you, you'll never be able to smoke pot again. That will break it for you. It will do it. You'll never be able to smoke pot ever again after that. I know, because this happened to me. Exactly like that, but without the skeletons and the Friday the 13th mask. But yeah, you won't die. You'll just never want to smoke pot again. So there you go. Wow, I feel like we're curing so many ailments. I wish I had the cure for alcoholism, but it's just so based. I don't know. You can't.
What's up, Dylan?
Not much. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Fine.
That's great. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Destiny?
That's a girl's name.
Dylan?
Yes, that is a girl's name. How do you make a shift in content?
What the fuck?
Another thing, right?
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I just muted my whole thing for some reason. Okay, how do I make a shift in content? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I've made a massive shift in the content that I'm putting out on my channel. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I've went from like doing 2 uploads a day to like, hopefully if I can, like one like a month, or like one a week, or one every 2 weeks. That's the hope. Mm-hmm. And obviously I knew it was going to be difficult, but holy fuck, Holy Jesus Christ.
What yeah, so the rough thing is that the viewership is not as good as like the other videos where I'm guessing.
I went from making 4K on YouTube a month to $100.
Yeah. I mean, long form content is really tough. There's not gonna be like a shortcut for that, right?
Yeah. Fuck. It's just that you gotta, I guess you just gotta like slowly like nurture that new audience by just like just keeping at it, just grinding it until like you kept the people that you're gonna keep, and you've got new people who will make up for the people who are no longer interested.
Well, there's a different skill set for doing that type of content as well, like such to develop it. Like, are you happy with the viewership you're getting on like the videos that you are publishing, or is that viewership really low?
It depends. I mean, I made like a second channel for all the like content that I used to do, like just normal stream stuff, and that is like outperforming like my most like recent video on the ground. My second channel content is like outperforming like the newest video that I released, where we went to like the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant and we like talked to locals about like the possibility of a nuclear disaster and how it would affect them, the radiation, stuff like that, what it's like to live near bombardments and stuff like that. Like sometimes they'll get like, you know, okay viewership, but it's not making up at all for what we used to do. Like if I release a debate with some like tanky psychopath, like that'll do fine. But if I release this like video on Chernobyl, which took a ton of work, a lot of organizing, we actually went to the power plant during a massive counteroffensive in the area, and we really considered not going because it was really dangerous because the Kherson counteroffensive was just launched, and we were like always like 2 or 3 miles from the Russians, and so we got shelled, we got and I really enjoyed the whole process of filming it, but just the amount of time invested and money invested was not at all worth if I just bring in some two brain-celled like hardcore Marxist-Leninist in chat, bring them on stream and yell at them. That's gonna make me like 10 times more money than the actual effort of like going there and like interviewing locals. And I refuse to ever go back to that being like the main crux of my content, no matter what. Half of it is despite Dan, and the other half is personal commitment. So I just gotta like figure a way to either like make this work, or I'm just gonna like drop it and get involved in aid work.
For the ultra high effort content, have you considered? Do you have a Patreon?
I do have a Patreon. I'm making $800 a month on it now, which is helpful. It is helpful, but it doesn't make up for the massive dip that I've taken. I think it's just gonna like take time and like more uploads.
Yeah, I would say that Patreon is good. Here's like another thing, broadly speaking, to think about. Why should anybody watch your Ukraine content over any of the other news stories or anything else going on?
Because I think when you look at like a CNN video, what they're going to show is like a few snapshots of maybe some battles or some like exchanges of artillery fire. They might show you like 5 seconds of like a person crying. But what I will do is I'll sit down with the family, talk to them about their experiences, what they have to live with. They'll actually come out and they'll like, hey, this actually shattered my window the other day. Here's an artillery shell that nearly missed my child. I have to drink vodka to sleep at night because of how hard the bombardment is. And then you just like film these locals swimming in the river right next to this power plant occupied by the Russians as they're flipping it off. Like this incredible footage that CNN just doesn't have the time to show because they have to like plug in the Tampax commercials or move off of the war that not as many people care about anymore because it's like an 8-month-old news story. And that, this type of first-person testimony I think is really important, not only for like getting an idea of what it's like to live in these areas, but also for like historical purposes.
So I think that when we're thinking in terms of content creators, important doesn't matter, right? There's a lot of stuff that might be important that might not make for like entertaining footage, right? Or people wouldn't care to watch it, right?
That's true.
That is just true. Curious. Have you are you friends with Lauren?
Lauren Southern?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Because I was gonna say, because she has a lot of interesting stuff to say about like when she goes to film a documentary, like how does she pick out like what stories she wants to tell? Something that I feel like I've kind of learned in watching stuff and talking to people that work on this stuff is like nobody really cares that much about Ukrainians. Like they live way on the other end of the world, and it's just like not relevant to most people's lives. Most people don't really care about geopolitics because it's on the other end of the world. We're in America, you know, Atlantic Pacific between us and everybody else. But if you can find a good story, people will be interested in like certain stories. So like following like a really good example is the Anna girl, whatever the fuck her name is. Yeah,
Anastasia.
Yeah. The reason why people care about content with her is because they've got like some idea of a backstory. They've seen her a few times, so she's personable. She seems like a real human, not just like here's a family where sad things are happening. And there's kind of like there's a narrative that's kind of developed. She's been on people's streams. She talks about what's going on. She's involved in this aid work. She's posting pictures. Like you kind of have like a buy-in. Like if she, God forbid, but like if she were to get killed or something dramatic were to happen to her, I say dramatic, I don't like drama, but if something like extreme were to happen to her, there would be a lot of people that would be very interested because they've seen so much of her life and like, wow, this is really interesting.
It's true. We actually, I did film with her. Hey, one second, I got an alarm.
Yeah.
I did film with her. We went to her school that was destroyed by the Russians. We went to her where her father was killed, and she retold the story. We got a lot of amazing testimony. She brought us through the more dangerous parts of the city that are constantly getting shelled. We filmed a lot of that. Some missiles missed us by like a mile or two, and we filmed that strike. And we're working on like getting that released right now. I think a lot of the problems I've been facing is just going through these hours upon hours upon hours of footage and deciding what we keep and what we get rid of. Is extremely difficult, and I don't work with documentarians. I work with like people who used to like edit stream content, and so it feels like we're learning a lot of this.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to be learned, and then there's like this is okay. I'm saying this to help you, and I love you. Okay, ready? Okay. I never know what people will get offended by or not.
Okay.
It feels like a lot of your stream content has worked as you facilitating other people doing stuff. Right? So on your shows, it's bringing in other people and it's serving the role of the host. And on your on a lot of your interactions, it's like I'm Dylan, but like I'm showing you, I'm like the host for this type of thing. But is your audience, this sounds weird, I'm going to say this, but does your audience really care about you, or do they care about what you're showing them? Because when you say things like, oh, like we were near a missile strike and all of that, like sure, that's like kind of dramatic, but typically I don't know if your audience is watching for your story so much as the stories of other people that you're showing. So I think that the challenge you have to overcome is you either have to find a way to kind of, it sounds weird, but you have to find a way to like become the content more. Like I don't want you guys to just watch for the other people I'm showing. I want you guys to watch because I want you to care about me, which is kind of like a change up from what you've done traditionally. Or you need to find a way to like build upon or to find and then build upon like stories that you can show of like other people's lives in a way that you were featuring other people's content before. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess for me, like the selling point is like for the video I just posted is like, we like drank with the locals near the power plant in order to get the story, and I think there is something endearing, I would say, to drinking next to an active nuclear power plant occupied by the Russian army that has missiles going off next to it, right? And talking about the experiences you found. I found it personally endearing, and I think the hook for me would be...
But it's for other people, like locals. Yeah. Who cares, right? I'm not trying to sound cold, but like locals that's just not a big buy-in for a lot of people, you know? Like, have you ever read any books about like Hiroshima or anything like that?
I have not read any books about Hiroshima, no.
There's an old book. I read this for a play that I was in, but I think the name of the story is just Hiroshima. But oftentimes, I'm going to say oftentimes, even though I haven't read that many books, but oftentimes I think from the perspective of natural disasters, the best books that are written aren't usually like, on July 27th, an earthquake happened and 400 people died and 800 people lost power and blah, blah, blah. It's usually like, here's a natural disaster from this person's perspective. And I think that Hiroshima book was that. It was like, it was the perspective of Hiroshima from 5 different people, and it cut between their lives. And so you were getting the actual events that happened in Hiroshima and all the different things that went on pre, post, and during the bombing. But you also were getting it from the perspective of like individual people whose stories you were bought into, because they're human beings, and you're yeah.
There's a story that I'm working on that I'm really interested in. That we went to the Donbass and we went to Kramatorsk, and there was this medic we met who accepted a bunch of aid that we brought, who doesn't use a gun. Because of religious purposes, he doesn't believe in guns. He's been in the war for 8 years, and he just has like a combat like shield that he like puts in front of him. He goes, grabs people, and drags them away, and he's like 60 years old. And it's a super interesting story. We just talked to him for hours upon hours upon hours as he like showed us around the area. That's something that I think like has a really good like hook, because it's like this is like a Ukrainian Desmond Doss, you know, from like Hacksaw Ridge, the movie that like came out. The guy who, and I think like stories like that is stuff that I'm particularly interested in, and I would think that that's like a good hook, right? Like somebody without a gun, religious purposes, doesn't believe in fighting, so instead he just runs into combat, grabs people, drags them away. I think like stuff like that would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess
could be. If you build a video around it, don't make that like a 1-minute segment and expect people to tune in to see everything else around it. Like that would have to be like its own kind of standalone thing, right? We kind of like follow this guy's story from like the beginning of the war to where he's at now, rather than like that's a 30-second insert on like a 20-minute video.
Yeah,
I could be wrong about all this too. If you're not friends with her on Discord, I would add Lauren and talk to her, because she has like a lot of experience of like she's made more documents than anybody I know, but she has a lot of experience of like going to an area and trying to find a story and then building like a film around like a lot of captured footage and stuff. Like you should like tap her mind for, because she's done like so much of that type of work. I think that's a really good resource to use. I can't think of anybody else, but really think about like your role as like being the content versus like presenting the content, because that's going to make a big difference for how your audience engages.
I'll be right back.
Be careful, babe.
When you say like being the content, what do you mean by that besides presenting the content?
Like people watch me because of me, not generally because of who I feature. And when I feature other people on my stream, the reason why the features go really well are because they work as good synergists for me. Like the best guests that I have on my stream are oftentimes the ones that provoke the best reactions from me. Whereas for a lot of your content, you're usually kind of playing the host role, saying like, okay, I brought these people together, like let's watch them fight. But you've changed now from the host role to the content role. Now you're asking people, I'm not here to just host stuff. I want you to care about me now. And it's a different role than you've played traditionally, so your audience might not be prepared for that. Like imagine if there was like a CNN, imagine if there's like a CNN special where like, think of like some news anchor, like Anderson Cooper, I guess. And it's like his like personal story in like Ukraine or whatever. Although these people have become like big media personalities in their own right. I'm trying to think of something more comparable. But if you would just take a guy where it's like, okay, this guy's he usually shows us in the news all the time, but now we're like watching him there. Like it's just not going to feel the same. The audience isn't going to engage with it the same way. Like we're not here to watch you. We're here to watch what you want to show us. Yeah, that's what. Does that make sense?
It'd be like, you know, that guy like Funniest Home Videos, like that old TV show that they used to have on TV. It'd be like if he was like, I'm in the trenches now.
Yeah,
right?
basically.
And you just follow him around.
Yeah. And it's like we're used to you kind of like showing us stuff, not like being the stuff. Not to say you can make that transition, but it's going to be different, so your audience isn't going to be primed for it as much, you know?
That is true. I mean, I think most of the videos that like I've primed and recorded is more me showing other people talking about their experiences, talking about the war, stuff like that.
Yep.
Out of like all the content I recorded that focuses on me, there's only one video I think I have primed right now, which is when we got shelled by the Russian army in Mykolaiv. And I thought like, well, that's an easy sell, right? You, like getting shot at is pretty fucking, it's pretty simple to sell to people. Do you think I should focus more on? I mean, this feels. I hate to like focus like it's a war going on. There's like millions of people suffering, and that I like focus it on me. It feels a little ego driven, you know.
I mean, it depends on what you're doing right now is ego driven, right? You're not like taking videos for like a national archive. You're trying to like get people to watch stuff. Right?
That's true.
Everybody,
you have to have some ego if you're a content creator.
And there's nothing bad about that. Like, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like you're archiving film for like the Ukrainian, Museum of War. You're trying to, do a channel that people are bought in to watch. So yeah, I would say like finding like interesting stories or people, and then like doing longer content surrounding them that there's a buy-in for is probably really good. Or trying to like be more active and getting people more personally involved in what you're doing. Yeah,
I do think it would probably. I guess, I think maybe it would be better if I tried to work with more non-linear content, where I just kind of like walk through. Because I think a lot of my content is linear, and I think maybe it would be better if I told some of these stories in a non-linear manner, changed it up a bit.
Oh, thanks, Lex. Wait, say that one more time. Sorry. You said you want to do it non-linear?
Yeah, maybe more non-linear. Like, I think definitely when I'm telling somebody's story, doing it in a non-linear manner. Because I think a lot of times I just say, this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And I think I definitely did that with the footage on the front line in Zaporozhye. And so I think maybe like when it comes to the Anastasia story, like maybe trying to work to make it more non-linear, where we kind of like transition from talk to talk to talk, not in order, but kind of like she says one thing about her father liking boxing, and then we transition to the sports stadium that was destroyed that she showed us around in. As she talks about why she loves Kharkiv so much, I think stuff like that might be better.
Yeah, it can work, but like to do video after video after video like that's a hard thing, because like
very difficult.
Yeah, one thing that's probably really difficult, and it's actually probably even more difficult for you because you're on the ground, is in your mind, right? You're in Ukraine, watching people fighting, people that have died in an active war zone, and in your mind, there's not a question of like, how do I make this feel entertaining or important to people? Because it is. Like, what do you mean, right? But you have to look at it from the mind of somebody that's like, an American citizen is like, I don't give a fuck. What I mean, like, I guess I see shit on the news and blah, 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 but like, do I really care? Do people really care? Am I really going to watch a video on it? And for most people, the answer to that is just, no, they don't really. They're not that bought in that they want to watch like a whole fucking video on whatever. They just don't, So the buy-in for people is usually like compelling stories, right? Like finding a person that you can follow that has an interesting story and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess for me, it was like the Zaporozhye power plant video was interesting because I was drinking with people near this nuclear power plant that had so many stories. The IAEA was visiting at the time for like safety concerns, and they welcomed me into their home. They were like almost like forcing food down my mouth, like being extremely giving people, extremely kind people. And
everything sounds like an interesting kind of story for you to tell personally. But like, why would anybody care about anything you've just said? I don't know what the IAEA is. I don't like you.
I guess like the hook is like these people are living near what could become the like next Chernobyl, right? Because if like weapons are being stored in an active nuclear power plant as like bombs blow up like 300 meters away, and seeing the conditions of what people have to live under. I think that's interesting to me. I don't think it's interesting to necessarily everyone. I think it's going to be like inherently to me, it's going to be interesting also because I drank with these people and had a good time with these people, and they were like good people personally.
Yeah. Remember, personally interesting is way different than like, is this like marketable content that a lot of people are going to want to see, you know?
That's true.
But I would say that like, relying on Patreon is going to be really important too, because you're appealing to more of a niche, and you're trying to do longer form content as well. But it's definitely going to be something you'll probably have to develop a rhythm for too.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of it is just that. I think a lot of people say they want, and I got like a really like a positive reaction. Like everybody I talk to about this, like, this is the type of content we want. We do polls with the community, then they'll say this is the type of content they want. But I don't think people really a lot of times know what they want.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful, right? Like if I poll people, like, do you want an informative newscast about this event going on, or do you want me to do like a joke where like I streak down like a Ukrainian street while Russian artillery shells are shooting me? Like people might vote for like, well, the informative thing is probably what I should answer, but like they're gonna like there's gonna be 30x views on the video with the guy streaking across like Russian artillery, right? Unfortunately,
absolutely, because it reminds me of like you know how the first of the year everybody buys those like exercise machines and they like make like first. It feels kind of like that. Like they know that this is probably better for like what they would know and like developing like knowledge about the conflict, and they'll say that they want it, but they don't actually want it. What they want me to do is like debate Putin in a minefield or something.
Yeah,
which would be incredible.
Also it would be. Also, the stuff you're doing would also probably make for a better like documentary than like YouTube videos uploaded continuously as well. Like there might be a lot of buy-in for like, okay, I want to watch a 1.5 hour thing of what's going on, but like 20 minutes every day of like random stuff happening in Ukraine, where it feels random because like it feels relatively inconsequential on a day-to-day, probably won't feel as impactful unless you can find a way to be in areas where like really big news events are going on, or get ahead of that. Like if you could have been recording, for instance, like if you had, obviously this is a huge but like if you could have had like unique footage near like that bridge to Crimea going down, that would have been a really big video because that's like topical now and people care about that, you know?
Yeah, I guess for me, like, I thought it was a big video because it was the day of the IAEA visit, but then it took so much time to get this video processed and developed. It was like 2 months after we ended up recording it that it actually got released. And that has just been a rhythm with a lot of my Ukraine content. It's just extremely slow release times. I'm trying to fix that, but that has also been really difficult. Like the video production side is so different than just like cutting up a stream when it comes to like audio, video stabilization, getting music for the videos, stuff like that. It's like 10 times more difficult than just like debating some random tanky.
Yeah, for sure. remember always, like, if hopefully you're learning this as you're editing and filming, the worst and laziest saying in music and in video that you can ever say is like, we'll fix it in post. Try to make sure that your like original material is good enough that you don't have to do that much work after the fact, because holy fuck, it is so much better to have a clean original take than to try to clean up a whole bunch of shit in editing afterwards. That's a fucking nightmare. So yeah.
Fuck, it's impossible. I think it's impossible to have like just one big video, because the thing is, like, many of this footage we're taking is like over multiple days, because these trips take like 3 to 4 days as you're like going across the country. And you need like tons of
things
B-roll.
like keeping like audio levels stable between takes, using consistent microphones and settings, whatever, just stuff like that, so you don't have to spend as much time like editing dumb shit between videos or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Fuck, man. I'm happy how much positive reception Anna has gotten in your community. Your community has been extremely supportive. Helped her do like a lot of really good aid work, which I've been happy about.
Yeah,
like
we
the
just need to
ATV.
find, just like locating like other stories like that, I think would be really, really, really good.
That'd be good. I'm hoping that the video we do on her story and about her father and everything, I'm hoping that's getting a positive reception. Definitely, since she's already been received very, very well by people, I think that video should do well. Yeah. My goodness. Huh. So when am I going to see you in the trenches?
Dude, I would be like the first fucking plane that gets shot down, like over fucking Kiev or some stupid shit. I know it would fucking happen. Maybe someday, we'll see.
Absolutely.
It would be interesting to go though. Yeah, I've kind of thought about it. It's just, fuck, I really don't want to die to some weird fucking shit, dude. When I was in Sweden, every time I go to Sweden, I'm like, I'm gonna die to a fucking Islamic terror attack, and it's every single fucking conservative in the world that I've ever argued with is like, I fucking told you, the Muslims were there, they got you, bitch. I'm like, god damn it. Yeah.
I was really worried that I was somehow gonna like end up in like the one actual like Nazi division in Ukraine. I was just gonna join it. I was in like the SS Einsatzgruppen Führer, and like I only ended up meeting one Nazi in Ukraine, one actual Nazi. It was some right sector guy. He had this like prison tattoo on his neck. Fucking all right sector guys looked like they're like straight out of like the toughest prison in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And the dude fucking like, I didn't notice he was a Nazi until like after he gave me a fucking Snickers bar.
Nice.
And I was eating the Snickers bar. Oh, this is really nice of him. He just gave me a Snickers. He was so friendly. And then I looked down and I just see fucking like an SS symbol on his bag. I was like, oh.
Nice.
Oh, I got a Nazi Snickers bar.
For Lex donated, he said, I feel the pain. I recorded hundreds of conversations in Ukraine in Russian, and I've been struggling on how to put it all together into one video, and it's personally, psychologically painful to edit in. Yeah, I think that this is probably true of whatever Lex will put out, and I know it's true for Lauren. For like every hour you see of footage, there's like sometimes dozens or sometimes even hundreds of hours of footage that just never makes it, because trying to find the story and everything is so fucking difficult. It's so hard to do. Yeah.
The thing that's really difficult for me is like a lot of these people I am very, very close to now, and I would consider them very close friends, because I live with a lot of these people for months at a time under conditions that, I mean, just naturally makes you like get close to other human beings, either for like psychological reasons or just like basic safety. Like you have to depend on people to like make sure they can know how to apply a tourniquet, and they would drag you out of something if you got shot or hurt or stuff like that, and they rely the same thing on you. And it's really difficult when I go and I film something at somebody's home, and they like show me the destruction of their village, and I'm filming and I'm asking questions. We spend an hour together. And I'll get messages about like every week this person comes by the family home, and they're like, hey, did they ever release that interview? Did they ever release that? And I know that this is the only time they've ever got to speak to a reporter. They got to speak to an American reporter, and they feel like finally like somebody will hear their suffering. Somebody cares. And it's just like one clip amongst millions. And I almost feel like I'm kind of like failing these people in a way. And it really fucking sucks.
So it's really important to be clear. And like I've had people tell me this stuff, like sometimes there are people that are just, they're really busy for whatever reason, or you never know. Like people will say sometimes like, hey, there's no guarantee that this will air, or I'll let you know when it releases, but it might not, just because of how stuff works. But like, yeah, talking to people about that is probably important. That managing expectations thing.
I think it's also difficult because like there's a language barrier, and I'm trying to like explain these things, but it's fuck, I don't know. I guess, and I feel super fucking guilt trippy about it. Because I mean, it is true that this person will probably most likely never get to speak to another reporter about this again, because there's just a million different stories just like theirs, right?
Yeah.
And so it feels like they've put like a lot of hope in this like random American, and I don't know. I kind of like fell into the guilt trap.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. My goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the advice. I think maybe
the one thing in life, I always say this, learn this in music school. A lot of people don't know this, okay? There's a saying, and it's like good artists like innovate or something, and great artists copy. There are so many people that have spent so much time learning lessons about how to do content like this, literally find them and just steal their ideas. Like other people have already gone through all of this effort and trouble to figure out how to do shit like this, find them and just steal everything they've learned. That's like your greatest asset as a human being, is not learning from your own experience, but learning from other people's experience. Yeah, so talk to people that have done stuff and dig through their shit. Yeah, I can drag you and Lauren into a room if you want to, if you need that connect. I only bring her up so much because she's done so much content like this. Or find other people that have like filmed stuff, reach out to Vice. I don't know if any of them would talk to you, but like, yeah, you got talk to people that have already done it, and then you can figure out like what their method was for editing stuff, so that you don't have to relearn it and reinvent the wheel all on your own.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I'm sure I can find people. Maybe when I go back, I'm gonna like sit down with people. Maybe it would be useful to speak to like Ukrainian content creators, because I know there's Ukrainians who have been covering this war for 8 years, and I think they would probably be the ones that know the most knowledge about like how to specifically like get these types of interviews where you can spend time with these people and get like really good questions that they're just not gonna, that a lot of other news organizations aren't gonna ask, either because they don't have the time or they just don't care enough to ask them.
No.
I think that would be really useful. I'm trying very, very hard to learn Ukrainian, but I hate learning other languages. It is the worst experience in the world, actually.
Is it even like a language that is it like a, what do they call our language? Is it a Latin language? Is it like English or German or any of that? Or is it like way on other shit?
It uses a totally different alphabet. So that I can't even begin. I'm not even trying to learn to read it. I just want to learn to just say like the basic things. Like, Dobre day, jak ty? Normalo. Just like the most basic of like communication I'm trying to learn, so I can I just want to be able to at least hear it and understand it. And speak it on a basic level. It's very difficult to me. I can't learn languages. I tried it in middle school and high school. I just can't do it.
Gotcha. Well, good luck.
My goodness. Thank you very much. You have a good one, Destiny, okay?
Yeah, good luck, buddy. Be careful.
Awesome. And if anybody wants to watch that new video, it's on Dylan Burns TV, okay? Ukraine's next Chernobyl. Everybody have a good one. Okay, see you later.
Have fun. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I can finally build. What is heavy grider? Oh, I don't know what this material. I just want to build a spider truck. Oh, I can bake this. Oh, thank God. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I need to watch. I need to watch one Ben Shapiro video today. We want to watch this art AI thing today. I kind of want to watch Sneako's video today.
Do white lives matter?
Damn, Obama going off. Should we do a little bit of politics?
Some of you here
Wait, hold on, actually. I think Lav wanted to chat real quick about something.
are on Social Security. Some of your parents are on Social Security. Some of your grandparents are on Social Security. You know why they have Social Security? Because they worked for it. They worked hard jobs for it. They have chapped hands for it. They had long hours and sore backs and bad knees to get that Social Security. And if Ron Johnson does not understand that, if he understands giving tax breaks for private planes more than he understands making sure that seniors who've worked all their lives are able to retire with dignity and respect, he's not the person who's thinking about you and knows you and sees you, and he should not be your senator from Wisconsin. I mean, the message he's sending is pretty clear. If you're related to him, if you donate to his campaign, you get a deal. If you're not, you're out of luck and you're on your own. This
is pandering argument for Social Security. That completely ignores reality. I think this Democrats are coming to climate change now. Wait, what? Aren't some Republicans still talking about privatizing Social Security? Like says, do a Ben Shapiro video, please. I'm interviewing him soon. Okay. Well, now you like put me on the spot. Damn. Is he bluffing? Wait, this is an older video. What's like something recent or topical? Ben Shapiro reacts to instant. Oh, even Ben Shapiro is doing react content. Do you think Obama would have won a third term if possible? Who knows? Did you see Kanye's most recent interview apology? Yes! Oh no! I know what it's like to have a knee on my neck now that Adidas has canceled my $1 billion deal. Jesus. There's got to be somebody writing like the worst shit that he can say.
Joe Biden.
It's like the Breaking Bad meme with like Walter White in the chemistry set, like Ye trying to think of the absolute worst possible thing that he can say, constructing the worst statement in a laboratory. Is he bluffing? What is this?
Is now saying true things about the Joe Biden is now saying true things about the risk of nuclear war with Russia. The problem is he has no strategy to deal with it. And when he says these true things publicly, all he does is increase the incentive for Vladimir Putin to threaten the use of nuclear weapons. See, here's the thing.
Okay, hold on. Didn't Putin put nuclear weapons into the air first, or the idea of them into the air first? It's not like Biden is like provoking him, no?
About being president. It's a different job than what I do for a living. What I do for a living is I explain to people how politics works. I try to give a bird's eye view of what is going on a daily basis from a conservative perspective. What Joe Biden does is governance, and governance requires that you actually have an eye on policy. You have an eye on what exactly you are going to do. It requires you to, on domestic policy, negotiate sometimes where people like me are speaking to principle. And on foreign policy, it requires you to actually strategically think about the words that are coming out of your face hole. When you are Joe Biden, however, you apparently don't think about this. And this is why it's a real problem what he said to a bunch of donors, even though I agree with much of what he said to the donors. There are certain things you don't say out loud in public if you're the president of the United States, because you are skewing the incentive structure for your enemies. And this is a perfect example of that. So here's what Joe Biden said, according to the Associated Press. He said on Thursday that the risk of nuclear Armageddon is at the highest level since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, as Russian officials speak of the possibility of using tactical nuclear weapons after suffering massive setbacks in the 8-month invasion of Ukraine. Speaking at a fundraiser for the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, Biden said that Putin was, quote, a guy I know fairly well, and that the Russian leader was not joking when he talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons or biological or chemical weapons. He added, quote, we have not faced the prospect of Armageddon since Kennedy and the Cuban Missile Crisis. He suggested the threat from Putin is real because his military is, you might say, significantly underperforming. Now, you've heard me say the same thing. I actually agree with every word of that. The thing is, I'm not the president of the United States who's currently pursuing an extraordinarily strenuous war with the Russians, including the use of American material and funding. Here's the problem. If you're the president of the United States and you are pursuing a strategy that basically says Ukraine wins, Russia loses, this means one of two things has to happen. One, you think that Vladimir Putin is bluffing. You think that when he's talking about the use of biological, nuclear, chemical weapons, that he's lying, that that isn't true. And the reason that that isn't true is because he's so fearful of the United States' response or NATO's response that he's just not going to do it. And so we are going to call his bluff, and we are going to essentially do the militaristic thing.
No! This is a point that I want more people to engage on. I don't understand this idea that... Okay, one of the reasons why NATO exists is that there's this concept, I guess we don't talk about it much anymore. Where are my Metal Gear Solid 2 boys at? There's this concept of nuclear proliferation, okay? The more actors around the world that have nuclear weapons, the increased likelihood of some nuclear conflict happening. And nuclear conflict is like the last conflict, arguably. That's like the conflict that pushes us to the edge of human extinction, or at least causes a massive amount of damage across the world. So nuclear proliferation, or multiple countries having nuclear weapons, something we try to reduce the amount of. So things like NATO exist, okay? You know, instead of all of my friends having nukes, I can say, okay, listen, I'll protect all of you guys, but I have nukes, okay? That's chill, okay? So now we have less people need nukes, fewer players have nukes, and those people are kind of in control of, like, if people get nuked or not, which is generally good, generally a good thing. This is something I debated that libertarian guy about. The rules of the world cannot be that if you have nukes, you can conquer like other people. You can't do that. That can't be the case, that if you are a nuclear power, you just get to steal land from other countries that don't have nukes. Because then it feels like the only alternative from there is every single non-aligned country needs to join some military alliance, or every single non-aligned country needs to start getting nuclear weapons of their own. It's like the only thing that you can do. Do you want the list of countries with nukes? Just asking. I don't even know. It's like the U.S., UK, France, Germany, Russia, Turkey, Israel, I think, India, and Pakistan. No Germany? Not Germany. Am I missing somebody? Maybe Germany doesn't. Oh, North Korea. China, North Korea. North Korea, China. Okay. Did you say Iran? I don't think Iran does yet, although they're on their way to it. Same rules for America? Yes, same rules for America. America doesn't conquer territory and take land from other countries. We don't do that. If you want to say, what about Iraq and Afghanistan? We didn't do that in Iraq and Afghanistan. We didn't take away countries. We didn't take territory from these countries and establish them as independent states or conquer them for America. We didn't do that. So this idea of like acquiescing to Russia and saying like, okay, well, since you guys have nukes, you can conquer whatever you want. That just can't be the rules of the world. There has to be pushback against that. There has to be strict pushback against that. You have to feel like if you're going to go to war and threaten nuclear warfare, that you're going to be annihilated. Like mutually assured destruction can't just work at the point of when we start nuking each other. It has to be a deterrence, right? And I don't think that having nuclear weapons and using those nuclear weapons to infinitely invade other countries that just can't be the rules of the world. That's not functional. Like it's dysfunctional, one might say.
We are going to call his bluff, and we are going to essentially do the militaristic thing, right? And we're just going to continue along our merry way, funding the Ukrainians in this war, even if they are pushing into the Donbass region, even if they are not pushing into Crimea, even if they've already pushed beyond.
That's still their territory, though. It's their territory. What do you mean? Like, they have every right to take it back. It's theirs. It can't be the argument that Russia has nukes, therefore they get to take all of your shit, and you have to stand by and watch it. And then we're going to sit there and wag our fingers at Ukraine saying, no, 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 like, lay down and take it. That can't be the case. It can't be that way.
Beyond the borders of this war from when the war first began, right? If they're
beyond the borders of the war began in 2014, not in 2022. The war began in 2014. From 91 to 2014, Ukraine was a sovereign state with recognized borders. Okay, Russia might have had a base in Sevastopol, but it was still Crimea was belonging to the country, to the sovereign nation state of Ukraine.
They're pushing back on the 2014 territorial gains made by the Russians.
Thank you.
And so that is possibility number one, is you think Putin's bluffing. But Biden just took that off the table, right? He says he doesn't think that Putin is bluffing, which means that you better damn well have a strategic deterrent available in order to dissuade Vladimir Putin from using nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. And this is the part that Biden doesn't actually talk about. He doesn't actually say what it is that we will do to deter Vladimir Putin from using his nuclear weapons. Because we obviously take the threat seriously. So that means that we must have some sort of response that is...
Well, that's the problem, Ben. That's the issue with nuclear weapons. What... No one knows. I don't even know what the deterrence is. Here's a question. If Russia were to begin to... I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this. If Russia were to begin deploying tactical nuclear weapons in parts of Ukraine, what do we do from that point? I don't know if anybody knows the answer, right? Do we deploy our own tactical nuclear weapons? Whew, nukes versus nukes. That sounds pretty freaking scary. Or, do we start deploying military forces against Russia? So now, if they've already shown that they have the proclivity for limited nuclear warfare in smaller scales, and we start going to war with Russia and we start sending in troops, is that something? Like, that's a really spooky world. I think that the United States is already applying as much pressure as they reasonably can to Russia. I don't know what else we can do. We've sanctioned the fuck out of them. We brought countries together to remove them from SWIFT, parts of it. We obviously are funneling a ton of money into Ukraine. We've got other allies to funnel money into Ukraine. Like, I don't know what else he's expecting. Biden's current stance is to reply to tactical nukes with conventional destruction of Russia's Black Sea fleet. Do we actually think that Russia has maintained their nukes? Who knows? That's a good question.
Dissuading Vladimir Putin from using his nuclear weapons, and Biden apparently said nothing about that, which means that, effectively speaking, Putin now knows Biden's mind, and he knows that he's got Biden over a barrel. Because if Biden has no strategic response to the possibility of use of nuclear weapons, then that means that there's going to have to be an off-ramp. And it means that...
Hold on. Somebody said a complete embargo and sanctioning countries that trade with them and start sending special forces. So this is the...
Putin actually has the whip hand.
This is the spooky thing about Russia, okay? And it's one of the reasons why, well, there's a couple reasons why the SWIFT stuff was scary. One is because weaponizing global financial systems makes everybody uncomfortable, for a good reason. But two, another problem is that, like, you can only do... in some ways, I view Russia like I view my son, okay? I don't know if there are any parents in the audience, but, like, here is an issue. When you ground your child for a month, you can't really do anything more to them. Because when they're like 11 years old, they don't have a concept of time. A month is infinity, right? So if you've got a child, they fuck up at school, and it's like, you're grounded for 1 month. Okay, well, what are you going to do now when the kid misbehaves? You're fucked. Like, well, now it's 2 months. Like, they don't know. It's already an unlimited amount of time. You've ran out of options. You backed them into a wall. Now the kid's not going to give a fuck because fuck it. I've lost my computer forever. I've lost my rights and privileges forever. Well, I'm just going to act out all the time. You can't do shit to me unless you want to start like beating the shit out of something, right? Like, you're fucked at that point. And that's the scary thing about Russia is that if we sanction, if we tariff, if we batter them until Russia's cut off from the entire Western world, and now Russia's like, you know what? We're okay. We've got our little Eurasian kind of thing going on. We're working a lot with China. Like, everything is, we're doing okay. Well, now you're in a very strange world because now you can't do anything else to Russia except for like conventional or non-conventional like warfare. All of your soft power has been deployed. Now the only thing left is hard power. And I think that that's a scary world to be in. Obviously, because now you've run out of options except for like hard military ones. That's a big reason we slowed sanctions and refused to use 100% of our economic power. The normal phrase is try and give them an off-ramp. Yeah, of course, yeah. Because you don't want them to feel like, hey, we have we've completely cut you off from the rest of the world, but you're surviving, so now what? And now you're like, now you're fucked. Now it's over, You're like, yeah, okay, well, what next? Yeah.
In seeking the off-ramp. See, if you're seeking a credible off-ramp here, what you'd really want to do is say to Russia, listen, we don't fear you. Your best opportunity to get something out of...
But we do fear them. That's the problem. Everybody fears them. You can't just lie. That's a bluff. Yeah, you think we're scared of you? Ha! Nuke Ukraine. See what happens, motherfucker. Like, no. Obviously, we do have some fear of Russian nuclear capabilities. Everybody rightfully does, right? I think we feel probably the same way about all nuclear powers.
This deal is to take the off-ramp. But if what you're saying to Vladimir Putin is, we do fear you, we fear you're going to use nuclear weapons, and we have no good strategic response to dissuade you from doing so, who then has the upper hand? Vladimir Putin has the upper hand in those negotiations.
Well, only if he's suicidal, though, right? It's like trying to negotiate with a suicide bomber. Like, are you going to tell this guy that you're afraid of the vest he's got on? Like, wow, good job. You've just given all the power now to the guy with the trigger. It's like, well, what the fuck? Like, bro.
By the way, the evidence that Vladimir Putin has the upper hand in the negotiations actually comes courtesy of the North Koreans. Okay, there's a reason why North Korea is suddenly increasing its missile tests. And you may not have noticed it because there's so much going on in the news. But according to The Guardian, millions of residents of northern Japan will have felt a sense of deja vu on Tuesday morning when they were alerted to a North Korean missile flying overhead. 5 years earlier, they had twice been shaken from their slumber by Japanese government warnings to seek shelter after missile launches by Pyongyang. The intermediate range missile involved in this week's test was far from buzzing the rooftops of Hokkaido farmhouses. It flew at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers as it made its way to the Pacific Ocean, where it splashed down without incident, about 3,000 kilometers east of Japan. But it caused a lot of anxiety among residents. North Korea has been ramping up dramatically its use of missile technology, trying to freak the West out, because this is what North Korea does. Basically, North Korea constantly participates in nuclear rent-seeking. They threaten the use of nuclear weapons. They threaten the use of missiles. And then they hope that somebody hands them money. They basically engage in blackmail against the West. And they tend to ramp that up when they believe that the West is fearful, when they believe that the West is vulnerable.
But, like, if we allow... So here's, like, the question. I'm legitimately curious what the answer would be. And it sucks because people like this never engage anybody that disagrees with them. Because I want to see them flesh this out more. He used a really good phrase there. North Korea engages in nuclear rent-seeking. If we allow Russia to conquer some territory because they have nuclear weapons, and we allow Ukraine to become conquered because they don't have nuclear weapons, aren't you enabling the exact type of international geopolitical environment where nuclear rent-seeking is not only possible but preferable? Isn't that the message you're saying? You're essentially saying to North Korea, yeah, if you have nukes, you're going to be protected from invasion, and if you have nukes, you can maybe do a little bit of invading yourself. Isn't that essentially what you're saying? Because I feel like that's the type of environment you create when you concede territory to people that are bullying others with nukes who don't have nukes. That's what it feels like.
And this happens to be that particular time. According to the UK Guardian, in strategic terms, Pyongyang's more assertive behavior is a consequence of global political instability that has given it an opportunity to provoke its neighbors without fear of inviting another round of sanctions. The war in Ukraine has not only become a distraction for Joe Biden, it has opened the door to closer ties between Pyongyang and Moscow, while recent Chinese military activity in the Taiwan Strait has enabled the North to exploit rising tensions between Washington and Beijing. North Korea is a case in point, like a perfect case in point of, if you get one nuke, you can remain in power literally forever. That's how strong the nuclear deterrent is. And so the North Koreans are currently looking at how the West is treating Vladimir Putin, taking his threats incredibly seriously, as they should, but without any real sort of strategic attempt at deterrence.
What? Okay, how much longer do we have? Okay, 6 minutes. What else can the United States do? What? I'm so curious, Ben. What else are we supposed to do? I want to know. I hope he answers. I'm so curious.
And they're thinking, we can do whatever we want. We can now blackmail the West in the same way that Vladimir Putin is blackmailing the West. According to The Guardian, the heady days of unity on display in 2017, when the UN Security Council, including Russia and China, imposed heavy sanctions on the North, are over. Disunity means more serious provocations lie on the horizon as the North continues to exploit Ukraine, Taiwan, and a hamstrung Security Council to push its status as a legitimate nuclear state. So again, the evidence that people do not fear the United States and do not fear the West if they have a nuclear weapon, which is why Iran is desperately seeking a nuclear weapon right now. A nuke means that you can now hold the West hostage. It's because of language like the language that Joe Biden is using. When he says that we are very close to nuclear Armageddon, and then he is not making clear what he would do if a tactical nuclear weapon were used in Ukraine to dissuade.
So I think he said, the quote that I remember, was this by Biden or was this by somebody in the EU? Didn't they say that if Russia uses a tactical nuclear weapon, that we will... their armies will be annihilated? I feel like that was a direct quote from, I don't know if it was Biden or from somebody in the EU. I don't know what else. I don't know what else you can do. It was some retired general. Like, I don't know. But I mean, like, I don't know. With conventional arms, though, I think. Well, what? Well, I mean, yeah. What are you?
Vladimir Putin from doing that.
Secretary
like
of
a credible deterrent relies on the naked display of possibility of power. That is what happens here. And the great lie of the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis is that it ended because JFK was strong. The truth is it ended because JFK made a bunch of concessions about use of American missiles and the American missile shield in places like Turkey. There's an actual trade of Jupiter missiles in Turkey for the missiles that were being put in Cuba. Okay, but the bottom line here is this. Biden has now limited his options because he said this stuff publicly. According to the Associated Press, U.S. officials for months have warned of the prospect that Russia could use weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine as it has faced a series of strategic setbacks on the battlefield, though Biden's remarks marked the starkest warnings yet issued by the U.S. government about the nuclear stakes. It was not immediately clear whether Biden was referring to any new assessment of Russian intentions. As recently as this week, U.S. officials said they have seen no change to Russia's nuclear forces that would require a change in the alert posture of U.S. nuclear forces. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said on Tuesday, quote, "We have not seen any reason to adjust our own strategic nuclear posture, nor do we have indication that Russia is preparing to imminently use nuclear weapons." So, again, Joe Biden is saying what his administration is not, right? His administration is saying, we're not seeing any sea change here. We think that it's quite possible that a bluff is happening. But meanwhile, you have Joe Biden out there saying it's not a bluff. Biden challenged the Russian nuclear doctrine, warning that the use of lower-yield tactical weapons could quickly spiral out of control into global destruction. He said, "I don't think there's any such thing as the ability to easily use a tactical nuclear weapon and not end up with Armageddon." He added he was still trying to figure out an off-ramp for Putin in Ukraine. He says, where does he find a way out? Where does he find himself in a position that does not only lose face, but lose significant power within Russia? And again, the question really is one for the United States to pose. Like, what off-ramp are you offering to Vladimir Putin if you're doing this? What you really need to do is offer both a carrot and a stick. So if
well, I mean, like, what is the off ramp for Russia? They have to give back Crimea and the Donbass, and then like sanctions and shit will be lifted. Like that's the only reasonable off ramp, right? There can't be an off ramp that involves them holding on to Ukrainian territory. Can there be? That seems absurd.
If you are going to take the Russian threat seriously, then you have to say on the one hand what David Petraeus said, right? The former commander of CENTCOM. You're going to have to say to Vladimir Putin, if you use a tactical nuclear weapon, we are going to sink every ship in the Baltic. We are going to take out all strategic Russian forces in the Ukrainian region, all of them, and we will use NATO forces to do that. So you better not use a tactical nuclear weapon, or you're going to end up on the wrong side of the stick. And simultaneously, we are offering you this carrot. Here's an off-ramp. You get to keep certain parts of the Donbass region, you get to keep Crimea, and that's the off-ramp.
Why would the off-ramp be returning to the post-war? I hate that off-ramp. I hate that suggestion so much. I hate it. It's so gross. I don't see how people don't see that as being so disgusting.
You need a carrot, I need a stick. The problem is that Joe Biden is not making clear exactly what the carrot is or what the stick is. All that he's making clear is that he takes Vladimir Putin incredibly seriously, which means that Vladimir Putin now has the miscalculation of thinking that he has Biden over a barrel because of his threats to use nuclear weapons. And meanwhile, the Biden administration is being excessively unclear about what it actually means, what are its limits in Ukraine. So if you really fear nuclear war, then are you really willing to arm the Ukrainians with significant forward weaponry? Like, how far are you willing to go? Again, you could be willing to do both, but you have to make that clear. You can say to the Russians, listen, your best off-ramp is now. And your best off-ramp is now because we are about to give significant offensive weaponry to the Ukrainians so they can be on the move in places like Crimea and the Donbass region. And all the rest of what I just said, right? If you use nuclear weapons, we're going to take out pretty much all your forces in Ukraine. We have air superiority. And by the way, here's an off-ramp. But he's not doing any of these things. Like the complete miasmatic approach to policy here, the lack of clarity with regard to policy. And then, if you're going to be completely miasmatic, then I have to assume from the outside that maybe there are negotiations going on behind the scenes. But when you go out and you say this stuff publicly in front of Democratic donors, what you're doing is you are skewing the. This happens all the time. Okay, you want to know how we got war in Ukraine? It was through strategic ambiguity, in which the president of the United States made very unclear what the United States would do in case of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin called what he thought was the West bluff, and it turns out the West was not bluffing, at least economically speaking, and in terms of material aid.
I don't know anything about what he's saying. I have no idea. I have no idea what he's saying. I have no idea. I don't understand at all. I have no understanding. I'm completely lost. I have no understanding what he's saying. Let me rewind. I don't understand any of what he's just said.
And then, if you're going to be completely miasmatic, then I have to assume from the outside.
It's like when your cookie is too big for your glass of milk and you try to dunk it and it doesn't fit and you blame Obama for it. Like, how is the United States? Like, are we blaming Biden or United States strategic ambiguity for Russian invasion of Crimea? How?
That maybe there are negotiations going on behind the scenes. But when you go out and you say this stuff publicly in front of Democratic donors, what you're doing is you are skewing the. This happens all the time. Okay, you want to know how we got war in Ukraine? It was through strategic ambiguity, in which the president of the United States made very unclear what the United States would do in case of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin called what he thought was the West bluff, and it turns out the West was not bluffing, at least economically speaking, and in terms of material aid to Ukraine. And this is frequently how wars get started. I've made this point over and over and over before. When you're talking about the original Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, there's a lot of suggestion that there was an American diplomat named April Gillespie who, in negotiations with the Iraqis, basically said, listen, if you guys go into Kuwait, it's going to be hands-off. Now, she denies that's the case. There's a lot of questions about what she actually said.
I don't know the particulars of this, so I can't push back if he's right or wrong.
Didn't say, but clearly Iraq thought that they weren't going to get the response from the West that they got when they went into Kuwait. When World War I broke out, pretty much everybody thought that that was going to be an incredibly short war with small territorial gains made, and then everybody goes back to status quo ante. That's not what happened. Miscalculation is very often what leads to war. Alrighty, folks, we've reached the end of today's show. However, if you are a subscriber, there's much, much more coming up, including
Okay. There you go, Lex. Ask him what he... You have a personal buy-in to this if you're still listening. You should ask him, like, would you really tell Ukrainians that, like, hey, listen, I know that in 91, everybody in the world, Russia included, agreed with your borders are, but Russia was really mad that you kicked out, their dude, Yanukovych. So they're just going to keep parts of your country, and you kind of have to be okay with that forever, and the rest of the world's going to sit by and enforce that? That's just insane to me. That's insanity to me. I don't get that at all.
Red hat. The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Why did he said it anyway? Oh my God. Okay. Spoiler alert. He says it anyways. Okay. My very first Spider-Tron. Are these things are still good, right? Do I need to give this power? Does it have power, or? Need fission? Oh, need fusion reactor and exoskeleton. I know what a fusion reactor is. You mean this, this portable reactor thing here? It's powered by the RTGs you make it with. Oh, shit. Okay, so I can just start loading lasers into it, right? Give it a roboport too? Does it really need lots of rockets? You want shields or personal lasers inside it? Then you need to power it. Okay, finally. Portable RTG is like very low passive power. Don't use that. Yeah, that's what I don't know if it's my there's a mod called Spider Sex. It lets you make more Spider-Trons by making them have sex. Is that true? Okay, spider. Wait, where did it go? Okay. Should we do this? I think I'm going on her show sometime soonish. She's trying to do like a panel now though, but we'll see. What is this?
Monstre! Je vais sacrifier mon deuxième monstre pour invoquer le seul et l'unique, le dragon blanc aux yeux bleus!
Masaka Tsurusan! Malheureusement, tu as oublié que les épées de révélation de la lumière sont sur le
monstre! Je vais sacrifier mon deuxième monstre!
You guys are gonna be able to see that with your meta glasses soon. Buy them now and buy the stock. Please, God. See you later, Lex. Have fun, buddy. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey. So, I was going to translate the French for you since you can't understand.
Wait, I know I've asked you this like 20 times. Do you speak French? I keep forgetting.
Yes, I absolutely speak French. It's my first language.
Damn. That's wild.
I know, right? It's almost like people in other countries are like naturally learning different languages.
True. Well, what's up? Come here to bitch about more of my content or complain about something else, or yeah.
No. I mean, it's been happy days. I sleep so much better now that I know that Mr. Girl's sleeping so much better from not being on your Discord. So I think things are much better nowadays, man.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to come ask you in regards to the Kanye West Lex Friedman conversation. How did you feel watching that thing unfold? Did you feel like Kanye West came out looking more unhinged or more incoherent, or do you feel like his views got fleshed out at all in regards to anti-Semitism?
I think he's pretty unhinged.
Okay. Can I ask you which part of what he says is super unhinged?
All of it.
Before we just go on to like he's crazy rant.
I think the issue we have is it's ironic because it's the same issue that like conservatives have with black people. Where I'll use black people since you can understand it better, you know, KKK example, you know. Yeah, my energy client.
Thank you.
But no, like the issues that conservatives have when they talk about a people is they'll usually talk about a thing they're doing bad, and then they just like stop there. They don't ever like ask why. You know, like, oh well, black people commit more crime, blah blah. It's okay, well, sure, yeah, that's true, but like, why are we gonna ask that? And it feels like Kanye does the same thing, where he'll say like, oh, it's Jews here, Jews there, and Jews everywhere, and it's like, okay, well, anything else you're gonna say? It's like, no, you know, they're fucking me over. It's like, okay, well, that's pretty shitty.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much what I said, Dan, in regards to that conversation. Like, I think one could acknowledge it's not a cabal, but also acknowledge that there is an overrepresentation of Jews. But it feels like you can't even say that portion.
True, that is true, yeah.
Is it unacceptable to say that? Like, is that a crazy thing to say? Well, this is
my issue. Yeah, this is always kind of like my issue with progressives is that, like, when you start making certain things illegal to say and you can't say them, everybody's going to look at it a little bit weird. And then we can't have a conversation about it, you know? But progressives do this with a lot of things where it's like they'll say that, like, you know, like, do you know, like, 1350? Has anybody said that to you?
1350. Wait, I think I've heard you make that joke when you were wishing death on somebody.
Okay. No. I didn't do that, but nice try. No, but 1350 is like, despite being 13% of the population, black people commit like 50% of violent crime or something, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what crazy shit I don't know what you're on.
Just wiping my brow right now. That almost got really spicy for no reason.
Yeah. But you're thinking of the 41% thing, which is about trans suicide, which is also another joke.
Hey, listen, all I know is every time you utter statistics, that's wishing death on somebody. That's just how it works.
Sure. But, like, listen to the joke you just made, right? Like, there's a lot of people that kind of believe that now, and that's a problem. We have to be able to have, like, difficult conversations about...
Believe what, exactly?
That you can't even talk about a stat without it being problematic. And that's not good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's bad.
Absolutely.
And now you're seeing people like Kanye West, who's probably a lot a bit crazy... and a little bit right, where he's like, why is it when I talk about this shit, you know, everybody's trying to cancel me, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, you know, that's a good point, you know? There are a lot of Jewish people that do media. There are a lot of Jewish people that do entertainment and music stuff. We should be able to have those conversations, because when you don't, now you're making it sound like it's not just Jewish people there. There's like a Jewish plot. And that's scary.
But do you remember the question you asked me? You said, what is wild is that he's like, how is he taking up with Candace Owens? And then you mentioned this fact about statistics, and that's exactly how.
Oh, no. To be clear, when I asked you that, it wasn't like, how can he even listen to her? I was just curious what the connection was. Like, how the fuck did they mean? But no, I totally understand why he'd listen to her. Because she's probably the first one forever that in his mind, it's like Sneeko. Candace is speaking facts. I've talked to these progressives forever. They tell me nothing's wrong with Jews. They tell me nothing's going on, blah, blah, blah. And then I talked to Candace. She's like, well, let me tell you some shit. And now she's talking all these facts that align with all of his lived experiences. And it seems like she's probably right about everything, right? Yeah, of course. I totally understand,
It's really unfortunate because I think the left has the correct positions, but the way that they go about it really turns people off so much that they rather listen to the other side. I have a friend in my group chat, and it's so crazy. He, do you know what, is it consonance? You know what consonance is?
Sounds like a religious name, but go ahead.
No, you know when somebody can't hold their shit in anymore, or hold their piss in because of like kidney issues or whatever. All of a sudden they just start.
Oh, it's whether you have. I think it's continence. I think it is. Yeah, because if you're incontinent, that means you can't do it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I said the word wrong, but yeah, appreciate that. So he was. Oh my god, he was at like Pharma Plus or like this is like Shoppers Drug Mart or whatever you guys have. Okay, and he sees pads for men, and he takes a picture and he puts in the group chat and he starts losing his mind. He's like, look how they're fucking trying to feminize men. Now they're trying to say that men, this whole trans agenda, they're trying to get men to wear like Tampa. And I'm looking at the thing and I'm thinking of reasons why there would be pads for men. I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure there's some old people who might need some shit like this, or people with medical. So I look it up and it turns out to be the case.
Yeah.
And so this guy's having a completely like nutty reaction to something that isn't real. Okay. And the first reaction to a lot of people in the group chat is like, "Yo, you're crazy. This is nonsensical." And then I just asked him, like, "I'm like, what? Why are you so peeved? Like, what makes you so reactive? Like, did you see something recently?" And he's just like, "I've just had enough." I'm like, "Had enough of what?" He's like, "I'm just tired of these people. I just hear about it all the time. They're trying to invade the schools." And I realized, like, and then he later on confesses, like, he's not like able to talk about this online or whatever. And I realized that for a lot of these people, they feel like they have valid. They feel like they have valid concerns, but they don't have any avenues to openly discuss them or talk about them without being absolutely shellacked with judgment. And to be fair, there are some valid concerns in regards to maybe some aspects of education or things like that, or at least there should be forums for discussion there. But they feel like they can't do that without being labeled.
Yeah, like it's like drugs to change a person's gender. That's a scary big thing. Like, or to change a person's sex and biology. That's a scary thing. And when you're talking about children that are historically known to be fucking stupid, it's reasonable that people would be highly skeptical about that position. That's a reasonable thing. So like, you need to be ready to have that conversation probably a lot if you want to persuade people that it's an okay thing to do. Like, I don't think that people, here's my guess, I don't think that the majority of Republicans, maybe even the majority of Americans, probably aren't even fully bought into things like ADHD drugs. If you can't get a child to take Ritalin without a parent freaking out, do you think they're ready for their child to get on fucking estrogen? Like, that's a reasonable conversation to have with parents, and it's reasonable to expect you're going to have to be able to address those things.
Yeah, and as I'm having these conversations with people about these topics, I start to wonder. So this is like something I'm having a hard time navigating. So you brought up the whole idea of ADHD and drugs for kids and stuff like that. And sometimes you'll talk to people who have these views that are rather extreme, or they lean much more conservative. And one of them brought up something. And I'm not going to lie, when they brought it up, I didn't know if it was true. But if what they said was true, it sounds crazy. They brought up the idea of like, apparently in some states, they said like doctors can offer kids hormones without the parents know how. Now, when I first heard that, I said, that sounds unhinged. But I couldn't counter it because I didn't know if what he's saying was true or not, if he just heard some dumb talking point from somewhere. But if what he's saying is true, that is absolutely a valid concern. Do you agree or disagree? And also, can you tell me, is that true or not?
So I think it is true. And I think that for some, the problem is for some cases, I super understand. And all of us do. Well, non-conservatives. For instance, if there is a 17-year-old and they want an abortion and their parents are like religiously opposed to it, I can understand the need there for that child, you know, being able to get it without a parental approval. But this is something, and I just can't communicate this. I hate it. I very rarely say this, but I'll say this, it's very cringy. But as a parent, the idea that my child can go and get a medical procedure done without me ever fucking knowing about it, that is a terrifying concept. Personally, I would never want it to happen. I can understand from a government policy point of view, sure, but like, that's my fucking kid. And so when people talk to other parents, I can understand why that one dude, the Nick Rikita guy, had that huge blow up about like kids doing this without parental consent. Because bro, those are your fucking children that you are tasked with providing for, protecting, guiding, and you're talking about them being able to go to a doctor and get like sex changes without you knowing about it. I totally understand the insane reaction that a person could have to hearing something like that. Absolutely. Like, could you imagine that you find out that your child is like talking in like the Catboy Ranch Keffel server, like, and they've got people selling him like illegal fucking estrogen pills that he's getting online? Like, that's a rough one. Like, that's, you need to have conversations about that because parents are rightfully going to be like really fucking skeeved, you know?
Yeah, so this is where the issue lies, right? Because I feel like I'm on the right side of the issue in regards to, like, you know, if they turn 18, they want to make their own decisions, that's fine. In regards to transness, you know, whether it's the pronouns or whatever, that's fine. And then they bring up that example, and it's so unhinged. And I know it's a losing point. Like, there's no way you could reasonably get most rationally thinking adults to buy into that point. And if they harp on that long enough, I think that's why it becomes a big talking point in terms of like media debate, even though I don't know how common it is. If they expand on that point, it's hard for them not to win, because you have to imagine kids are like what makes people the most reactive. For sure. Whether we like it or not, whether you think it's sensible or not, it doesn't matter.
And they should. If they're our children, it should. That's what we live for. Yeah.
Exactly. People have a irrational because of the fact that they're so
it's not even irrational. It's totally fair. I get it. Yeah.
Sorry. What I mean is, how would I say this? so reactive.
Yeah,
okay,
it's going to be.
And it's not always justified how reactive it is, but we understand because it's your child, you're going to be hyper vigilant. Okay, even if it's not always warranted, that's just kind of how parents are.
Yeah, you got to be ready for it.
Like what is your that is a winning point. If you go into a debate against somebody and they cannot concede that you giving hormones to a child without the parents' consent is unacceptable, you sound unhinged to everyone else. You get what I'm trying to say?
Or it doesn't have to be unacceptable, but like you need to get ready to have a big argument about that, because that's not going to be a freebie. You like that's going to be a challenging conversation. Yeah.
Oh, it's an uphill battle.
Yes.
And you're working, like 10 miles back, and this person's got water, hydrated, everything. Because to get people to buy into that, I honestly think it's impossible. I don't even think there's a world where that's possible. I don't see a world where you could logically convince majority of parents or people who want to become parents that is an acceptable thing. But people are trying to make that case. And so that's why I have a hard time sometimes when I go into these kinds of debates, because this is such a hot button topic. I feel like I lose every time because I'm like, how do I even counter that? Like that is crazy. So how do you deal with conversations in regards to transness when someone brings up stuff like that and you know that liberals really are asking themselves on some of these points?
This is the reality, okay? The reality is, it's funny because somebody actually emailed me yesterday. They tried to say, like, isn't this a bad argument that you use all the time? And this is a bad argument. One argument that I give is that, like, a medical conversation should only be between me, my doctor, and my child. I don't think the government should intervene in that conversation. And I'll usually use that against conservatives to try to, like, say that, like, this is why we shouldn't make these treatments illegal. We should be allowed to decide these things, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a rhetorical argument I use that's effective. But it's not really a good argument because, really, the government should be involved in intervening sometimes. So, for instance, like, let's say that you've got a 16-year-old child and they're sick, but you're like, is it Jehovah's Witnesses don't allow for blood transfusions or something? If you're part of a religious sect that is like outlawing like certain medical treatments, then there probably should be some government intervention. That's like, if your kid wants to get like medical help at 15, 16, and your parents' religions are opposed to it, they should probably have the right to seek some sort of like, like medical remedy there without the parents knowing, But the problem isn't over that point, right? The problem is that they don't agree that the prepubescent or the adult trans thing exists. That's the issue. Because I think if you think that trans issues are real, you don't have a problem with this. But if you think that trans shit is fake, then you have a massive problem with it. And I think that this issue over children becomes a proxy for your stance on transness, period, rather than just what you think the medical rights of your children are. I think that's what it is.
Okay, so this becomes a double time because I know people who are for transness and all that stuff, but also hear of like rare occurrences of people detransitioning and that being like something that's kind of that. Here's what I believe. I believe that most parents look at their children, and when they see risks, even if it's 1 in a million, they don't want their child to be 1 in a million. So the reason why they're terrified of child abductions from like random strangers, even though those aren't common and they're extremely rare, people still are hyper vigilant to those things. When you think of your child and putting them in a situation, you're generally thinking about what's the worst outcome scenario? How can I avoid that? And so I think even people who are maybe pro-trans or do have like very favorable stances, they think of their child. They don't want to be their kid who makes a irrational decision or something that they might later regret and that they'd allowed to happen. Do you agree or disagree with what I'm saying?
That they would repeat that last part again?
That they, because your child makes mistakes, they make decisions that they regret later or whatever.
Oh yeah, and it's
as a person who's responsible and knowing that there may come a chance to regret that decision or want to detransition or whatever it is, that it's irreversible in a lot of cases because of how much hormones are taken during puberty. So as a parent, even if I am for transness, it doesn't mean that I'd be fine with my teenage
being
child
trans.
Transitioning. I think being trans and transitioning are a bit different, but yes, I think those things are different.
Yeah, it's scary. And I can understand even people that are if fuck, hold on, I'm trying to think of how much shit I want to get. Because I'm gonna say, like, if Nathan came out to me as trans right now and he was like, I need puberty blockers, fuck, I don't know. Well, because I don't live with him right now, so I'm not talking enough. We would have to have a lot of talk about that. That's going to be, there's going to be a lot of conversation. That's not going to be like, oh, okay, Nathan, like, hop in the car, like, let's go, Nathania. Like, that's going to be hold on. Let's make sure you know what's going on here, buddy, okay? Because you're, well, last year you were telling me you thought Five Nights at Freddy's was real. This year you think you're a girl. Let's slow down and have a conversation about what's going on. Like, yeah, I'm super sympathetic to that as a parent, of course. Yeah. Like, and there is a world where, like, my son/daughter, like, could give me an argument where after some time, and, we'd probably talk to therapists, where it's like, okay, you know what? Sure, yeah, fuck it. It feels real. Everything you're telling me is consistent. We've talked to probably 2 or 3 different like gender specialists, and they, seem to affirm as much. It's like, okay, you know what? My job as your parent is to give you the tools that you need to be happy and safe and healthy in life. And yeah, let's do it. Even if I personally am kind of weirded out, yeah, fuck it, we're gonna go for it. I'd be okay with that. But like, damn, dude, I would just like, I would lose it if I found out that my kid was getting illegal sex change drugs online. I would just lose it. I would lose it. My brain would. It's like one of those things where it's like, what should the penalty be if somebody kicks a kid? And it's like, well, you should probably go to like jail for like assault and battery. And it's like, what would you do if you saw somebody kick your kid? I would fucking kill them, right? That gun would come out, bullet in the head, and it would be over in 2 seconds. I would lose my fucking mind if I saw somebody kicking my fucking child. So it's one of those things that like when your personal feelings, your personal trying to get involved, like your brain is going to shut off. It should. It has to. This is how society works. We love and protect our children. So yeah, progressives suck at having those conversations. They're very, very unempathetic towards the parental struggle there, especially in a world where you're already trying to guard your kid from like 50 million fucking crazy things that are happening online,
Yeah. And when you're going into these conversations, and you see these losing topics that progressives are losing onto, in terms of like, since we're heading into election season, I wonder for you, when you see progressives not letting go of these losing positions on these like fringe points, which if they just cede a bit of ground, they would win so much. What goes through your mind when you see that?
I think that the people that argue them don't care about them as much because they don't have anything invested. This is I'm super generalizing here from a very limited set of people that have spoken to me, but it feels like almost every single real life trans person with something at risk would say something akin to like, listen, fuck trans athletes and fuck trans 4-year-olds. I just want to make sure that I have the ability to get the drugs that I need to protect my life as a trans person at the bare minimum at 18 and past. And then I think we need to have a conversation about being 14, 15, 16, 17. Because if I would have told my parents I was trans, they would have killed me or they would have shipped me off to some crazy religious camp. And I think that those are the people that I wish we could listen to for conversation. But those aren't the people that are having the conversations. The people that are having the conversations are people that are in the bluest parts of Florida that are shipping in sex change drugs from Brazil. They don't give a fuck what legislation passes because they're always going to be okay. They're overwhelmingly white. They're overwhelmingly wealthy. And a lot of them are like non-binary, dyed-haired people that aren't even on any type of drug. There's no risk to them. So yeah, it feels like that sometimes the people having the conversations are the most extreme people that oftentimes have the least amount of shit to lose. It's like when people talk about like, well, the really important issues we need to talk about are like, 12 an hour minimum wage. Fuck that. That's not everything. We're not going to do that. It's either 15 an hour or nothing. And it's like, homie, there's a lot of people that 12 an hour would fucking save their life. Like, that's great that you have that position and you live in Beverly Hills, but how about we do stuff that helps everybody and not just like the super niche positions you want to fight for on Twitter? I think that's the issue, is that the people that seem to be having these conversations the most are the ones sometimes with the least at stake. It triggers the fuck out of me, but...
Yeah. This is on this topic of weird rhetoric and people unable to let go of some stuff. I noticed this also when the abortion discussions began happening. I was really surprised, spending time in the States, how many women are like anti-abortion, even in some liberal areas. It's like much more common than I thought. And when I'd have these conversations with them, you'd hear a bunch of stuff about accountability. If you did this, some really bad arguments. And then eventually we'd go to this thing that was really strange. On both ends, they would say something about 26-week abortions.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And I'm like, that doesn't even sound. And I looked it up, and I think it's like less than 1% happen after 15 weeks or something. Like most of them happen well before then. So I was wondering why people were like harping on these like very fringe examples. And then on the opposite side, people bring up like rape children and abortions, or like how inhumane it is to, for somebody who's been raped to keep their to keep the children, not allow them for an abortion. I'm like, how much of the abortions are children who are born of rape or whatever, So I wonder for you, why do you think the conversations always happen on these extreme examples who aren't representative of the issues, as these are like kind of like the spearheads used to like legislate what's happening more so in the middle?
Yeah, this took me a long time to figure out, but I think I actually have the actual correct answer on this. And I think it's because it's not about who believes in what or how many people do a particular thing. It's how many people defend a particular thing. That's the issue. You'll get these people that will talk about like third trimester abortions, And when people talk about shit like that, like, you need to say, like, okay, that's no good. Like, we don't do that. Like, let's move on. That's not part of the conversation. But the problem, and they're very, very, very rare. Like, third trimester abortion that's super rare. But the problem is everybody in the left will jump, or not everybody, but some people will be very loudly defending the right to have, like, late third trimester abortions. And it's the same thing with, like, the trans kids too. Like, there aren't that many people saying my 4-year-old is trans. That's just not happening that much. It's silly. But when it shows up on Twitter, there's a lot of people that are willing to defend it. And I think that's where the outrage comes. Something that I always advocate for people to do. Like, if you're a progressive, like, bro, it's so easy to just say, like, oh, this thing, that's for fucking lunatics. I don't defend that. And I'll do that immediately in debates. And I can disarm an opponent sometimes because they'll be like, well, what do you think about people that say you should be able to abort a baby right before birth? That's fucking stupid. I don't agree with that. Let's talk about something else. I think you just move on, you know?
Okay.
Because, there's a lot of loser arguments that, like shut people's brains down.
Yeah, so you just basically cede ground during those discussions as just to show, one, that you also can acknowledge from their perspective that some of it is crazy.
Yeah.
And you think that's like a good strategy to at least build some bridge between you two?
Yeah, and then move the conversation to more productive areas, right? Yeah, because when you have people defending extreme positions on your side, then they're motivated to take up an extreme position on their side. Because they feel like if they give any ground, they're giving into terrorists, essentially, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think that actually works out pretty well. I think that's what I ended up doing is I ceded ground to that because I'm like, yeah, the baby's about to pop out any week now, and you have an abortion. I think it's drastically different than the first few weeks. But cool. All right. I think that pretty much answers my question.
Do you have any opinion on the Just Pearly Things person? Do you know that?
Okay, hold up. Have you seen the clip of her talking about birth control?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Is it rough?
All right. This is when I start looking at these people and I become a little bit suspicious.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna send you the clip. It's time stamped, so you don't even have to do any work. Okay. Because I've already filmed a reaction to this that I haven't put out yet.
Oh shit!
But I'll let you watch it yourself on stream, and then you can give me your thoughts after you watch that. Okay. So. Here it is.
I believe. Do I believe that's a good solution?
Pull it up
could
on stream
be.
so everyone
I don't know. I'm not claiming I have all the answers.
Of course you don't have all the answers. We're just talking. We're having a conversation.
Yeah. So I have a couple solutions. So I have a couple ideas.
I love it. I want to hear the ideas.
Yeah. I'll tell you. The first idea I have. I'm going to start a wife school.
I love it.
Yeah. So we're going to turn 304s into wives.
Let's stop.
So that's my first idea.
Can we stop right there? Or do you want to go through all the ideas?
You asked me. I'll tell you.
I want to talk about that one. Don't forget that one. I want to talk to you about that one.
Yeah. I got you.
Keep on going.
I got you.
We're having fun, guys.
My second idea is I'd like to run for an office someday because I feel like in order the laws to change for men, women have to do it. So
I love it.
And if this was Pearl's world, I'd get rid of birth control. I'd ban it, but that'll never happen.
A lot of men won't like that. A lot of the men, that's my guy right here. He said, "Hell no, you don't get rid of that, baby."
Yeah, if this is Pearl's world, I'd ban birth control. I think that's the root of all evil. And I'd actually go further. Go
ahead.
But
Say
I'm kind of extreme.
Say it.
I don't think women should vote.
Huh?
I don't think women should vote.
Lord Jesus, keep on going.
Yeah,
no women, you can't vote. No birth control. Keep it going.
Yeah, because it's always freedom without responsibility. And
I
so,
love
like,
it.
the
Women
reason
should not vote. Pearly
but
said it herself.
I'll tell you why, though. I'll tell you why. Because it's freedom without
You get the
responsibility.
part where she talked about
and before women,
draft?
I believe in consequences for your decision. So the men know if they vote someone batshit crazy into power, you guys get drafted. We don't. Women decide elections. We're 55% of the population. I think if we want to vote, equally draft us. Y'all want equality. And personally, I don't want to get drafted, so I'll be in the kitchen.
She said, "Women, no voting." Let's go. I want more solutions. Keep it going.
Yeah. This is my world. That'll never happen though.
Keep it going. I love this.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay,
yeah.
so
you want to start with wife school?
Let's start with.
It was over the draft. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Jesus.
So
Yikes.
yeah. Okay. You understand why I wanted you to play that clip first?
Okay, yeah, I got it.
So the guy across from her, Hafiz, was like super cringe during that whole debate. But I remember I just heard this portion and I literally had to triple take. I said, what? And I think it's moments like these where I kind of laugh a lot because like you'll hear people say like, "Oh, the bird pill, it's not about misogyny or any of this stuff." But then you hear some of these takes, and you're like, "What the fuck are you smoking? Like, in what world are you saying that women can't vote and women shouldn't be allowed to vote and women should have access to birth control?" And you won't think that your movement won't be perceived as extremely misogynistic. Like, in what world? So you mentioned her specifically. I think she's pretty cringe, to be honest with you, when I hear takes like this. But I haven't watched her entire takes on aggregate, so I couldn't make a solid assessment. But that clip of her like really threw me for a loop. So that's my thing. What was your perception?
Well, I don't know. I got invited to maybe do a show with her, so I haven't watched any of her stuff yet, though. So I was curious what your opinion is. So, but I see what kind of fight I'll be fighting now if I do it.
Hey man, I told you before, just like the first shit, you go on there and make your own opinions. Don't let me color your shit at all. Gotcha. But yeah, she's asked me before to do it, and I'm not interested. But
are you allowed to say what you're doing in a couple weeks? Have you said?
No, not yet. Once I finalize all those details, but I'll be in your hood in 2 weeks. So I think me and Simon will be there.
Yeah, I found that out, not from you though. So
from Simon.
Yeah, if you didn't want to tell me, or you were just gonna come and go without saying anything, that's cool too. I'm okay with you. Just
No, I figured I'd tell Simon.
It's fine. It's cool. You don't have to. You just fuck me, right? It's all good.
Yeah. No worries. I'm sure you got other people to keep you company, anyways. But yeah, as far as this girl goes, I don't know. Like, you could take time to debunk that whole idea, and I think it's a stupid argument. But it's just when I hear stuff like women should be allowed to vote, like how do you even respond to that? So
yeah.
But that's all I pretty much got for you, brother.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks a lot. Stay safe. Be careful.
Sir.
Yeah. Love you, buddy. Bye.
Peace.
I'm gonna fill my Spidertron with a ton of rockets, and I should be able to walk around and just destroy everything, right? And it should be easy, maybe.
High school, man. We've gotten so deep in the conversation. I'm really excited. I hope you have a lot of time today because I really want to dive into everything that you want to go to.
Yeah.
Here is, I'm being honest with you, bro. Here is my only criticism of female content criticism.
Wait, I don't want to watch the rest. Hold on. I had other things. Okay. This 15-minute video. Boom.
Do you think men are the biggest threat to women or the biggest protectors of women?
Protectors. I think you know my answer to that. There's no lie.
I would say protectors because a woman is not going to protect me.
Like, no offense, but you're 20. If we was to have this conversation, was it 20? Sorry.
Yeah.
If you was to have this conversation, I'm not saying your experiences are irrelevant. I'm not. I'm just saying I know at 20, I had a completely different mindset to you. And once, and this is why men prefer younger women, because they're a little bit more naive.
Less traumatized.
No, because
naive,
they don't think men are predators.
easier to manipulate.
No, less
they
trauma
like kids.
They have to deal with.
They like kids.
Less trauma.
The younger, the better.
You are
I've seen a lot of things.
There's enough statistics.
I've seen a lot of things though. That
generational trauma.
No, there's statistics.
Why would a guy want a traumatized wife?
Right.
Why would he pick that?
Why would a woman want an abuser?
Why is your immediate reaction
because
that
why are you throwing that out there? Like no one wants a no one wants a traumatized person. I'm not saying a man should settle for that at all, but a man's got to step back and realize that he's part of the problem.
Okay, why would a man who has never abused you be part of the problem?
I'm white, I'm part of the problem. You're American, you're a white woman, you're part of the problem. How are you going to sit there?
What is the problem? What is the problem?
Actually, no. I want you to stand on that. What problem am I a part of?
Do you think that being white and a woman has benefited your life?
Do I think being white and a woman
has it gone in your favor being a white woman? Because I know statistically, if I was to go missing tonight on the way home and you did, they're going to be looking for me more than you. I know that. That's not fair, but that is the way it is, right? And that's what baffles me is when we could talk about race, we can see it like that. But like when we can, like I said to you earlier, like I'm English. I know full well if I'm out and people are slaughtering the English, I ain't got nothing to say. What can I say? It's true.
But you're making the assumption that men are slaughtering women, and that's just not the case. And even if you're gonna talk about me, what did I do?
What do you mean? Like, what did you do?
Because you're saying you're part of the problem.
But you
what?
But
we
are
how?
Us because who's gonna be the ones to end racism? Black people or white people? It'd be like me sitting there saying to you, you tell your sons.
Okay, but
Otherwise, they ain't gonna get racially abused. You tell you it's on your end. That's what it's like saying.
But if I'm not racist, how am I part of the problem?
Because you've benefited. No, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Like that's
like if anything, like I have a whole team in Nigeria that works for me, and literally I've changed their lives. Like they live like kings.
But why did you change their lives? Is it not because of colonization?
It's kind of weird, but okay.
Wasn't Nigeria part of the Commonwealth?
It was because I trained them on how to cut clips and make thumbnails.
I understand what you're saying.
I helped them get a skill that could make them a lot of money.
But even the way you said it, like I made their life better, it was a bit like white complex.
No, it's not white complex.
But that's the way it comes across.
Okay, it's not white.
But the thing is,
you said I'm part of the problem.
But the thing is,
what problem?
Just like if we're talking about race, we're talking about racism. Okay, so the problem.
But I'm saying if I'm not racist, how am I a part of the problem?
Because I would imagine at some point you've enabled some sort of racism.
Why are you making that assumption?
Because I'm white and I'm aware of that.
Isn't that racist towards me?
Like
have you enabled racism?
I think I've been in situations where I've heard someone or something being said and I haven't addressed it like I should. Okay, I'll admit that because to me they're a bit thick, right? They are thick, not a bit. So I know I'm arguing with stupid. Do you see what I mean? That's their opinion, but I appreciate that is the problem because I should be more vocal and say, "Oi, what the fuck are you talking about?" Instead of just ignoring it.
I get what you're saying.
If you
this is what I'm saying about men.
But
I'm saying if you did that, that's a you problem. Why are you projecting that?
Because I think
Because
if you're white and you're saying that you've never done that, I think you're a bit of a liar.
That I've never done what?
I think if you've been in a situation where you've seen racism, where you've heard something and you haven't pulled someone up on it, I think you're lying.
If I saw something racist, I would say something.
But that's the thing. I think at some point in your life you probably haven't, and that's what I'm trying to say.
But why are you making that assumption when you don't know me?
Why are you making certain assumptions about me when you don't know me?
Why? This is like progressives that get lost in like understanding like what systemic racism or anything means. It's just like this. It's such a bad engagement with the topic. Like. Okay, hello, Spider-Man. Let's... Okay, what is a good outfit for my Spider-Tron? Okay, no, fuck no. This ain't it, Chief.
I haven't made any assumptions about you.
Traumatized. You're saying you're traumatized. This is coming from a traumatized place.
I said older women are traumatized, more traumatized.
Oh, I can make like 10 of them true.
In general. I never said anything about you personally.
Oh, because I thought earlier there was like a common thing about this sounds like trauma.
If I said that it sounds like trauma, it was based off of things you said. I wouldn't make I wouldn't make an assumption about you that was not based off of things you said.
Yeah. Should I tell you what's hard to listen to though is that you will say that about like the trauma or whatnot. But if I say to you, I don't think women are safe walking home late at night or whatnot. First of all, you're quick to put it on me and I should move and I should do this and I should do that. But at the same time, you're not really addressing where I'm coming from because you're quickly saying you're traumatized, so I'm not listening to it.
I'm
know where you're
saying
coming from.
You're almost. I'm saying based on the words that come out of your mouth, you blame men for things. And I say, why don't you take accountability? And if you feel unsafe walking home alone at night, why don't you live somewhere else?
I think that's
because I believe in taking personal accountability for where your life is. And for me, I don't, you see where I'm at. I don't live in the best area, but I made sure I lived in a place with security so I could feel safe.
But you probably had more choices than me.
I don't know, but I'm gonna say. I'm saying I can imagine that there is a lot of places to live in England, and there was not one apartment that you had a gun to your head and they said you must live here.
But that's what happens with the council. You bid.
What is a council?
You don't know what council housing is.
No, I don't. I'm not from the UK.
Social security kind of.
That's fine. But
it's like Section 8.
You don't get a say.
It's like Section 8 housing.
Oh, it's like government housing.
Yeah, government housing. Yeah.
Okay.
So why what Pearl does?
But that's based off of choices that you made to get in that situation.
But this is victim blaming. I'm sorry.
No, it's not victim blaming.
It is. You have no idea.
It's personal accountability. You're 32.
Doesn't matter.
You're 32. So that means you've been working since 18. You could have chosen to get married. You could have.
I've never wanted to get married.
Okay, but
Yeah,
again,
but you could. But it's a choice.
That's the whole point.
Of course.
That is the whole
I
point.
shouldn't be punished because
Can we put it?
It's not that you're punished, but you're making other people pay for your bad decisions. The government. And people pay taxes into the government. If it's the same way it's in the U.S., I don't completely understand Section 8. But if it's government assistant housing, that is you not being financially responsible, and you put yourself in that situation.
But this is what I'm kind of saying. I didn't want to say this to you because I knew you would say this. And it weren't because I was avoiding responsibility. We can have a talk after and talk about my situation. That's fine. But the problem is you are directing it more at me than anything else. I feel like...
I think that the thing that progressives forget is that, like, when we talk about environmental issues, it should be through the lens of empowering people. Like, the reason why we want to talk about environmental issues is because if we can clean up your environment, we can empower you to make better choices. But when progressives talk about personal choice, they make it sound like you have no fucking agency at all. Like, oh, I couldn't have done any better. I can't choose any different. I can't do this or I can't do that. That's what it always sounds like. Progressives are so bad at messaging for everything. It's because they don't talk to people they disagree with. That's like the sad thing. That's the truth. I don't know if I need to watch the rest of this. Ugh. Okay, so I'm gonna make a ton of Spider-Trons. Do they need exoskeletons? I saw this, but I didn't want to say anything around the Amaranth
Last week
shit.
you may have seen my video I made on Ethan Klein.
Fuck! I wonder if I should have made a video on this. August pointed this out. That let me see if I can find his messages. Hold on. 2 weeks ago. No, a week and a half ago. People are super caught up with H3H3's edgy joke about Ben Shapiro, but this happened and it doesn't get as much attention. They were talking about Amaranth's husband and they just doxed him, even though the name is super common, and they doxed and harassed the wrong person. He's almost lucky that the Shapiro joke took the limelight. And then I asked August, should I blow him up over this? But then I felt like the problem is that, like, at that time I was already fighting. There was like a lot of shit going on, and I didn't want to like start fighting with the whole like H3H3 community too. There was too much shit going on like a week and a half ago, and I didn't want to like. This is part of my learning. Yeah, I didn't want to enter into another fan base to start doing war with. So, but yeah, apparently they doxed the wrong person, and then I guess the fan base is involved in harassing the person because fucking Ethan is a fucking idiot. I'm going to make a Spider-Tron army. Spider-Tron army with, what? Two armors, one reactor, and a bunch of lasers? You think that's what they need? Or... Destiny, can you expound upon this environmental take? How does it empower people? The choices that you can make will directly lead, or sometimes are dictated by your environment. So like, here's an example. When I was in school, I was able to take a bunch of AP classes because my school offered AP and dual enrollment. That was an opportunity that I had available to me. There might be a student that is as smart or smarter, I know, hard to believe, than me in high school who didn't have the opportunity to take AP or college classes just because they weren't offered at his school. That's like a really basic thing, right? Just by having a better school, you get a better opportunities available to you. Life is littered with a bunch of things like that, where sometimes your life is a lot more on rails than you think it is. When there are better environments around you, you're empowered to make better decisions. And that's why we should obsess about environments as progressives. The reason why we're so obsessed about talking about environmental causes is because when the environment is better, people are empowered to make better choices about their life. That's good. We want that.
H3H3 Productions.
Hold on, let me use the rest real quick. Real quick. I am very, very, very close to level 100 township. I know you guys. I'm excited too. Also, the astrology changes were good. Being able to max out all of your shit instead of like having to play that luck bullshit game, way better system. A+. What level astrologer? 121. Duh. Not getting 10x if you use Stardust back is sort of... Oh, did they not give us any Stardust back? It's so much easier to get now, but yeah, that's coming. Oh, Township. I'm at level 99. I'm so close. I'm so close. I can feel that level 100. Oh, God. It's today. I'm going to get it today. I think I'll get it today. Okay.
On how he has recently been cancelled and how they had their show taken down for 7 days. Unfortunately, in that video, I managed to miss one of the biggest things that he did. It might have been the stream before, but it was in this sort of like string of these sort of same streams where H3 decided to discuss the Amaranth story. Now, the Amaranth story was something that was very straightforward to follow. The entire stream was out there, and if you don't understand anything about that situation, click the card above and you can get filled in. Come back to this video and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Amaranth had gone live, discussed all this, and the whole stream was public, and many articles had already written within the hour, had already written articles cohesively explaining you the timeline of events and exactly what she was trying to get across in her story. The facts were there, all the information was present. A lot of people were theorizing who the husband really was. Now, Amaranth's husband has actually been public for quite a while now. A lot of people do know who he is, and his face and his real name and his social medias. He's not an influencer of any sort, so it's not really an easy thing to find this guy's socials, but it's not impossible if you had a social media team or a team working with you on your show. This is where I get into Ethan Klein's big
Ethan
oopsie.
Decline.
Somehow Ethan had gone live without any research whatsoever, was just finding clips on the timeline and just trying to piece together what was going on, rather than just sitting for a minute, going through it, or just having one of his team do it, and then give him the story in bullet points. He basically, the whole stream is piecing it together, trying to get it right. Kind of, oh, no, that was a mistake. Sorry, I meant he did this. Oh, I meant she said that. Oh, did I mean that? Was it that? No, that. And it's fine to make little mistakes here and there, but, you know, you got to think about your audience for a start. They're trying, you know, if they're just in there for like 10 minutes and they're getting half a story, then they leave with that, and they don't hear you correct yourself later on. You've then you've spread misinformation. Whatever. Misinformation. Cool. It then continues as he then finds, or claims to have found, this Nick Lee's social media, which is Amaranth's husband. Spoiler alert, it wasn't the right account. Here's the clip from the stream. It's 6 minutes long, but it gets pretty, it's pretty shocking, to say the least.
God, I'd like to know who this guy is, man.
I know who he is.
Does he?
How did we not learn anything from the Amber Heard stuff? How did we not learn anything about jumping to conclusions about stories? Like, did we really learn nothing?
Have an online persona?
No. He's a producer. I mean,
notice how his teammate has gone, no, and she's jumped in going, yeah, we actually have the guy's information and everything. We have his social medias and stuff, and he's a bodybuilder. Bro, you don't know that for a fact. Why are you saying this? I understand, though. I understand that if you are seeing all this stuff, it's pretty fucking shocking. So it can make you immediately see something and immediately run with it. But if you, that is understandable, right? But come on, how is the H3 team not worked this one out yet?
music producer and
Really?
songwriter. Yeah,
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this.
I hope so too.
Oh, someone says, "Why are you protecting the abuser's identity?" I don't give a fuck. Give me his name.
Nick Lee.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Nick Lee. Oh, is this him?
Yeah, I would just be cautious.
That's not him.
I don't want to send a mob after the wrong person.
Oh, is he a bodybuilder?
He's a producer. And
he was a bodybuilder in the past.
This Chad ass Is he Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope his life is over.
Fuck this guy, bro. I'm so glad we actually found his identity.
Are you guys? They didn't find his identity. They got it wrong. Now,
cringe,
Ethan. The
Ethan.
identity of this guy who is clearly a complete fucked up piece of shit. That makes complete sense. Realistically, though, if his social medias are pretty hard to find, you shouldn't be doxing people because it just gives us this impression we can do it anytime someone is found guilty of something or they've been accused of something online. It just means people, these mobs think it's okay to just dox people straight out the hat when actually that's very dangerous because if an allegation is wrong or it's false, immediately we're then dealing with doxing of people that are innocent and their lives will be flipped upside down forever and they'll forever get hate and they'll get things sent to them or they'll be fucking DDoS and all this bloody shit. There's so many things that can happen when you get doxed. Your life is ruined. We've seen this before with RS Golden Glory years ago with Keemstar, just wrongfully doxing him, calling him a pedophile, and it followed him until the day he died. That's the reality of it. Like, this shit can't be fucked with, and the reason why this cunt can't realize this, I don't know.
God, I'd like to know who this guy is, man.
I know who he is.
Does he have an online persona?
No. He's a music producer and
Really?
songwriter. Yeah.
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this.
I hope so too.
Oh, someone says, "Why are you protecting the abuser's identity?" I don't give a fuck. Give me his name.
Nick Lee.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Nick Lee. Oh, is this him?
Yeah, I would just be cautious.
That's not him.
You don't want to send a mob after the wrong person.
Oh, is he a bodybuilder?
He's a producer. And
He was a bodybuilder in the past.
This Chad ass, is he Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope his life is over.
Fuck this guy, bro. I'm so glad we actually found his identity.
This guy just spent the last month crying about fucking, not month, but like he had a whole show with like Kiwi Farms is so evil for blah, blah, blah. I'm like, come on, are we being real now?
Are you guys 110% confident this is the right person?
I've heard that he was
Ian's
Asian,
not. Ian's not.
I don't know about
Ian's
the
not showing
bodybuilder.
this, and I think that's
I
the
wouldn't
right
show it.
call
I wouldn't
if
show
we're not 100% sure that this is the right
I
person.
heard he's an Asian bodybuilder.
He
comes from
definitely
leaks.
does music, and his socials have been found in that regard.
Well,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
You guys send me. Okay, you haven't shown anything in?
He has not switched
Okay,
to that.
you guys find out who the real guy is, and I'll show him. God damn.
I think we're jumping the gun. I mean, it's
What?
yeah.
How are we jumping the gun? You said we have his identity. Olivia said we know who he is.
It's also his name on the marriage certificate.
It's a very common name,
His
Nick
name.
Lee.
Okay.
That is not
Okay.
a unique name whatsoever. So I just want
It's
to be
Nick Lee,
very
the
sure
only
that
one.
we're not sending a mob of people after the wrong Nick Lee. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, okay, so next time you guys, if you say we know who he is, make sure that...
Yeah, no, that was jumping the gun a little bit. Apologies.
Thank you, Ian, for not showing. Should we worry about what is best for Amaranth? Like, maybe she doesn't want to show him? Someone said Nick Lee has tweets confirming their marriage.
Yeah, it's in 2020 when those certificates surfaced. Supposedly, he posted them. They are on a Twitter that belongs to Nick Lee, who claims to be her husband.
It could be a troll. If there was that whole drama at the time, it was probably just somebody creating that account. If that's all.
Uh-oh. Ethan just got RTBA'd. RTBA is going to lose it when I say that.
Dying to know who that is. Oh, yeah. That seems sus. You're right, Ian. Well, we know his name is Nick Lee. We just don't know.
His name is Nick Lee, but again, that's like...
It may not be the body.
One of the most common names you could pick from. People that are saying that and sharing that account, I'm actually timing you out. That is literally a dox account that you're sharing in our chat right now, so please stop spamming that. That is not his real Twitter account. That is meant to reveal their address and private information.
And I just can't wait to see his face, man. Is it illegal to ship shit to somebody?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of shit?
But like, what would the legalities be if it were? Like, is it written?
If we find out that this guy is, can we ship him shit? I'm asking hypothetically. I'm not, of course, doing it or encourage anyone to do it. But that'd be, if you just received a package and there was poop in it, that's just kind of...
Trust me, once it's public, he's going to be getting more shit than one man can handle.
Not for me.
Yeah, let's contribute.
No. Not for me.
Who is this Olivia person?
And I don't want anyone to ship him a box of their homemade feces, right, Dan?
Should stop talking about this. This is not a good track we're going down.
Oh, Dan's pissed. Okay. People are saying it's illegal. Yeah,
it's obviously illegal. And
no, don't do it. What am I doing?
And we've already almost doxed the wrong person and sent a hate mob of them. So.
Oh, poor producer guy.
Lots of
poor Dan.
Not very sharp people in the audience.
Their Dan is like the opposite of our Dan. Our Dan would be like
as
stirring
a
shit
real
up like crazy.
suggestion
Their Dan is
and
like,
do it.
guys, let's be responsible.
Well, I mean, it's just not what I would do, or
I get it.
recommend anyone to do. You know, what can you send that's legal in the mail then? Dan?
Don't send him anything.
No, I'm not. talking
Just
about
stop
sending him
talking about
anything.
harassing this guy.
What are you talking about? I'm not harassing anybody. I'm just hypothetically wondering. You know,
Ethan is actually fucking so stupid.
What? You think I'll get banned for that?
Yes, absolutely. Encouraging your fans to harass somebody in
You're
real life.
the one that keeps saying I'm encouraging. I'm just wondering hypothetically. Nobody's encouraging.
Okay.
Nobody do that. You're the one that's saying I'm encouraging. I'm not encouraging.
You're right.
You're making it worse.
Mom, Dad, I love
mean-
you both.
I mean,
Please
what's
stop
going
this.
on here?
Stop this. Don't make me choose.
I just said, can you mail a box of shit? What the hell, dude? Is it that serious?
We got something we need to address right now. Let me send it to you, Ethan.
Bad?
Exactly what I was afraid. Yeah, bad.
What?
As I predicted, our fans are harassing the wrong person.
But
and that's why I was saying, I know you were saying don't do it, but the fucking idiot.
I'll be careful with my language so that I don't come off as hypocritical. But this would be something that I think I could understand an instant permanent ban for. Or at very least, like, you're getting a 3-month suspension. Like, you are literally doxing somebody. This is one of the few, I am the least permaban person in the world, but you're literally doxing somebody on your stream, and now your fans are running off to harass them. It's one of the worst types of behaviors that you can engage in on the internet. One of the worst. Like, could you imagine if I did this to somebody? Like, it's such an unbelievably fucking stupid thing to do. Unbelievably stupid.
Idiots in our audience are always going to end up doing it. So, and
well, there's so many Nick Lees. You guys don't even know who I was looking.
That's what I was saying. And that's people are dumb.
The issue with this is that he is a songwriter, composer, as you said.
Yeah,
and
it's not a musician.
Who is Nick Lee?
I apologize really profusely.
So here he is, Nick Lee. Who is Nick Lee, you guys? This fucking guy has not a goddamn thing to do
with Amaranth. Not related in any way.
Nick Lee, producer.
And they're showing all of his shit and everything. Oh man, dude.
Not associated with Amaranth, in fact.
That's what I kept saying. It's like an extremely common name. And this guy is obviously, he's the puppeteer. He's behind the scenes. He's probably not even on social media.
Sorry about that, dude.
Well, I fucked up.
Let's go with that.
It was definitely me. A Reddit thread led me to the wrong place, and I should not have said his profession when I didn't know for sure.
We didn't know 100%.
There it is. Sue Olivia, not me.
I was in Olivia L, and I will live by it for the rest of my life.
So stupid.
God, I like to fucking...
Just something about H3H3 that has just like bugged me for years. It's just like there's no thought behind that fucking head of his. In that head, there's just no thought, which is a sad fucking thing because the guy can be funny, but it's like he talks about something serious and suddenly his brain shuts off. He can't think. Actually, should I say that? Probably not. Yeah, there's Dan guys warning him, but bro, turn the fucking
Bro, these rockets ran out like instantly.
You're not gonna fucking listen to me.
And they
You're off
suck!
the air until you
No!
realize You're doxing someone right now, and we don't have the facts whether that's the right guy or not. Yeah, that's a good idea. So he's just like kind of memeing it, like, oh, fuck this guy, dude. Yeah, I agree. Fuck the abuser. But you don't even know if the guy you're looking at is the right dude.
110% confident this is the right person.
I've heard that he was.
Ian's not.
I don't know about
Ian's
the
not showing
bodybuilder.
this, and I think that's the right call.
So do I.
The
because
non-explosive
that was
ones
the
are
best
better?
call.
Wait, are they really?
Because Ian got a raise.
If we're not 100% sure that this is the right
I
person.
heard he's an Asian bodybuilder.
He definitely
Oh wait, is this guy just gonna rewatch what we just watched?
does music, and his socials have been found in that regard.
Well,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
You guys send me. Okay, you haven't shown anything in.
He has not switched
Okay,
to that.
you guys find out who the real guy is.
Oh,
and
they
I'll
are
show
better.
him. God damn.
Well, but they don't do any AoE damage.
We got in an argument, and I was like, dude, just let it go, dude. Like, just let me be me, you know? And the jokes made him uncomfortable, and he ultimately quit on the spot, which is really sad. Obviously, Dan has been a part of the show for over 5 years. He's a lot. I'm trying to get him back.
This was a goof/joke. He didn't quit. Okay, why am I? Who linked this?
I've been reaching out to him. He hasn't been answering.
We need him back. I'm not prepared for this.
We got in an argument.
Name whatever. On tweets about.
For I don't think I wanted it. They considered for a second, like, oh yeah, maybe Amaranth doesn't want that. Which, by the way, I don't think that's what she wanted at all. I don't think she wanted his identity to be blasted out there to be known as what she called him out for. I don't think that's what she wanted at all. Some people might say, yeah, well, he deserves it. Yeah, but that's not your fucking call. It's not your situation. So many people watch these
10
drama
spider
videos,
trials.
especially the ones I make, and I've seen the comments. Some of you people don't just feel bad for her, you live vicariously through her and make the situation about you. It's not your situation.
Oh yeah, that seems sus. You're right, Ian. Well, we know his name is Nick Lee. We just don't know.
His name is Nick Lee, but again, that's
Yeah.
like
It may not be the body.
one of the most common names you could pick from. People that are saying that and sharing that account, I'm actually timing you out. That is.
Can we give this guy a fucking raise as well? Him and Ian carrying this fucking shit right now. The only reason, that this is even slightly saved is by these guys literally doing so much due diligence. Yeah, like banning and timing people out in the chat for literally spam posting fake social medias or like social medias that aren't confirmed to be actual Nicholas.
This is literally a docs account that you're sharing in our chat right now, so please stop spamming that.
That is what you are egging on by being like, I can't wait to get his real identity and destroy him. That's what happens when you talk like that, and people fail to understand that.
Reveal their address and private information.
And I just can't wait to see his face, man. Is it illegal to ship shit to somebody?
What?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of?
Immediately the Olivia's going, well, I get it, yeah. He's a fucking piece of shit, yeah. But why are we discussing committing crimes now like this?
Do you still think the whole thing was real? I find it sus that she got all her shit back after one day and that everything went back to normal after one day. She's not... I think I said my piece on it. I don't know if there's much, like, point in speaking out about it. But it's... If you look at it and you're not being at least a little bit skeptical, you haven't learned anything about anything relating to media that's gone on over the past year or two. I mean, that's all I'll say. We can do like the Bayesian thing again, right? Like, if what she's saying is true, which it could be, but if what she's saying is true, it is literally the most insane streamer story that's probably ever happened in the history of all of streaming shit. The largest OnlyFans creator, a Twitch stream staple of multiple years, was being pimped out behind the scenes the entire time by a person that Vice didn't catch when they did their documentary, that nobody knew about, nobody heard about, nothing. That would be the most exceptional story of all of streaming, probably of all of streaming history. That doesn't make it impossible, but man, we're starting off from a pretty high area of unlikelihood, but...
So fuck me. Dude, there's a way to talk about situations like this, and it's not like joking around that you're gonna like fucking throw shit in his fucking letterbox and all this stuff. It's like, bro, it isn't your situation.
Bro.
Just fucking tell the story. Like, maybe like talk to some people in chat, make them feel a bit better about things they've gone through that are similar, and fuck off.
Shit.
But like, what would the legalities be if it were
My
like, is it written?
If we find out that this guy is, can we ship him shit? I'm asking hypothetically.
It's just, a lot of people might disagree with what I've been saying, but like it is like I feel for this Dan guy having to literally like hear all these people fucking just say dumb shit like this on a professional podcast, or at least like I'm sure he finds his job to be professional. It's just like so many people being unprofessional and like fucking like lousy fucking teenagers in this situation. It's like, bro, this is when the situation had just came out. It was like there's allegations, because I mean it's a serious situation, right? But like at the end of the day, they are an accusation toward another party, yeah, and it's like they are immediately saying like, oh, let's fucking kill him then. let's dox the guy.
Technically, I'm not, of course, doing it or encourage anyone to do it.
That is exactly what you're doing by being like, well, we can send shit, right? Can we send shit? You are encouraging your mob, your fan base, to do exactly that. How this man has been a fucking content creator for so many years and hasn't understood this, I don't know.
But that'd be, you know, if you just received a package and there was poop in it, that's just kind of...
Trust me, once it's public, he's going to be getting more shit than one man can handle.
Not for me.
Yeah, let's contribute.
No. Not for me. What the hell are you talking about? And I don't want anyone to ship him a box of their homemade feces, right, Dan?
God, he's so stupid.
Stop talking about this.
He's actually so stupid.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
This is not a good track we're going down.
Oh, Dan's pissed.
Oh, Dan's pissed.
People are saying it's illegal. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it's obviously illegal. And
No, don't...
Why are we even discussing if this is illegal or not? Obviously sending a box of human shit is illegal.
Don't do it. What am I doing?
We've already almost doxed the wrong person and sent a hate mob up for them, so...
Already did that, actually.
There's lots of not very sharp people in the audience that might take your comedic suggestion as a real suggestion and do it.
But, well, I mean...
I didn't talk to. I didn't talk to.
You know. What can you send that's legal in the mail then?
Don't send him anything.
No, I'm not talking about
Just stop
sending
talking
him
about harassing this guy.
What are you talking about? I'm not harassing anybody. I'm just...
No, you are literally alluding to the fact that harassing the guy is normal. You are alluding to that, like...
Just hypothetically wondering.
It's not. You shouldn't be hypothetically wondering. Oh, that's so weird.
You know?
You all ready for a week off?
What? You think I'll get banned for that?
Yes.
Literally gets banned days after, by the way.
But for a different comment on the same stream.
The other thing that I made my other video on, but still, like, they did get a week off. Jesus. Anyway, that's what I'm gonna go over. It's fucking wild. I missed this. I apologize for missing it. I had to go over it because that's why I was like, I've got to talk about this. So yeah.
Wow. Thanks, Bonger Man. Mr. Girl and Adam and Sitch got pretty heated. And there's a coup happening in Brazil.
Whatever we want.
Oh, 4-hour video. Thank you.
Wait. Let me. Unless what? Yes. Unless you guys can agree on what question you're asking. So, Sitch, if you want to cede
You're
control
interrupting me in the middle of asking a question.
Yes, because I'm
Max.
going to leave. I'm going to leave, and here's why.
By all means. See ya.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Okay.
Wait.
We can ask. Here's the prompt. And Sitch, let me answer.
Sitch,
you just did it again. You asked me a question.
Sitch, he interrupted me in the middle of asking the question.
I know,
what's going on here?
Okay. So
Moderator, please.
I can explain what's going on. Sitch asked me a question that I thought was pretty thought-provoking and interesting that would probably elucidate a lot of what you're talking about.
What was the question?
Nick Fuentes. Why? What's different between pedophilia and Nick Fuentes? Why are you acting empathetic towards one and not towards the other? Good question. I started to answer, and then Adam, you asked me a different
because
question.
you inserted a premise that pedophilia is a sexual orientation. Pardon me for interrupting when you sneak a premise into your answer just to trigger me.
Right, but
what am I supposed to do?
We did deal with that. You did what you were supposed to do, but I shouldn't have done that, and I regret that. I own that.
Yeah, this is your whole game is sneaking premises in. Okay,
but
this is your Max Carson 101. Okay,
I did say. Listen.
I did say that I thought we would have to move off that question into the trust question, but Adam, you're adding too many elements to the question. If you want to ask one question about trust or to alleviate your feelings of trust, you can do that. But you're kind of going on and adding to like a whole case, making it impossible to answer the question.
Sitch, my question is,
ramble about me, I shouldn't be here for that, which you did yesterday. Sitch.
Okay, let's watch this.
Introduction. I am shocked that I have to say the things I am about to say. To have to earnestly grapple with artificial intelligences that make art is a topic so fantastical, so absurdly science fiction, that I sometimes have difficulty taking it seriously. Unfortunately, I must take it seriously. Art AIs are here, and I have found the lugubrious shadow they are casting on the artistic discourse and the minds of students difficult to ignore. I have structured this essay as a series of counter-arguments to a few of the most common rejoinders around AI art. After that, I plan to lash you to a post and flog you publicly for your lack of resistance. That should, I hope, capture the scope of the absurdity at play here. I want to be clear up front that the coming arguments are not about whether AI art is art or not. I have no problem saying it is art. That just doesn't amount to much within the substance of this argument. It goes without saying that human beings can express themselves with absolutely anything. And so long as there is expression involved,
Plague Rocket?
One will probably experience their work as art and feel themselves to be
That's
an artist.
Bioscience 4,
but the
my dude.
forthcoming arguments aren't about that point. They're about the flawed, unethical, and deceptive environment around AI systems. One that I will argue is poised and promises to take things in a very unartistic direction. It's not hard to imagine an ethical and consent-based generative AI image system, and that only makes it all the more galling that the ones being released now are emphatically not. I also want to say that I, as a person of this world and time, am as morbidly curious as to what these systems can create as anyone else, and I am certain that I will be deeply moved by examples of AI art in the future. However, the interesting possibilities in AI art do not mean that the horrendous oversights and anti-humanist values of its current systems are above reproach. I must admit that I will be engaging in some fortune-telling in this discussion, but considering the subject matter, I think that is inevitable, necessary, and actually desirable. Most of us would have called the current state of these systems a fantastical impossibility just 10 years ago, and they might not have snuck up on us and disarmed us so easily if we had been willing to project a little further into the future. I have heard arguments that try to end this whole discussion before it starts. They mainly take the shape of technical assertions.
Sorry. I took down the... So this guy basically made a huge post and saying you need to take down in softer words, but he's like, I'm a fan of Max and I don't like that you're using my art anymore for the subreddit, so I think you need to take it down if you're not going to unban Max and do all these blah blah blah. And I just switched the art because I was like, fuck, I'm not gonna have you try to hold my shit hostage against me. I just switched the art, so we just removed it. And apparently he posted. I was actually relieved that he did it that way. I was anxious that he would read my post and show me how wrong I am, but I have no regret now because he's shown that he's no longer the person I used to respect. Jesus.
That these text-to-image systems cannot get better based on the nature of their design, and that we are already seeing their finished form. I am not a machine learning expert, programmer, or software engineer, but I must say, I find that hard to believe, given that they have already improved since previous inferior iterations. I want to make very clear, however, that even if you don't extrapolate into the future and contend only with the current state of the art, the way these AIs are being trained, released, used, and marketed right now in the present is already grounds for serious concern. If these AI systems are allowed to propagate unchecked in the way that they have thus far, a dangerous precedent will be set, revealing that visual artists are unwilling to defend themselves and their work against theft and exploitation. And have no doubt, that is what is happening here. In their current state and along their current trajectory, these systems are heavily based on the opportunistic collection and exploitation of large amounts of creative work from huge numbers of people with no consent or compensation.
This is such a fascinating topic because what he just described is the human learning process. As these general like ML AIs become more sophisticated, it's funny because they really do learn like humans. What he just said, like the way that they gather information from a huge repository of art, from a bunch of artists that didn't even consent to their art being used, that's how humans learn, right? Nobody consented to you studying their art piece in school or in your own free time to learn how to draw better or make comics or whatever. Like, it's how humans learn. It's a very interesting conversation.
To signal to these companies, including the ones to come, that artists will allow this with little resistance will not bode well for the commercial industries, for fine artists, for hobbyists, everyone. And I am baffled by my friends and peers who are looking into the mouth of the lion and saying it might be hospitable in there after all because they glimpsed some bits of food stuck to the teeth. I am as aware as you are that false certainty about monumental technological...
The scary thing I think about AI, oh, it's kind of cool, I guess, so I'm going to be able to have these philosophical debates in my lifetime because that's probably where we're headed. The interesting thing about robots is they show us how simple our minds really are. And it's funny because in order to make these robots or these AIs, they need like a dizzying level of complexity and sophistication, but they really do illustrate the limitations of the human mind, right? Because for 5 years ago, there are aspects of the human mind that seemed unduplicatable or like it's just, these are humans. We have souls, we have ingenuity, inspiration, blah, blah, blah. Like these are things that can only exist in the human mind. Like, well, is it? Really? I don't know. And now that we've got AIs that are starting to show a sophisticated level of understanding, reproduction, and innovative creation of art, now it's like, oh shit. Maybe the human mind isn't as special as we thought. Maybe we can actually build better humans in some ways in terms of like how these AIs are working. It's an interesting...
events like these doesn't mean much in the whirling maelstrom of history. But we must recognize that kneeling to this brute fact does not always make us wise. Rather, it renders us mute and docile, and that is the last thing we as artists need right now. We must be willing to defend ourselves, each other, and our work, even though these AI companies will try to cast us as whiny and ungrateful. Don't let them control the narrative and lull you into compliance. We should be mad about this. These systems are collecting artists' work and employing it in for-profit commercial ventures, which they often hide behind the smokescreen of their non-profit status, citing the intent of academic research, making them difficult to attack. They depend on visual artists to be docile, and there are examples of them dealing with other industries more inclined to litigation much differently, broadcasting an egregious double standard. Every video, post, or discussion I see from my peers that handles the topic of AI art with sanguine submission turns my stomach, and I feel embarrassed for them. It is infuriating to watch them casually accept what these systems are doing, especially when they've been unarmed by these same deceptions in so many other areas.
Do you think the argument has any merit? It's an interesting argument. Does it have merit? I don't know. I'd be interested in arguing with them. It's complicated. It's difficult. I think it just feels bad. I think that's really the whole argument. This feels bad because there's nothing that's dissimilar. There's more similarities between these AIs than dissimilarities between them and just like students. But I think the what's the word I'm looking for? When you feel bad about something, you have a feeling, not regret. You feel irritated about a thing. What am I thinking of? remorse. When you feel like the resentment, yeah. I think the resentment is that these AIs can do it so much faster than humans. I think that's the issue. That's where the resentment comes from, yeah.
We all deride the same anti-humanist values when exhibited by social media, the labor field, and on and on. How many times must we fail to learn this lesson? Is there nothing we will not relinquish? Whatever you see your friends doing, whatever you hear from the desperate and the scared, do not join them in their bovine acquiescence. The giant companies designing and releasing these systems are manipulating the narrative, and they are depending on our ritual suicide. As has happened in so many other arenas, they are going to let you fight their war for them and have us snapping at each other for picked over bones like hyenas. They are going to make you comfortable with artistic cannibalism on a scale unheard of before now. But this is not the time for artists to divide. We must have honest discussions with each other, defend each other, and put this information out into the artistic sphere. Argument. The AI just collects references from the internet the same way artists do. There are many bad assumptions nested in this argument that I want to return to later. I chose to open with this one because it allows me to explain the data sets being used to train these systems. You may have heard of several text-to-image AI tools by now in the art community and on the news. Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, Imagen, just to name a few. But you may not have heard of their respective data sets, which are separate products that are sometimes proprietary and other times shared between different text-to-image systems. Let's use a very popular one as our example, Lion, one of the dataset collections that was used to train the current versions of Stable Diffusion and Google's Imagen. One of their offerings, Lion 5B, is a collection of 5 billion image URLs and descriptive text that point to and describe images all over the internet. When a model like Stable Diffusion is trained to do its job, an expensive and resource-hungry process when using such a large dataset, it runs through a particular mathematical process that solidifies a connection between image and text. The details of Stable Diffusion's technical process or any other model's process are not what we want to get caught up on. As new methods will be developed, new companies will emerge, and the technology will change. What's key to note here is that the input images are what define the model's potential. The performance of the model would not be possible without all of the data fed into it, much of it copyrighted. And once a model is trained on a set of images, you cannot easily make changes to it. If you want to modify the dataset and update the model, you must retrain the model from scratch on the entire modified dataset, at least with the current most common techniques. Here's the thing about that glut of images that make up the dataset. There's anything and everything in there. Your art might be in there, pictures of your face might be in there, private medical imagery has been found in there. That's because the images are located and cataloged indiscriminately, and the sheer number of them makes the collection as a whole a labyrinthine mess to navigate and understand. Huge amounts of it are copyrighted images that, to be clear, you certainly wouldn't be able to copy and paste onto even your personal blog.
You would be able to learn how to draw off of them though, right?
Without incurring some legal risk. So, how is it that they can include them in these models? It's all about the organizations. Lion 5B is disseminated by Lion, a German nonprofit, while the images themselves are trawled by another nonprofit called Common Crawl. Depending on where they're located, these companies, being organized as nonprofits functioning for research purposes, are afforded privileged legal exemptions and won't be found guilty of collecting and using otherwise copyrighted data. The issue is that these datasets collected under these exemptions are now funneling into for-profit commercial ventures like Stable Diffusion. And wouldn't you know who funded a large part of Lion's processing power to create this dataset? That's right. Stability AI, the makers of Stable Diffusion. Lion is actually listed right there next to the other products in their suite on their website. So this supposedly for research, nonprofit, legally privileged data set is being used by a for-profit company that's currently going for $1 billion valuation in their flagship product. This seems to be a direct violation of the spirit of these research privileges. This is quickly becoming common practice in AI, with protective, complex shells of for-profit and non-profit companies making it difficult to pinpoint where any wrongdoing occurred. The goal here is avoiding accountability and legal liability through tricky data laundering that they will argue is legal, but we can all plainly see is not just. Another example of this evasive accountability model is the developer of the text-to-image AI DALL-E, named OpenAI, which consists of the for-profit corporation OpenAI LP and its parent company, the nonprofit OpenAI Inc. Does all that sound confusing? That makes sense because it is, and they invented all of it. Let me read you what they wrote about it on their company blog. Quote, "We want to increase our ability to raise capital while still serving our mission, and no pre-existing legal structure we know of strikes the right balance. Our solution is to create OpenAI LP as a hybrid of a for-profit and a non-profit, which we are calling a capped profit company." End quote. Isn't that a shame? That no other pre-existing legal structure works for them. Poor guys. At least they were brave enough to invent their own legal framework that lets them make as much money as possible, while also claiming tax incentives, legal privileges, and the cloud cover of a nonprofit collecting assets for research purposes. And they were nice enough to name it too, so that if any other company is interested in reproducing this insanity, they can point at a precedent with authority. If you want a good bitter laugh, I'd encourage you to look up the caps they decided on for their capped profit company. These sleights of hand are the kind of thing I want to bring attention to. The problem is that they are being buried by the people who have everything to gain from these systems. These very practical concerns about AI are being drowned out by incongruent arguments about technological prudishness and the nature of art and progress. So many of these arguments are without substance. They merely extol the virtues of being open-minded about a techno-utopian future, rather than address the ethical and legal implications therein, and they buck at the sane reins we would want on these systems. Also note that some of the AIs, like Midjourney as of writing, haven't released any info about the data sets they were trained on. They're complete black boxes to us. And I expect more companies to try that route once they see how vexing their data sets are to an informed public. So, no, the AIs do not collect references off the internet the same way that artists do, and they are using them in ways that you, as a normal person, would not be allowed to.
I don't buy that argument. If they were all of a sudden getting all of these things in a legally legitimate way, would he all of a sudden be okay with it if they bought the licenses for all of it? I don't think he would. I don't believe that. I don't believe he believes that argument.
You would not be afforded the legal privileges of a research nonprofit when it comes to collecting and utilizing copyrighted works without consent.
You can collect and utilize them for your own personal training, right?
Much less when putting that towards a for-profit end. Little old you would, of course, be swiftly and summarily penalized for any infraction of the sort. Argument: AI is just a new tool. This argument is born from a lack of imagination. As an artist, you should, of course, be embarrassed by that. AI art programs may be a tool right now, in their earliest state, but to think they will continue this way requires a willful ignorance about the tool you're using and the environment around it. They are not meant to be tools for artists. They are replacements for artists, and they are advertising themselves as such. Just read the language.
The most interesting email that I got, I don't remember if this was from an artist or an engineer, was that like, yeah, like AI art is going to be a thing and it's probably unavoidable, but that AI art isn't going to replace artists at all. It's just going to be another tool that artists use. That right now, maybe the best type of artist is the one that knows how to paint or draw the best images on like a laptop or a screen or whatever. But in the future, what it's going to be is it's the best artist that can pick the best data sets and then tweak and modify what the AI is training off of. Those are going to be like the new best artists, which is an interesting perspective.
Language they are using to sell it to you. Here are some quotes from Stable Diffusion's release for researchers. Quote, Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image model that will empower billions of people to create stunning art within seconds. End quote. And here's another one. Quote, you can see some of the amazing output that has been created by this model without pre or post processing on this page. Notice the language. They do not want a future where you need to touch these images after they've been generated. They have no interest in leaving any task for an artist to do. They want you completely out of the picture, even though your art trained the AI. And you should do a Control-F search on the page I pulled those quotes from for the word artist. 0 results. They want to sell the promise that someone with no experience can make the same image on day one that someone with years of experience can make. Based on their business model, the less need there is for an artist's intervention, the more successful and appealing their product is. Whether or not they actually achieve this goal of producing an AI that needs no artistic intervention is almost irrelevant, because they will advertise that they have achieved that goal so broadly that it will utterly transform the optics around art for the world at large. They'll invest millions to advertise to the common person that stunning images, videos, whatever, are made at the press of a button. That said, I believe they probably will achieve that goal. Much of what is possible with these systems in their earliest releases already surpasses good enough. You will not be touching up these images, improving them, or compositing over them for long. And be wary of those at these companies who will say these are tools for artists only when confronted by artists, while they ceaselessly market it to everybody else as a way to easily and immediately generate incredible art with minimal fuss. The usual retort here is that even if these images need no fixing, someone must always do the prompting or selection of desirable outputs. If your imagination failed you before and it's doing it again, you should be doubly ashamed. The future of these AIs does not involve humans sitting around typing prompts into them. The dream of getting a job as an AI soothsayer who, through loving cajoling, pulls the most beautiful image out of the machine is short-sighted. The AIs are just as good at generating strings of text as they are at generating images. In your rush to prompt, you failed to notice that you were training the next part of the AI. The one that knows the combined taste of millions of the most tasteful.
And there goes your argument. I don't think he's argued against my argument at all. This isn't a very compelling argument. How can you say that the AI knows which art to make when the choice is chosen by humans that are like selling and buying things? It doesn't make any sense. Unless you're making AI art for other robots.
People in the world. This is clearly signaled by programs like Midjourney, which permanently and publicly archives every single piece it generates, including the prompts used. When you prompt, you are shouting your inner heart into a new data set for the AIs. Once that data set reaches critical mass, they won't need you to tell the AI what to...
Wait. Somebody typed in... I only typed in Destiny Trainwrecks to see if streamer images would be used in a text-to-image creation. Based. There's 27 more minutes left.
To make.
God.
These systems, perhaps many countless instances of them, will run on autopilot. They will simply iterate on what they have learned people are interested in seeing, combine it with real-time analyses of the internet and other systems, and begin an explosive outpouring of media that will never end, completely transforming the art market. The sheer volume of output will allow the AIs and their handlers to manipulate the market, flooding feeds with images when they want something to disappear and easing off when they want something to get attention. We would be lucky if this only affected the commercial art market, but the wholesale devaluation and silencing of art will likely affect every sector: commercial, hobbyist, fine art, everything. I think of this supernova of mediocre inhuman emission as the mega feed, the ad absurdum version of the comparably weak feeds we are familiar with today. It will turn out then that it was you who was just a tool. You were used to teach the AI which of its creations is the best, as you do every time you click on your preferred result amongst its many grotesque offerings. You teach it the keywords and buzzwords relating to styles and rendering criteria that are of the broadest interest. And every time you return to it with a novel idea, it will, of course, note your originality.
Okay, they have no default power, right? I have to give them
baleful machinations to distilling and infinitely redistributing whatever creative.
I have to put generators in each of them?
This counter-argument is also my answer to the accusation that I and others like me are Luddites, who are simply afraid of new technologies when we should be embracing them as tools. It's ridiculous to call someone like me a Luddite, and I have never resisted tools. I have spent my whole career joyfully trying out every new true tool that shows up. I began making digital art in MS Paint before I was 10. I made my first 3D renders in Bryce 3D at 11. I've been using Photoshop since I was 13. I made my first 3D animations in Maya at 15. I've learned Modo, ZBrush, SketchUp, Blender, and other 3D programs I can't even remember. I have a 3D printer. I bought a VR headset to sculpt in virtual reality. I stream art on YouTube and run an online business, for God's sake. I don't use any of these tools begrudgingly. It has been a joy to learn them and play with them. I only want more of these things, not less. And I know many of the artists who are resisting the AIs like me are voracious lovers of advancement and new ways to create. No, I'm not a Luddite, and I'm not afraid of new tools. I can just tell what is a tool and what is a replacement. If you had been a worker on an automobile assembly line, you would have been wrong to call every new wrench, drill, and rivet gun they put in your hand a replacement. But on the day the grate rolled up and they pushed a robotic arm onto the factory floor, you would have been right to call it a replacement. Some things are tools, and some things are replacements.
Power infinite lasers,
and simply shouting "tool" over and over again won't change the nature of the thing. Argument. Artists will just need to focus on telling stories through video games, animations, and comics. I have already mentioned the biggest problem with this argument. The AIs will be very capable of running on autopilot, batteries, and they will get just as good at telling stories as they are at making images and videos. They will produce novels, essays, and scripts in amounts that can fill the Library of Babel, each piece a composite of half quotations and unattributed swipings. All this auto-generated text can be processed by the image and video AIs to generate long-format media, and the cycle will be complete, self-contained, and human-free. Companies will leap on this system, of course, since it's predictable, consistent, and lacking the hard-to-maintain wetware and mercurial moods of the human artist. They will produce an endless stream of every imaginable film, TV show, game, news story, and image, as well as every imaginable permutation on each instance of these. This will completely flood the realm of story, and the future will find itself overwhelmingly ghost-ridden. The anime that you've been dreaming of making since you were 8, which you are willing to forsake all of art to produce, will get the attention it deserves in this environment. None. And when your dream project, regurgitated in moments by an AI, receives no attention, no clout, and no money, you will rest well knowing you earned it. Not even your mother will be able to find it in the unending surge of the megafeed. This wouldn't be a problem on its own. You were otherwise never going to make the thing anyway, except that you will be ruining the art market for everyone who is positioned to pull something off by their own efforts. You will gain nothing and hurt your friends and peers. The idea that everyone will be empowered to tell their story is one of the few arguments for AI art that compels me. There's a nuanced discussion to be had there, but I believe it is ultimately bankrupt. It is a nice sentiment, and I can empathize with the frustrations of being an artist who feels their skills do not measure up to the scope of their vision. But we're overlooking something very important here. You don't just want to tell your story, and you don't just want to tell it well. You want it to matter that you told your story. The AIs will rob you and everyone else of this. The execution of your petulant vision by the AIs will ensure that no one cares about your story and that it is washed away in the heaving sea of AI dross. Your art already doesn't get attention. It's not going to get any more attention when it's competing with the unending stream of self-generated and highly targeted comics, novels, images, films, games, and songs. As I've said, these AIs will not need to be prompted by humans for very long, and will instead auto-respond to the ebb and flow of the internet, current news, real-time sales, and even private conversations. After all, we have already readied these inputs for them. We all feel a little uncomfortable when our phone shows us an ad for something we mentioned to our friend over dinner. But what happens when it shows you a movie it made just for you?
Damn.
About your breakup?
Porn.
A song about that careless word from your mother? A finished version of the comic idea you started researching? You'll start getting notifications saying, hey, check out 1,000 finished versions of your dream. Our ambient digital systems already have intimate access to so many of the inputs that define our taste. In some sense, we sold our souls long ago. So, you may be able to tell your story, but at the cost of its complete irrelevancy, which will likely have the effect of making you resent that you ever had the idea in the first place. Stories don't achieve their incredible effect simply by existing. They live and die on human connection and intellect. AI will not democratize art. That's just one of the copy-pasted platitudes of those vapid marketing execs spoon-feeding you your own doom. In a democracy, your voice matters. In a world flooded by AI media, your voice has no chance of being heard. I also want to point out here that the people making these things will depend on you thinking
I think I need
they
another
hold
reactor.
the silver key to your artistic vision. They need you to feel worthless and like you missed your chance to tell your story, that you got too old or don't have the time or resources or ability or what have you. That way, you will need their product. This way, you will support them monetarily and, most importantly, you will help them change the laws and sway the culture.
Destiny fighting RTBA.
Culture to allow their rapacious strip mining of all creative labor. They will always be incentivized to make you feel lowly, dependent, incapable, and slave to their kaiju whims. And when they're done, they'll pull the rug out from under you, of course. They have no actual reason to let you have this stuff for free. They don't care about you. They can say they do, but that means nothing. Once they've made it impossible for you to make a living as an artist, and you've helped them change the laws, and they've ostracized you from your peers by turning you against them, they'll just take it away and sell it to Google and Facebook and YouTube and all the rest, because they stand to make billions from them and nothing from you. You gave it all away for free.
Wow.
You fools.
You fools.
Argument. These companies cannot manipulate our access to these systems because of open source projects like Stable Diffusion. I can run it offline on my personal computer. Let's say upfront that Stable Diffusion and Stability AI are not the permanent body of the discussion here. And indeed, these names may be completely unfamiliar to people listening to this even in the near future. Many AI companies will rise and fall, and some will be open source, and others will be highly guarded. There will be a huge variety of business models, release models, subscription models, and retraining models associated with the huge number of AI projects that are about to hit the scene. Just because the source code is out for the current version of Stable Diffusion does not mean that Stability AI and other like-minded companies won't change their tactics in the future. I also want to point out that the version of Stable Diffusion you can presently download and run offline is limited to its current dataset. You might have some control over its parameters, but it would be cost and time intensive to retrain the model on an updated dataset, as I explained earlier. It took a lot of power and graphics cards to train the current version of Stable Diffusion. And if you want to stay current with these technologies, you will either need to dedicate tremendous resources to retraining or otherwise surrender to these companies, which is, of course, what they want. Also, it seems very naive to trust that a for-profit company like Stability AI, gunning after a $1 billion valuation, likely seeking to elect moneyed investors to their board of directors with a hedge fund manager as CEO, is somehow incentivized to give you your favorite toy for free indefinitely. And suppose they do continue to offer free versions. They'll end up like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., replete with the bad incentives and world-distorting effects that we've seen from those models. Argument. Don't people do the same thing with references as the AIs do? Now we return to a deeper analysis of the bad assumptions built into the first argument we addressed in this video. To clarify, this argument concerns the practice of using references and the art of others to make or inspire an image. This argument is confused at its core. First, suppose the answer is yes. The way an AI uses references is analogous to how people use references.
Argument.
This begs the question as to why you would afford the privileges of this endeavor to unfeeling machines instead of human beings. What? This is art making, for God's sake, not some agitating manual process that people hate.
Oh.
This is one of the things people enjoy doing.
Okay.
Anyone with a humanistic outlook will see that because the intent and desired outcome are the same, we should reserve art making for those who stand to gain something from it, for whom it can bring joy and reward, rather than dumbly bestow it on an unfeeling non-being that cannot enjoy the fruits of its labor.
Gotcha.
Second, no. People do not do the same thing with references as machines do. The difference is that machines can replicate references exactly. Sure, human artists look at references, collect them, combine them, transform them, and indeed sometimes do their best to outright copy them, but in the vast majority of cases, they cannot replicate these references exactly. You can look at as many Michelangelo drawings as you'd like. You can hang 100 of them up all around your drawing board. You will still fail to draw like him. You could not trace a Michelangelo well enough to create confusion about which is the original.
This guy is a way better artist than I will ever be, but I feel like that's absolutely not true. Am I wrong? From the music world, you can learn to emulate the most amazing performances verbatim if you practice long enough. You really can't do that with a painting or a drawing? That sounds impossible, but...
And if you could, it is almost guaranteed that you are an accomplished draftsperson in your own right by the sweat of your brow. The AIs do not have the same balancing constraints. The AI can perfectly achieve, through digital reproduction, memorization, and overfitting, any effect it is sufficiently trained on. So while a human's most vehement efforts to recreate the best parts of another's work might result in acceptable deficiencies and pleasant surprises, the AI can achieve perfect theft en masse. A human is also ennobled.
That he's hinting at, he's not outright saying it, but he's hinting at what I believe the real issue is, and that's the resentment that AI can learn so much faster. That's the real issue, yeah?
By their attempts to replicate and copy. at least when doing it through hand skills, rather than copy-pasting parts of an artwork digitally. Because of the mechanics of manual execution, a person will improve as an artist by making multiple attempts at copying. Executing an adequate copy of a masterwork is completely outside the ability of a beginner and ironically demands some honest skill. In a very real sense, and it may be hard to understand this if you haven't been grappling with improving your craft for a very long time, if you can manage to copy a Vermeer well, you earned it. Argument. The AI can never replace the soul of an artist. It will never be able to produce unique ideas the way a person can. This argument is really more of an argument for ignoring rather than accepting AIs, but it comes up often enough that I think it's worth addressing here. When we think of the artist's vision in this way, we elevate it to a strange position. This argument seems to assume that our ideas are like divine manifestations, unadulterated and born of happenstance. In reality, our ideas are complex reactions, both conscious and subconscious, to the innumerable conditioning factors that shape our lives. Remember, the AIs will eventually be reacting to many of the same inputs as us. They will always be taking the pulse of the internet's real-time performance, of keywords and buzzwords and trending topics. And they will be assessing all of those things simultaneously on the big data level and the targeted individual level. Your particular interests, habits, preferences, and even mental state and physical health. We already provide this information to companies in impressive detail. The AIs will intimately know you, and that will include your artistic vision. Even if most of its offerings are bland, mediocre, or unintelligible, the numbers are on their side, not ours. The sheer volume of its offerings will ensure that tucked in there, somewhere, is something you can't help but be attracted to, something you might have thought up yourself if you were afforded the same privileges as the AI. And if the current quality of AI output is any indication, less of it might be mediocre than one would hope. Scrolling through the mountain of unedited outputs of the current AI offerings can be at times unsettling and confusing, but even I find myself stopping to wonder at some of them. Again, this speaks volumes, considering that these systems are in their infancy. The dance diffusion problem. There is an egregious double standard pertaining to how these systems handle visual art versus other creative industries. Take the glaring example of dance diffusion, the upcoming AI music tool coming from a team within Stability AI, the makers of text-to-image model Stable Diffusion. Let me read to you from an article describing how dance diffusion is trained. Quote, "Dance diffusion is also built on datasets composed entirely of copyright-free and voluntarily provided music and audio samples. Because diffusion models are prone to memorization and overfitting, releasing a model trained on copyrighted data could potentially result in legal issues. In honoring the intellectual property of artists while also complying to the best of their ability with the often strict copyright standards of the music industry, keeping any kind of copyrighted material out of the training data was a must." End quote. If you think you couldn't have heard what you just heard, go back and listen again. The fact that such a baffling double standard exists within the product suite of a single AI company makes it hard to imagine any explanation other than bad faith towards visual artists and the callous belief that it's okay to trample them in particular because they are less inclined towards self-defense and litigation than other industries, i.e. music. I want you to imagine swapping the word music in that paragraph with the word art instead. Would that really be so crazy? Does that suggest that I am a fearful Luddite who is simply resisting change? I don't think so. I think most sane people would see that honoring the intellectual property of artists is a logical thing to extend to visual artists, not just musicians. Next, I want you to imagine that we're in the past, let's say 10 years in the past, and the text
Do I need a
image
different
generators
control
have
for
not yet
every?
hit the scene.
No way.
What if you learn that someone was planning to make one of these systems? Let's assume you took them seriously, and they vowed to abide by the judicious guidelines we just read. It's going to be made with copyright-free and voluntarily provided art pieces.
Do you need a different?
I imagine you would think that was the most utterly sane and logical way to make and release one of these systems, wouldn't you? Now imagine that after hearing this, someone floats the idea of instead making one by trawling the internet for billions of images and vacuuming up millions of pieces of hard-made art with no consent, no compensation, and no way to remove this work from the model once trained on it. Don't you think that plan would seem clearly insane and unethical from your lucky position on the timeline? That is to say, before the release of such an aberrant program. The fact that we are living in a reality where someone did make the latter without receiving any permissions or offering any compensation to those generating the art on which the system is trained, and then rush to release it before anyone could catch up with their misdeeds, doesn't mean it's any less unethical or plainly crazy. I think many of the naive assumptions about AI can be revealed if we only imagine how we would have hoped these systems would be handled in a reality where we took their potential seriously before they were made and released. Unfortunately, we took no action because most people didn't think they could get even as good as they currently are. And if they did, most didn't think they could do it so quickly. But having already been duped does not mean we must continue to dumbly concede to these fledgling AIs. We will set a very dangerous precedent by not disputing and dismantling these unjust systems. New AIs will be arising rapidly, and the multiplying villainies of their nature will swarm upon us. We don't want the people making these to think they can get away with infringing on the rights of artists and that we will not scrutinize the systems, inspect their business models,
Bruv,
and
he's just
generally
standing
be
there.
willing to stand up for ourselves. Conclusion.
Jesus.
These AI systems are going to continue to challenge us, not just in the realm of art, but in all walks of life. They will make their presence known in both digital and physical space, and they will appropriate all types of creative and mundane work typically relegated to humans. Wherever they show up, and whatever work they undertake, before you just roll over and relinquish all of life's efforts to the AI, ask yourself, am I forfeiting work I like doing? Is life really so packed with surplus joy that we should be letting machines automate something we take pleasure in? Do we really have a good reason to let them commandeer a job or hobby that is aspirational and fun rather than rote and miserable? Or are we just inventing reasons to let them do it because we don't want to take on the burden of defending ourselves, something that artists generally shy away from? We must not permit AI developers, with all their underhanded techniques, to undermine us until we are ultimately supplanted. We must fight back. Otherwise, we set a dangerous precedent for all AI systems to come. The people who are heavily incentivized to protect the public perception of these systems will accuse us of being Luddites, of being unadaptable, and of catastrophizing the consequences of their misconduct. But don't let them lull you to sleep with this inane chorus. Remember, always, that they're not artists, and it's not their work in the dataset. They want to control the emotional environment around this whole thing, casting you as shrill and complaining, and themselves as calm, intelligent, and progressive. They want you to accept, without question, that anything and everything you make and share will automatically get fed into their lucrative product. At the time of writing this, there is no way to secede from these systems, even though some are promising to add opt-out features in the future. While writing this video, Stable Diffusion indicated that it is responding to criticism and internally developing a tool that will allow artists to opt out of training. This sounds like a step in the right direction, but I want to note a few things. 1, the criticism was necessary for them to make the change. 2, there is no reason to trust that the next company that comes along with a similar training and release model will allow opting out. And 3, the version of Stable Diffusion that has already been released as open source will forever be out there and trained on this non-consenting and sprawling dataset. If you opt out, you will be opting out of future models of Stable Diffusion, not ones already released. And I imagine most people won't even be inclined to opt out until they discover that they're already included in a model. At that point, if the release is open source, it's too late for you. For that to make a difference, you must, of course, know that feature exists and how to use it. Moreover, you must know to do it for every data collection product out there. Only the savviest will revoke their work, and the rest will be preyed on. These companies will offer opt-out options in the hope you won't realize that they should have been opt-in in the first place. As I said in the beginning of this essay, it's not hard to imagine a fair and equitable text-to-image generator, which makes their chosen path seem, in the most charitable interpretation, thoughtless. If you wanted to build an ethical one, you would build it on a foundation of public domain and Creative Commons images, embellish it with images your company produces internally, commission artists to create training images for you, or compensate artists who opt in to have their images added to the dataset. Maybe even give them a royalty every time their image or name is used to produce a result. I don't see anything wrong with a model like that. And I imagine it would still be fascinating and effective, but still have...
Just curious then, let's say that we do everything he says, what's to keep other people from just starting stuff like this in the future? It feels like one of those things where, like, once the cat is out of the bag, what are you going to do about it? Spidertron. Extended? What does this do? No. What does pipette mean? Is that where you're adding multiple Spidertrons to one thing? I don't know what the fuck that word means. Hold on. Okay.
Have some utterly sane constraints that would leave much art to be made by hardworking human beings. I also think you'd have a huge amount of artists happily opt in to adding their images to the project. We're artists. We love new, strange, and wonderful things. As much as these AI companies seem to want to lump us in with the prudish bores of the past, it's a bit of a stretch considering our demographic. Most of us use and love tech, have a long list of nerd credentials, are constantly trying new things, experimenting, and getting excited about the weird turnings of the world. I think if someone made a consent-based model like this, even I would throw my images into it. But for now, please, let's stop with the go fever and think this through. Let's end this wholesale theft of our creative labor. I'll leave links in the description to associations trying to organize around these issues, sources, and informational videos on the current state-of-the-art systems. I highly encourage you to do more research into how these systems work and how the companies that are making them are controlling the narrative. Thank you.
Fuck. How do I make this work? Or wait, is the mod not activated? Why do you think Chad has such a negative reaction to this video? Because the guy speaks in a certain way and then Chad is beta as fuck. I mean, there is like a serious threat to like, it's interesting the idea of like computers will be making everything for us, including art. That's a pretty spooky concept. Wait, I don't know if I can... Oh, shit. Wait, how did I... Do you mind if I hop into chat? Yeah, sure. How do I connect this to multiple things? Fuck me.
What's up?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Man, that video is just, parts of it are really bad, but parts of it are very spot on. As an artist, do you have like any internal reactions? I'm not an artist.
I mean, I think it's inevitable. I mean, AI is going to hit a point to where it can do most of what... I mean, there's no reason to think the human mind is unique in terms of its ability to create art or anything, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. There was a period of time where we thought that human thought was like actually something unique, and the more we dig in, it's just become super obvious that the human mind is kind of replicatable at something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the anti-Luddite argument, or the argument that artists against AI are Luddites, is actually probably one of the worst ones.
Can you explain what is this anti-Luddite argument that people are just saying it's a tool in there or whatever, or what?
Oh yeah, like the idea that artists just don't like this because it's a tool is just really bad, because the AI isn't meant as a tool, it's meant to replace artists entirely. And that's kind of the idea behind most AI, and what makes it kind of spooky. Because normally a tool still is required by human beings to be wielded in some way. In AI, like even in his solution to AI, some consent-based AI, is one generation later, you have an AI generating art off AI-generated art and improving itself.
Sure. But I mean, it still needs some level of direction, right?
I mean, it depends how far in the future you want to go. There's theoretically nothing stopping at some point AI from improving itself, which is like...
No, it can prove itself, but like we have to ask itself like what...
Yeah, there's an... I'm trying to think of the internal term for what its goal is, but like, so if you made an artificial general intelligence, which is like a human level intelligence, it would have internal goals. Like you could expect it to make certain goals. So for instance, access to money is something you could expect an artificial general intelligence to target, because money allows it to do other things that are... Oh, utility function, that's what I'm thinking of. It would allow it to accomplish things in line with a utility function, no matter what that is. So for instance, a really good hyper-futuristic AI that makes art would probably, no matter what, want to build more parts of itself to give it more computational power. And at some point, that would require it to improve itself.
Okay, wait, say that again, or...
Okay, there's some basic principles that will always apply to any sort of AI that will want to improve itself. So for instance, if you made an AI that wants to make art, you can guarantee it wants money, because it wants money to buy computer parts to upgrade itself to make better art. Like if you gave it the task of making really good paintings or really good sculptures, no matter what, more computational power allows it to think more and think faster. So that will become a goal at some level.
Okay. So is this like the Skynet argument kind of, or?
I think there is a Skynet argument. There are actually like some really compelling arguments against AI. Because AI is already engaged in some form of deception. So I forget, I'm trying to think of, hold on, I might find a paper later, but if you train an AI on a model where it says, hey, pick green apples, and then you put it in the real world off its training model, and it starts picking green apples, and then you decide later that you want to pick red apples instead, put it in the model to train, it will pick up red apples while still wanting to pick up green apples because it knows that later it will be put in the real world to be allowed to pick green apples. And like that's a situation we're already dealing with.
Wait, how will it know it wants to do something in the future?
Because you've already set an internal utility function. So, and changing a utility function is against the current utility function. Like if I could give you a pill to not love your child anymore, would you ever take it?
No.
Yeah, so same concept applies to AI. It resists any changes you want to make to it.
I guess I don't understand why. I didn't get that.
So you assign an AI a utility function, which is like its internal goal. Like for you, it might be to like raise your child. For an AI, it's to pick green apples. And if it knows the internal model that it's training on is smaller than the real world, then it will not update its utility function.
How is it going to know that?
That's a really good question. That's complicated. That's something people are trying to figure out. Training environments are usually distinct from the real world, and one of the solutions to this problem is trying to make the training models indistinguishable from reality so that it can't fool the tester.
Okay. Little Skynet-y.
It's not quite fiction. It's like a thing that we're actually dealing with. Like the green apples and red apples example from earlier was something from a research paper where they were trying to teach an AI to navigate a maze, and it would pretend that it updated to find red apples instead of green apples. Like it's a really actually basic fundamental problem of AI that we don't really have a solution for yet.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
It's just super interesting. But yeah, I think there's a lot of legitimate arguments against AI as like replacing human beings for art. But I think the value of making one is really, really high. So anyways, that's just my thoughts.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. There's like so many implications to like AIs doing things that, as they move into more traditionally human-dominated areas where we thought that like AIs could never do it, so like art or programming or stuff like that, it's going to be interesting to see how people respond to it. But
yeah, I don't think anyone expected it to be this rapid, even AI developers. It's really wild how far things have gone in just a few years.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to peace out, do some agility laps, install Apex.
Be careful.
The patch is dropping soon, bud.
Bye.
Later.
I'm gonna watch all of these stupid fucking things run in, and they're just gonna blow up and die, and it's gonna be, and I wasted all my time on this. I can already feel it. Can you explain what the spider's gonna do? Well, I've loaded every spider with shields, lasers, reactors. Who knows what they're actually gonna do? No one knows. Maybe they're just gonna run in and get blown up like fucking morons. If these blow up, I'm just gonna play League of Legends. True. Gotta get some rockets too. The rockets look like they sucked. And they're so expensive to build. Like, and I need so many of them. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, alright. Good luck. Just march through. One down. It's not enough damage. Oh my god. Oh, kill me. I just wasted all this time. I think I'm playing, I think it's the, I've got like the combat rebalanced mod or something. I think that's what's making it so stupid. Whoever told me to download this mod, I think it was a mistake. I think that's what's making all the biters like retardedly difficult. It's not the, it's not space exploration by default. What a waste of fucking time on all these stupid fucking spiders. Oh no, it scales infinitely? Wait, does the combat rebalance mod make it scale infinitely? Is that true? Just turn it off? Wait. What does it do? Because it seems like all it did was just like insanely boost the HP of fucking everything. It's so annoying. Mod settings. Combat mechanics overall. Spitter. Be blocked by walls. Rockets can collide with trees and enemy walls. Good for PvP. Oh, it's just upping the health to everything. So all this did is it made every single thing like just more HP and more speed and more. Is that what it's doing? Relevant. Everything has a meat shield now? What does that mean? Rope you into something, okay?
Whoa! Is he gonna go to the shooting range with him? Why didn't I get invited to the shooting range? Is it because I'm black and they don't want me holding a gun? Why did I?
I don't even know which state he lives in. Yeah, if he wants to. Let's try this. Maybe this will be less AIDS. President Sunday made a response video to Destiny saying they could talk earlier? Jesus. Why not just clear nests with nukes? Bro, because nukes are insanely expensive to build. Fuentes does a serious read on relationships and dating. What? Hold on. Let's see how this looks with the biter stats changed a little bit. They fare a bit better, but still not that good. Are they even faring better, actually? Actually, I don't even know if they're doing any better. Why don't you just build artillery to handle the biters? Because artillery also needs like 50... First of all, the range isn't as far as I'd like it to be, and the artillery also needs like 50 million fucking rockets and shit. Oh, mod settings. Oh. It didn't change anything. Oh, these are startup settings. Oh, God. Oh, no. I can never change it. I can never change it. I can't change it. Okay. You can change, you just need to relaunch the game. It says startup settings cannot be changed while a game is running. Oh, wait, hold on. While a game is running. Okay, so how do I edit mods?
Figuratively. How about...
Okay, mods. Okay, how do I change? Oh, do I just go to settings? Controls? No, what am I doing? Mod settings. Okay. Health, speed, range, health. Okay, everything to 100. Confirm. Continue. Load. I'm not gonna sync. We're just gonna load. Sunday calling you out. 8 minute.
Hi,
video.
Steven.
No, hold on. I don't give this guy attention. Sorry. I'm good. Got our Sneeko video here. Okay. Oh, holy shit. What is this down here? Time remaining? Oh, life support and shit. Cute. Okay. Let's see if this looks any different. Good luck. Bro. It's like, it doesn't matter still. These guys were a mistake. They were a mistake. So it was a waste of time. It was a waste of time. Double the amount of spiders? Fuck you. Fuck me, dude. Fuck. I should just run on my own. That's what I need to do. I probably have better luck if I... I can put on my, like, a kill suit, load it up like this. No, like this. I can, will my thing work from inside the suit? Yeah, well, and this is, I should just do it on my own, I guess. It's still like, it's not even enough damage though. These things have so much life. Up the micro, they just, it's not like, it's not that kind of game. Oh my god. Use grappling hook to jump around. Yeah, I know. It's just... I was hoping I finally had like a smoother way to like do combat, because this shit is taking so long, like clearing out the spider nests. Artillery is... Yeah, maybe it's time to try artillery instead. We're willing to talk more about AR. No, I don't care that much. I'm not interested right now. Ask me in a week. I have to beat this mod. That's where my life is right now. I don't care about anything else. Oh, I'll be right back and we'll find something else to babysit you with. 1 sec.
Do you still have a VPN sponsor? Also play Classic WoW please and thank you. That Mexican OT-lam where? Want to help me parse some major airport safety whistleblowers' documents later? Tell Dan I said hi, heart.
Danny Doc, Danny Doc, Danny Doc, Danny Doc, Danny Doc, Dan, he wins.
Soy NA Vapors vs TVChat Smokers War on Reddit tomorrow. Do a Ben Shapiro video please. I'm interviewing him soon. Do you think Ben is smart about politics or more of a talking point guy, new viewer BTW? You should definitely try to get on Ben's Sunday show. I'd like to see the debate also once again. Do you think Ben is smart and new to politics, so like who to listen to really? I'm an hour behind, so this is very off topic, but snooze gang is the only way to get off cigs. The true addiction has to be scuffed in disgusting pee. Looking forward to the Lex Friedman conversation. Good luck, Steven. Destiny RE cover the midterms and Pelosi Destiny RE. This is one-to-one the woodworker seeing the factory mayor more and better chairs than them. This stuff is scary and makes me feel uneasy, but I think I'll have some positive outcomes. One of the positives, I think, will be that it'll teach the general public that art creation isn't some magic super genius thing. It's something available to all. I use AI art and paint over it. As an artist, it is a bit scary, but I do 3D art, so I got a bit longer Destiny copium. This guy talks like an Anna that was given Jordan Peterson videos. That artist still has to tell his eye. They all have the same uncanny similarities to them. Humans still okay. Please watch Humans Need Not Apply by CGP Grey. The art part will elicit at least a chuckle. You can replicate music/art to the point of it being basically the same, but it'll never be perfect. That perfection is more philosophical than actually discernible. Oi! -5.
It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. L, 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 L,
Gets so fucking dark in here. Come fuck apart in here. I die in the process. You die in the process. Pedal, drum, roll, hard shit. Fuck, I said fucker, don't start shit. Huh?
How do people use the voice thing? I will help you, brother. And L, 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 L,
I just bought my Valve VR headset, along with Blade and Sorcery. I am ready to begin my journey by respecting all women in this game. All women shall feel my respect.
That sounds a little misogynistic.
Obama. Obama. Obama.
White lives?
Do white lives matter?
White lives? It's a bit of a tricky question. No, not in the slightest.
Yes, they're trying to censor the truth.
No, why not? Black lives matter.
I really don't give a fuck about white lives.
If we're gonna get really political, I don't want to go there.
All lives matter. It's just no.
All lives matter for y'all. I'm glad that brother put that out there because he started a whole bunch of conversation.
Man, you're hard to talk to.
Really? Why?
Because you're making me think that all my answers are wrong.
There's no right or wrong answer. It's just your opinion.
Is the minute almost up?
Why'd you go, oh my God, when you said all lives matter?
Because, like, before you explained it, it was, like, kind of Republican.
Isn't it crazy that that's a political statement?
I mean, I guess. It's like if I say, like, no, as a white girl, it's like, do I? Yeah. But, like, then, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Canceling is also like a form of hate speech. I mean, you're kind of like forcing someone to be silent because they disagree with your viewpoints. Even if their viewpoints are wrong, I think people are still entitled to them. They should be able to have like discussion without like being scared of getting canceled.
Because they're white.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I don't like white people.
Why not?
I just don't.
For no reason?
Yeah, for no reason.
Bit of a tricky question, to be honest, because I saw the fuss around
Little
Kanye
fucked up, but okay.
West's White Lives Matter, and I absolutely didn't agree with the way he was provoking. So I would say Black Lives Matter.
How do you think he was provoking?
Because as a black man, it was a bit odd. It was weird to do that.
Why is it odd?
Because it was not what you would expect. It was not really political correct.
I like what Kanye West's dad said. He said it was really funny because it was a black man stating the obvious. White lives matter. There's no reason to get upset about it. It's funny that it's politically incorrect to say that your life matters.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Do you think he's crazy?
I think he's quite crazy, yeah.
Is Ye crazy?
Who?
Kanye.
I love Kanye.
He sold a shirt that said White Lives Matter.
Oh, fuck Kanye.
Is he crazy?
He's crazy, crazy.
What?
Because he's crazy.
What has he done that makes you think that he's crazy?
He's just crazy.
For no reason?
Yeah, for no reason.
Can you define what crazy is?
Kanye.
He's the definition of crazy?
Yep.
Do you think that Kanye West is crazy?
I think he's a very unstable man.
Yeah.
I think he should.
I think he's more of an asshole than
Yeah.
crazy, to be honest.
Do you think that Kanye West is crazy?
Absolutely.
Why?
Have you seen the news recently?
Yeah.
He's absolutely crazy. No one should be saying that kind of stuff.
What did he say?
All of the anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's enough. No one should be saying that, and I absolutely do not support him. If you support him and have downloaded any of his albums recently, not a friend anymore.
What's one thing you would say to Ye right now if he was watching? What's one thing you would say to Ye if he was watching this?
Give her a friend.
I don't know. Hug you. That anti-Semitism is not cool.
Mazel tov, Kanye. I'm fucking up all your best deals.
Calm down. Like, drink some tea.
And get back on your fucking medication, kid.
Meditate.
I love you. I appreciate you. And I wish you well, bro.
I like your songs, not you.
Try to use your platform to bring people together instead of driving them apart.
You're so widely respected for your art. Trashing that is just really disappointing, I think.
You said what?
I watch you every day.
Sneeko, right? Who? Sneeko or something.
Nah, I don't know that guy.
Yeah, it has to be him.
That guy's an asshole. He deserved to get banned.
He did get banned. He did get banned.
He's a dickhead. He'd be talking out his ass.
So what do you stream now, or like what platform do you use?
NYPD got a website I could use?
You tell me.
Do y'all think Kanye West is crazy?
Can we even answer that?
Who?
You think Kanye West is crazy?
Like, I think he goes by Yee now, right?
Yay.
Yee. Yee, boys.
Get it together, man. Come on, what's going on?
Did you vote for him?
I don't know.
That's political. We can't answer political
stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, officers. Do you think that he's crazy?
A little bit, maybe. I'm not familiar with him, so.
So from an artillery turret could hit way out there from here, do you think?
I saw it, and it's a little bit crazy, yeah.
If you're not that familiar, why do you think he's crazy?
Because sometimes I will look at the news and just getting information from the news.
Should we believe everything we see in the news?
Yeah. I think the only thing I can do is trust news because I have no other information comes from other anywhere else. So the only that I can do is just trust.
Good question.
Actually, correct answer.
Because he's my friend. And I don't know, he's going a little bit crazy on his words lately.
He's your friend?
Yes.
How do you know him?
For 3 days, constantly 3 days, anywhere in Massachusetts.
Was he a nice guy?
Artillery on train? I don't know how any of the artillery on train shit works. I don't know that.
Actually,
how
he
far
talked
that
about
shit's-
good things at the time, but I don't know what's happening to him now. Why he changed?
What's one thing that you could tell him if Ye was listening?
If he's listening to me right now, he knows, he told me he wants to build America like Israel. One for all for one. Like kibbutz. If you remember that, remember it. I'm Toby, he knows who I am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They blow up bugs.
Well, everybody got a
Yeah,
little
but they still need
crazy
like
on
manual
them,
ammo
you know
and shit
what I
made
mean?
for them, right?
So
Probably. Yeah.
crazy is really everything, because you do crazy stuff every day without realizing it. You know what I mean? So who say what crazy is?
Are you crazy?
Yes. I am crazy.
What makes you crazy?
Well, it made me crazy that I work a lot of hours and things like that. You know what I mean? From 9 in the morning to 12 at night, 6 days. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Because I don't have too much time for myself.
Is that your train?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Have a nice day. He said if you're running alongside a highway in short shorts against traffic, you're crazy. If you do it with 100 people, it's a marathon.
That's a good quote.
You think Kanye West is crazy?
Of course not. He's very woke. Y'all need to tune in.
Jesus.
He's never said anything that made you upset?
No,
What about when he said slavery is a choice?
that's his opinion. I can't be affected by someone else's choice of what they want to say.
You don't get affected by what other people say.
Nope, that's not my business.
Color.
Why do you think other people online get so mad about what other people say?
Because they're easily influenced by other people's, and their emotions are controlled by what they gotta say.
Do you think we prioritize feelings over facts online?
Of course, because it just stimulates your serotonin and all that dopamine anyway just by being on social media. So it does that.
How do we fix that?
Stay off of social media, read some books.
Would you wear an All Lives Matter shirt or a White Lives Matter shirt?
Nah, fuck all that. I'm not into all that. I'm not gonna say that, what I was about to say. But
Oh, say it. Come on, be honest. I'm canceled, bro. I want to hear some honesty.
you wanna hear some honesty? I honestly didn't support Black Lives Matter because the money put into that program was usurped and put into other people's pockets. It didn't benefit black people. We all know that.
Was anything accomplished for Black Lives Matter?
Hell no. Just more separation, divide.
You think it was one big scam?
Yes.
You think Kanye West is crazy? Is Ye crazy?
Hell no, I support Ye. I love Kanye West. Yo, Kanye West, I love you. I love Kanye West. I support Kanye West. I always have all my life.
Why do you think people are calling him crazy?
I think people say he's crazy because they don't want them to hear what he's really saying, which might be influential.
Who do you think created cancel culture?
Big media.
Uh-oh.
Who owns big media?
Jews.
Well, yeah.
Jews and gays.
Are you laughing because you know you said something offensive, or you said something that's so truthful that it could get this video deleted?
I laugh because it's the truth. I believe it to be the truth. I know it to be the truth. I know it to be the truth.
What is considered hate speech to you?
Herg?
Nah. Did you know who they are?
Jesus.
Sorry, guys. You're being recorded, by the way. Do you guys have a permit?
We don't need a permit to film like this. It must be on a tripod.
Well, this is in you have a table set up inside of Transit, which is private property.
We've been filming. I do this for like 2 years now.
Yeah, no, they just came upstairs. Transit came upstairs. They asked us to move you guys.
Okay. Do Blue Lives Matter?
Blue Lives?
I'm not going
Blue Lives? Listen, I fucks with. Yes, I do.
Do you think that Trump deserves to be banned off of social media?
I think Trump deserves life in prison for treason or worse.
Ooh,
He
damn.
doesn't deserve anything.
Based.
No rights at all.
Oh, well.
Trump doesn't deserve any rights at all?
No more than that. I think he should be a convicted felon and have those, everything else stripped of him. You don't see convicted felons sitting in giving you an interview.
Kanye West is a very vocal supporter of Trump. Do you think that he's crazy?
I think that Kanye West should be embarrassed for himself. His anti-Semitism is disgusting, and he's a disgusting individual. Should he be banned from social media? If I ran the social media company, he would be banned.
Wow.
What's one thing you would say to Ye if he was watching this?
I wouldn't talk to the man.
Ooh.
He's a disgusting human being. There was an incident in Los Angeles today attributed to him where people were showing banners over the freeway that said Kanye's right and the Jews need to die.
Ooh. Really his fault?
Absolutely, it's his fault. He's
Does he take responsibility for other people misinterpreting his message?
not misinterpreting. They're repeating his message, very different than misinterpreting. Misinterpretations can be corrected. But repeating his message is very clear. The message, he said that he was going to go quote, DEFCON 3 on Jews. And as a matter of fact, his followers are
doing just that.
Making anti-Semitic statements and the Jews should die kind of statement.
He's crazy because
No.
he's crazy enough to challenge himself and also crazy enough to challenge every spectrum in this world. I'm from the south side of Chicago. He's from Chicago. And when he first came out, he challenged everyone's perspective to think differently. And right now, I just feel like, yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy intelligent. He's crazy beautiful. He's crazy problematic. He's crazy in so many different ways that we can't even comprehend because we haven't got there in our psyche yet to understand what the hell is going on with him.
So is he crazy or is he a visionary? Is he just 10 years ahead of everybody else?
Both. He's both. He's everything because you're everything because I'm everything. He's just now is challenging everything and everyone's perspective, just like White Lives Matters and Black Lives Matter. We're challenging where our mind is at, where words have power, and if we're going to give it power. And we gave Black Lives Matter power because it matters. And there's a huge demographic of this world for so many years that have been programmed that white lives are more important, their money is important, their value is important, their perspective on all our ecosystems is powerful. And I'm tired of that. I want to talk about you. I want to talk about me. I want to talk about people that look like us, that think like us, because for so many years, us mattering has not been appreciated, has of no value, and we have literally been raped, and we have been taking all our resources, and it's been spread around the world that we can't even figure out who we are.
What's one thing you would say to Ye if he was watching this?
If I was to say Ye, I was like, yo, put it in the music. Put it in the music, speak it in the music. We're gonna buy it, we're gonna feed into it because your power is in music. Just like power was in Mozart, power was in Beethoven, power was in, in Beyonce. You need to put it in the music and just leave it there. You don't need social media, you're an artist. Let your art form seek into every person's soul like it does and keep it there. If it's good, if it's bad, if it's politics, if it's relationship, if it's love, just put it in your music because that's how you started and that's how you're gonna end. It's because of your music.
Who created cancel culture?
Everybody created, social media created cancel culture because everybody that logged.
Who created social media?
A white man's idea. But I don't know the exact, I know who created it, but at the end, but who made it take it to the next level? You know what I mean? That's really the question. Who is taking it there? You know what I mean? The algorithms that are being shut down, that people are not allowing to be seen, that's who created it. That's what people are afraid of.
Is freedom of speech dead?
No, because there's platforms like this that make it alive.
What if I told you I'm banned on every single social media platform?
I would say you're doing your job. You're doing what you came to do. You came to challenge spaces, and those spaces are afraid of this type of conversations, and that's what we need more of.
It's not even controversy about conversation. And I think what we need to do is start to think about humanity as a whole, about whether or not we all matter, because the way things are going right now, it seems like nobody's life matters, man. Look at the homeless population, look at the jail population, mental health, we're on a mental health crisis, food crisis, unemployment crisis. The world is in crisis. So the way I look at it, we need to ask, does anybody life matter?
Do you think Kanye West is crazy?
I think the brother, as a clinical social worker, the brother needs to definitely be on medication. I think he definitely is exhibiting symptoms of bipolar disorder, and he needs to be on medication.
What's one thing you could tell Ye right now if he was watching this?
Brother man, get your mental health in order, and then come back and say all the stuff you've been saying.
I wouldn't consider him crazy. I'll just say he's on another level.
What type of level?
Universal level.
Can you explain that a little more?
I mean, it's kind of, it might make me seem crazy, but he's just universally in tune. He knows things that we don't know. He knows things that are beyond the eyes. You know what I'm saying? You know, what you can see is what
level 5,
what you
guys.
think is what it is, but that ain't what it is, you heard? So that's the best way I could put it.
Why do you think they're trying to ban him off everything?
Because he's exposing everything. He's exposing the everything, like, you know what I'm saying? He's exposing everything. You just gotta pay attention to what he's saying, that's it.
What's one thing you would say to Ye right now if he was watching this?
Keep exposing them, homie, don't stop, you heard? You rich, you heard? You're a rich black man, keep it going.
Do you think we still have freedom of speech?
Conceptually we do. Is that it's something that happens in practice? I don't know. You know, I think from what I see on the media, a lot of folks are talking about they're being censored, and if they call out certain things, they live to regret it later on. And so, you know, our freedoms are being challenged today, and the concept of freedom of speech is really being challenged, especially in this age of digital, the rapid fire of how much information is spread around, and the way people have the opportunity, have the ability to edit what they want to edit, like this. This could be whatever.
I can make you look racist if I wanted to.
Ooh, you sure can. You sure can. You sure can. So it's in this whole thing, it's like really being careful about how we use social media, what messaging we put out there.
Wow, thanks,
And
Wiki.
also just honoring each other's humanity. That's the main thing, I think. We got to start re-honoring humanity and stop pivoting so much on what comes out of people's mouth. Because a lot of the time, people say a lot of things, and they're just talking. You know what I'm saying? They're just talking.
I believe no one deserves to get banned on social media unless you're a rapist, a pedophile, or something of that nature, and that's basically your content, where you promoting child abuse or something like that. Like I'm saying, but I don't think that if you talking and you expressing how you feel about certain situations, they should cancel you. I'm saying, or have any input on what your content is, especially if you're not doing no rapist shit. I'm saying, or no pedophile shit. You ain't promoting no foul shit. I'm saying, I don't see why they should take it away from you. You heard, or ban you or none of that. They just know that a person has a grip to the world. People listening to you. People know what's going on with you. You can move the crowd. When they don't like when people have a certain amount of power, and for instance, your power would be your followers. So now we shut down your followers, and we shut down. You have no following. So now you just by yourself all over again.
That's where I'm at right now.
You're gonna make it through it though. You're gonna be all right.
Thank you. That was a good interview, bro. What would you say to Ye right now if he was watching this?
To who?
To Ye, if he was watching this.
I would say, be careful what you say, because they're gonna take it a lot of different ways. And I say I'm behind you. That's what I would say. I would say I'm behind you.
Who do you think created cancel culture?
I don't know. Who created? I don't know.
Who controls the media?
Good question. Ask Ye.
Who do you think controls the banks?
Ask Ye.
Yo, thank you for coming on.
I've been seeing your videos. Of course, Andrew Tate, you know his mulatto ass. I've been seeing his videos. I love it.
Oh, look, he said it. You guys are saying they don't say that. Dude, there's like 30 different names for like mixed race people. Fuck you. There are some people that still say it.
Man, it's good stuff. It's people that, it's conversations that people aren't having, especially just men. They're not having these conversations because of, let's say, cancel culture or like being politically correct. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like what's correct and right by people, not just groups of people, you know, in general. We're at a time where we need to all hold hands or it's all gonna go down the drain and we all fucked. The earth is fucked.
Why do you think they're trying to divide us?
Because it's easier to control people that aren't unified. That's why jobs don't want unions. Starbucks.
No, I think you're trying to say this is censorship, but I don't believe that's censorship.
See it as punishment.
I see it as punishment. I'd like it to be punishment.
I think when it's the ex-president, that's a level of censorship because that's an influence. You're thinking about him as a man, Donald Trump as a person, but this is somebody who was the leader of the free world.
Well, I don't believe he was the leader of the free world.
It's
It's the president of the United States. Come on, dude.
Cozying up to Putin the way that he did in Helsinki, cozying up to Kim Jong-il that he did in South Korea, and that makes him, by association.
My point is that singling out and like trying to point it at his ego and saying that he's addicted to Twitter is minimizing the fact that you're seeing it just as punishment when a lot of people probably should hear what the ex-president of the United States has to say. That's what I think.
Okay, you're welcome to your opinion. My opinion is that
punishment, not censorship.
My opinion is you know, put him on an ice floe and set him out in the sea and let him melt and let the whales eat him up. I mean, this man has damaged America.
Trump should be sentenced to death?
Treason is punishable by death.
Jesus. It's a little extreme, but okay. I think there's discrimination how people can say these things about Jews. I feel like if this was a white person, reaction would be worse, but for black people, yeah, actually, it's kind of funny, but I think the Fresh and Fit guys joked about that on one of their shows, that it's like, because they are black, they have like a lot more leeway into the types of things they can talk about, which to some extent is a little bit true. Yeah. Bro, this thing sucks. It sucks. This thing sucks. I've got fully loaded rockets and it still sucks. Stop using the auto gunner and target nests manually. I don't even know how to target manually. Auto targeting. Oh, it's probably going to be spacebar, huh? Oh. That makes it a little easier. Academics calls out Ava and Peach.
Oh, bro, he already caught up in some shit. We not trying to get hot. But if you go at him like that, it's going to get us hot. I'm like, oh, okay, I got you, bro. I ain't trying to, like, bro, that nigga just mentioned my name on some weird shit, nigga. Like, bro, that nigga need to learn English, nigga. Like, that nigga need to learn to count. That nigga really stupid as shit. That short bus baby. Why you talking about me like that? Everybody was like, bro, just, all right, you got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
How are these fucking bugs even getting here, dude?
See now.
Hey, yo, Hack, I got a question. What's your thoughts on?
Hold on. Y'all just, hold on. See them people just try to mention some shit. He said, I been preach. First of all, boys was just trying to just get in the algorithm. It's cool. But here's the point. First of all, them niggas got some issue with Fresh and Fit. Bro, I'll be honest and I'll fuck with Fresh and Fit. They have a long-standing issue with them. My nigga, if they were, like, I seen them trying to give commentary, which, by the way, if I'm in the public news, I'm not above commentary, so I would never be mad about that. But, bro, they weren't even accurate with it, bro. You know what they started saying? They said, you know what they said? They said, academics and alpha male. Bro, anybody in my chat, anybody ever said have I ever said I'm an alpha male? Does anybody ever said I'm a red pill nigga? Bro, them niggas just trying to get some views. So I can't even talk to y'all really. Like, bro, them niggas don't want to have a conversation. They're trying to do hit pieces. I know niggas like that. They're intellectually dishonest. Because if put it like this, right? I'm not mad if they had some jokes or if they had some commentary about that because it's not nobody's best moment, right? But the way they framed it, alpha male. I never said I'm an alpha male, nigga. What are you talking about? Nigga say, oh, you say you're an alpha male. No, I'm not. Nigga, who said that? First of all, I don't believe in that red pill shit when niggas say alpha male. Nigga, I'm more critical of the red pill space more than I'm an advocate of it. I usually say I don't fuck with most of that shit because it's not applicable to the majority of guys who are listening to it. Now, it's different. I'm a whole millionaire, nigga. Okay? So, I'm gonna keep it real with you. That whole pride shit, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hit y'all niggas with that. I'm sorry. But that's not no red pill shit. I'm not into the red pill shit because they teaching niggas who make 60,000 to think that they make 6 million. That's not how it goes. So once I seen him doing that, I'm like, oh, okay, he's trolling. It's cool. You know what I mean? You know, again, I'm in a whole different world. And also, I looked at it because I seen the way they try to dissect it. And I'm like, bro, it's the reason they couldn't get rid of Fresh and Fit, nigga. Bro, they made 20 videos about Fresh and Fit. Them niggas just got bigger. But their fixation is on some alpha male, red pill shit. Let me give the news. I am neither an alpha male. Who says that type of shit, bro?
Adam Page were probably saying it because he was screaming that, like,
okay,
I'm
nigga,
AK.
There's
Probably
this
why they were saying
bozo
it.
who's in that community named Rulu Tumasi. I clown him. The nigga's married but act like he's like some G. Like, come on, man. Yo, Andrew Tate don't even really say he's no red pill nigga, bro. He's just him. So once I seen the Amin preach shit, I'm like, them niggas are getting either lazy or they're not realizing what it is. Bro, you can't attack me and say I'm a definition or I'm an alpha male. What? Nigga, I'm big act, nigga. Facts.
Facts.
Hey, yo, Act, they banned us for checking them in their Discord, too.
Who?
Album and Priest. Because we went in there checking them. They banned us.
Yo, I don't got no issue with them. And by the way, you know another reason I ain't going on them? Bro, it's not the best moment for me, my nigga. So it's like, bro, it's so regrettable. Bro, I'm telling you, I wish that moment did not happen. So it's not like I'm over here like, oh, I'm proud. Bro, I wish that moment didn't happen. You know, crazy circumstances, some alcohol, this and third. Here's the thing I also say about Abba and Preach. When we gonna see y'all deal with some bitches? Like, y'all niggas can be, let me tell you this. If you gonna be out there, and by the way, I know this now, because I used to just, nobody knew nothing about me when I was giving criticism. When we gonna see y'all hoes? When we gonna see y'all popping out with them? When we gonna see y'all at parties? Y'all just doing the easy, like, oh, okay, we're just picking this and picking that. All right, cool.
Hey, you talking about dudes that E-date. They in a different world. They E-date.
I don't know what they do. They
E-date. They be talking. They be dating off Discord. They E-date.
I'll give an example. You know, salute to number one Blackie Speaks. Blackie Speaks I fuck with. But I listened to that nigga Destiny. And by the way, I've not said the best things about Destiny. I said like, yo, bro, like niggas kind of checked out of what he had to say because when he said he may mess with dudes, right? I seen some shit and I clicked on like 2 minutes of it where Destiny was talking about it, and it was like, I think he understood it. It was just like, bro, yeah, it's definitely an alcohol-fueled moment, right? Probably not the best moment.
Oh, geez. I went really hard before I got the further context, so I'm surprised that, I'm surprised he's cutting me that much slack, but okay.
But, you know, you see, the Amin Preach nigga, the reason why I could never talk to niggas like that, they framed the discussion like I was trying to put my hands on women. And they're trying to do the same thing that niggas who are trying to make men just volatile and just radioactive trying to do. Why would I talk to them bum ass niggas? Like, if y'all framed it right, be like, yo, Ack was, I ain't gonna lie, yo, Ack was trying to break up a fight, but like, yo, he was just kind of too lit. Like, he came off looking stupid. All right, whatever. I'm not tripping, bro. Yo, unlike other niggas, I've been a millionaire before them niggas even was fucking, before them niggas was making $10 an hour. I don't care. Like, I'm not no Fresh and Fit, nigga. Like, when they was on Fresh and Fit ass, it was, nigga, I'm big act, nigga. Like, I figured this internet shit out before these niggas was doing shit. So all I'm saying is that I don't mind somebody giving a bad, be like, yo, nah, I ain't gonna lie, act, you ain't look too good. Like, yo, act got slowed down in drinking, your act was whatever. Cool. But when you try to use whatever type of, they're trying to say, oh, he's trying to be red pill. Bro, is it because I'm cool with Fresh and I go on Fresh and Fit? You think I'm trying to be red pill? They don't agree with half of the shit they say, nigga. That's just my nigga. And even, well, actually, I do agree with most of what they say, but I agree with it knowing that the majority of their audience is only 10% of their audience that can apply to. That's always check that red pill shit. I'm like, yo, bro, y'all hearing these experiences through Fresh and through me, nigga. Like, y'all don't have, like, nigga, I've famously said, like, if you think a chick you think 2-3 girls about to share you because you make $100,000 a year, not no bad bitches, nigga. These bitches really think they could get it. Now, if you're making $2-3 million, maybe you get 2 chicks that share you. I've been said that, but I always said, like, yo, but think about the whole mantra of the shit. How many niggas finna make 2-3 millions a year? Like, it's not that much. So I be watching a bunch of broke bum niggas argue points of Fresh and Fit where you don't actually qualify. Fresh and Fit, I've always said, is a millionaire show that broke niggas think apply to them.
That's true.
And fine, if it encourages you to be a millionaire, fine. But trust me, and when I say trust me, if you ain't making it's 100,000 won't do. Maybe if you lucky, you get a couple 100,000 in like mid nowhere. But if you in a major city, you in New York, LA, you in Atlanta, Miami, bro, you gotta make at least $1 million, bro. So that's why I be looking at the audience. I'm like, yo, are all these niggas listening to this shit saying they're gonna be millionaires or acting like they're millionaires? Because that's another reason why I always tell y'all, nigga, and I tell Fresh that too. I'm like, nigga, I don't gotta live for nobody. These niggas is broke. Nigga, I'm telling you what it's like to spend $200,000 a day. You ain't telling me. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You ain't telling me. So I'm not gonna go listen to what you think I should be doing. I'm telling you how I live my life, and you could criticize and be like, oh, no, I would do different. But until you get to the position that you can do it, fuck out of here. Because
okay. Oh, Nick Fuentes video on relationships.
How about
You're never gonna watch Fuentes on No Jumper? Oh, I need to do that soon. Fuck. Maybe I'll do these 2 Fuentes ones. Let me warm up some food real quick. True. Once you have all 4 of the science packs at 4, is there more science after that, or is that the end?
Tom Brady getting divorced with his wife. You know, I guess he just should have been a stronger Christian-based man. All these Zoomers, when they were criticizing me about being an incel, they were like, yeah, women are what they are, but you just got to be a based Christian man and put them in their place. And you got to, you know, it's okay to be a simp and simp for e-girls and talk to girls and be obsessed with girls and get your girlfriend and make that your priority, because a real man is a knight. A real man puts a village to the sword for the honor of his lady. You just got to be a based Christian man like a knight. And it's like, dude, they're total whores. And the system has made it so that you can't win. Women are totally fickle. They are totally insane. And they totally can, within 10 years, completely switch up. They get the wrong friend. They talk to the wrong guy. They go to work and they talk to somebody. Some other woman gets in their ear. They watch too much TikTok. Someone in their family dies. You know, they watch too much social media. They just get bored. And then they can literally take half your shit and your kids and blow up your whole life. And people go, well, that won't happen to me because I'll be a based and red-pilled Christian Chad that's going to put her in her place. And it's like, you think Tom Brady couldn't put his fucking wife in her place? You think you're more of a man than Tom Brady, Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, Kanye West, Brad Pitt, Elon Musk, who are all divorced, but somehow you're going to win her over with game. You're going to win her over with game. You're going to grind. You're going to make a good income. You're going to hit the gym and have a good body. And you are going to do what all of those other guys could not do. Now, I'm not, and by the way, I think you should get married. I think that marriage is the only licit outlet for sex. And I think that it is fulfilling for people. I think that people need companionship. And I think that people need children. I think that that is what is most fulfilling. And that is probably what's best for everybody. Is to get, it was instituted by God. It was the first thing that God instituted, really, or one of them, among the human institutions. And so I think it is good, and I think that people should go for it. But the idea that, this thing where people are tripping over themselves to get their girlfriends and get married, I think people ought to think long and hard, because it's a long-term decision. And you may go into it with certain intentions, but you're entering into a partnership, and there's 2 people involved, and it's not like the old days. You're totally, if it goes south, you're really screwed. And this idea that you're just going to change her mind or something, okay, good luck. Tell it to the judge. So that's why I tell men, take care of yourself. You take care of yourself. Figure out your life, get your money right, okay? Get a career, figure out what you want to do in your life, get set up, become a man first. And we're in a stunted generation. I'm no different. We were not raised properly by the other generation. It's not just the parents, it's the generation, you know? We grew up in an environment of helicopter moms and doting women, teachers, and, boomers that didn't really teach us what was right, but they also didn't let us learn on our own in a tough world. And I can't speak for everybody, but I speak for a lot of people when I say that. You gotta become a man first. You gotta take care of yourself. And focus on that. It's not to say focus on that to the exclusion of dating. You can date, but the idea that that's the end-all be-all and, if only I had a girlfriend, my life would be right. And if I just had that, it's like hydration. It's like these people need that to live. You don't need that to live. Focus on your bag, get your money up, okay? Focus on your bread, focus on your expertise. Read, learn a skill, learn a language, go to school, get a job. Give yourself fully to something, and you can explore girls in the interim. You can date. People have no problem with that. You can talk to girls. You can, talk to girls in real life. Talk to them online. Sure. And you can date around and all that. But do not make that your world, because number one, women don't even like that, and number two, if you rush into that, and that's like, again, you've got these sort of rose-tinted glasses about what that is, don't be naive. It's vicious out there. Women are vicious. And these days, they're all whores.
Jesus
And
Christ.
it affects their brain chemistry, actually. They have lost the ability to pair bond. Their chemistry's all messed up. They are inculcated in a feminist culture, overwhelmingly feminist culture. It surrounds them. Their family, their friends, their classmates, their colleagues. What are they going to do? Stay in the basement all day? No, they're going to go and talk to people online in the real world, and they're going to tell them to be a feminist.
I feel with no basement wife.
And in other words, that may be cool for a year or 2 years or 5 years, but you're supposed to be married for the rest of your life. You get married young, you're talking about 60 years. You're confident that in 60 years she's not going to get some ideas in her head? It's a long time. You're confident that she's not going to totally bring your life to a crashing halt, taking all your stuff and your kids and torturing you emotionally? You think, would you bet your life on it? You should be able to. And it's not to say that you can't do it. Many people do it. But it must be respected. You must respect this. It's not a game. This idea, this blasé, we'll figure it out, whatever. Oh, she's my princess. She's not like the others. It's like, well, I hope so. Hope it works out. But people need to think very carefully about it. Because a nasty divorce really, really is going to mess with you. And it's going to mess with your kids, more importantly. So do yourself a favor, do your kids a favor. Choose a wife right and get your shit straight. Okay? Don't just say, I can figure it out. I'll just be better. I'll just be a better man. That's the other thing. They always say, us men, we're the reason feminists got out of control. We're the reason. Us men that are at fault. Us men gave women the keys to the kingdom, and if we let them loose, we can put them back together again. And it's like, really? You think Tom Brady wasn't man enough? You think Tom Brady wasn't a chivalrous enough? He wasn't like me. He wasn't like me, an internet LARPer. He wasn't like me, an adolescent internet LARPer who looks like a bitch. And same thing with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump and Kanye West and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Yeah, Jeff Bezos just didn't figure it out like me. He couldn't keep his wife with $250 billion. But yeah, I'll figure it out. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people can. A lot of people can, but it's not to say that everybody automatically will because they say it's so. That's it. So, to summarize, get married. Get married, find the girl of your dreams, okay, and have your kids. But focus on getting yourself right. As a man, become who you are first. That's your focus. And a wife will happen along the way. If you do that, you'll find someone along the way. I really believe that. I think that if you focus on and getting straight as a man and earning your status and your money and whatever, your education and your place in a career, you'll find a wife along the way. I think that's true. Don't be a simp. Don't be a bitch. Don't be one of these guys that thinks that it's pussy's the end all be all. It isn't. So that's what I would say to you. It's like me. I'm 24. I'm getting a little bit older. And what did I do for the last 6 years? I just worked my ass off. And I didn't care what people thought of me. I didn't care what women had to say, what I did. Do you think that I could have started this if I cared what women thought? That's a very important idea. When I started this, I was just like a goofy ass, and people would still say I am. When I started this, I was like a goofy ass dork in a dorm room in college. Do you think that if I were really interested in what women thought of me and I was trying to get dates and I was trying to get laid and everything, do you really think that I could have done all of this seeking women's approval and validation? Honest question. Because for 2 years, I did this without virtually any success. And I was just a dork in a suit and just trying to figure all this out and just, you know, putting myself out there. I was on YouTube getting no views. Do you think that was really a strong pickup line? Hey, I'm a college dropout that does a show in my parents' basement where I put on a suit and talk about right-wing politics. Want to go out? Like, and if I were really concerned about that, I probably wouldn't have done that. You know, if I were really concerned about getting a girlfriend, I'd probably do something that women would like more. Women want someone that's college educated. And I know for a fact that if I were hitting up girls and saying like, oh, I'm not in college anymore, they would have ghosted me. You know, they would have ghosted me. They would have not talked to me. They would have been like, oh, not interested.
Well, I do understand. These guys all pretend that they're like these super logic-lording, unemotional people that are like, oh yeah, I'll go through life alone and get my money up and focus on blah, 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 blah. Bro, like, nobody ever addresses like the emotional component of like, sometimes it's nice to have friends. Sometimes it's nice to have relationships. Like, you can't grind life for years and years and years as a lonely fucking, not incel, but like just it's somebody that's just like, I'm only focused on my career. Like, that's not sustainable. You need social connections. Maybe not a relationship, but at the very least you need like friends and people to talk to that are like not just like the crazy sycophants that you post about in your community or like people that like only play against you. Like, it's nice to have real life friends and real life relationships. And yeah, I don't know. So I feel like they get a little bit too logic lordy sometimes when they talk about this stuff.
What college-educated woman, what girl in college wants to date a college dropout loser doing a YouTube show? Politically, for right-wing politics with no connections. Nobody. Right? And how many of you men out there have changed your life to appeal to a woman? Because a woman wouldn't think what you're doing is cool. Or a woman wouldn't be impressed with what you're doing, or it didn't earn enough money or status that your woman would have liked. I couldn't have started this if I was so concerned about getting laid. I couldn't have done it because women wouldn't have liked it. Now I'm famous. Now I'm a millionaire. And now I show up to these events and they all come up to me and talk to me. And I'm not even exaggerating. I don't say that. Listen, I'm indifferent to that. I don't care. Okay, you know me, I'm not really like a sexual person or whatever. But when I went to CPAC Dallas, all those girls in Today is America, they were literally all over me. Now, that doesn't do anything for my ego because I don't really care what women think. I don't put any stock in. When women are impressed with something, I don't care because women are easily impressed.
Is Nick a millionaire? No, I don't think so. But I mean, it's part of the image, like Trump.
Women are impressed with people that have designer clothes, which is just like tacky and dumb. Women are impressed with people that are tall. It doesn't matter who they are if they're just like physically tall. Now, being tall is good. I don't want to sound bitter about it, but women be like, wow, it's like, okay, it's like stature is taller. Okay, great.
Is that copium? He has no income streams. I don't know how he'd be a millionaire. Where does he make his money from? Unless he's gotten like, unless he stole money from donos or whatever. But no, I don't think he has the revenue streams to be a millionaire at this age.
People be into Pete Davidson. Girls are into Pete Davidson. And Pete Davidson, look at that guy's like a drug addict, loser shill. And he's not good looking or anything, but they're like, he's got...
What does he spend money on? He spends money on all sorts of things. What do you mean? It seems like he travels a fair bit. He's got like all of his like political conferences and shit that he does. I don't know how much he makes his money for, but... I mean, it seems like he gets around quite a bit.
Got tattoos and is tall. Like, that's what they're amused with. So, I don't really put too much stock into that, whether it's me or anybody else. When they come up to me and they're like, wow, like, who are you? Why is everyone so afraid of you? Or, you know, whatever. I'm like, okay, like, get the fuck away from me. Do you think I did all of this? Do you think I fought all this way so that some, like, 7 out of 10 bimbo conservathought so I could take her home and get a quick blowy or something? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know who I am? You think I fought through all of this? You think I sacrificed everything I did and I am who I am so that some 7 out of 10 conservathought could be just, like, impressed for the night and take a ride on the frickin' carousel? Like, because that's literally... And I remember Jaden.
There are any 7 out of 10 conservative thoughts out there. I'm just kidding.
When we were at CPAC Dallas, I'll tell this funny story. There was this girl who was really laying it on thick. And she was putting her arm around me, and she was touching my chest, and talking real close to me. Come over here, let's talk over here. And doing all the usual kind of stuff. And I'm playing along. I'm just having fun. We're at a party. And so we were at the CPAC after party, and I'm talking to her, and I'm just trolling her. I'm like, we're playful back and forth, whatever. Not a big deal. Now, we were going to go from there to another location. We were going to go to a bar, and it was this whole group. It was me and her and Jaden and Lance and all these other e-girls and whatever. And so we were going to go from the party to a bar, and we were deciding, who's going to drive with who. And which to me is just like, oh, who's going to drive with who? I got my car. And Jaden was like, oh, do you want me to leave you alone? Do you want me to give you some space? You could go with her and And I talked to him afterwards. I'm like, what the fuck was that? He was like, well, I was trying to be like a good wingman, and like blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, do you really think so low of me? Do you really think we're on a road trip, okay? Because I'm on a federal no-fly list. And we're on a road trip to do a fundraiser with Paul Gosar. We happen to end up here in Dallas. I'm like, do you really think so low of me that I'm going to get my fucking rocks off because I go to some stupid conservative party and some conservative thought comes up to me with a freaking wrist tattoo, and I'm gonna get my little rocks off tonight. This is my little treat for being a baller. And she's gonna take a ride and she's gonna tell all her friends about, oh, I was with Nick. Oh, I was with Nick. We did this or we did that or whatever. You really think I'm like, what do you take me for? Now him, that's his dream. That's his dream. That's all he ever wanted, was for status and validation to be conferred upon him. If a woman gives him the keys to the kingdom, he's happy as a fucking clam, okay? If a woman gives him the keys to the kingdom, he is happy as a clam, because guess what? It worked. Mommy likes me. I did something that mommy approves of. I don't need that. Okay, my parents loved me as a kid. My parents aren't divorced, and my parents loved me as a kid, and they love me now. So I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I don't need to outsource my validation to some woman giving me access to her pants. Because I know I could get that I could get that if I wanted to, and it probably wouldn't even be that hard, and that's why it's not that big of a deal. It's not a challenge. So who even cares? But anyway, I don't even know how we got on that subject, but how do we even get on this subject? So all these guys that's their, what was this? How do we even get here from, I'm trying to retrace my steps. How do we get from one point to the next?
I thought somebody said this is interesting. This is the most boring thing I've ever heard in my life. This is so stupid. What?
Oh, yeah. So I couldn't have done this if I was really concerned with getting a girlfriend. If that was my obsession, I couldn't have done this. So the past 6 years, I just did stuff that was not glamorous and not sexy and not things that were high status or show-offy. I just did hard, boring, lame work. I worked on my show, I worked on myself, I read books, I networked, I traveled, I gave speeches, I made a fool out of myself sometimes. I was in the mud, No girl wants to date a guy that's in the mud. With some exceptions, if you're just gotten a certain look or you're a certain height. I was in the mud, seriously. Like, my male friends made fun of me. When I still had my friends from high school, they would make fun of me. Oh, you still doing a YouTube channel? Yeah, how's that going for you? They would just trash talk what I did because they were all at school. And so I was totally in the mud, not doing anything that anybody was really interested in, but I was doing it because it was important and because it mattered, and it mattered to me. And I saw the potential, and I saw my potential, and I worked on myself, and I worked on my business. And now I'm worth more than $1 million. And now I own stocks, and I own real estate, and I own crypto. and trending on Twitter all the time, and I talk to the most famous people in conservative politics all the time. They're all on my messages, and I have a large following, and I run one of the biggest conferences, and I run a website that competes.
Okay. No more fucking around. He's actually dead. This is not gonna hit.
Why?
Okay. No more fucking around. He's actually dead.
Who actually won?
With any other alt-tech platform, and now I'm a serious contender. Now I've really set up my life in a way that I'm well positioned, and you know what? I've never been worried about women, and now I never have to worry about women because I know that within the next 6 years before I turn 30.
Okay, why do fighting game players have these insane sets? It's only in the fighting game world do I ever hear like, oh, he went like 27-0. Oh, he went 15-0. Like if you were playing RTS or like MOBA or like FPS or anything, you're never playing sets like this. Like if it's like 5-0, you're like, fuck this, I'm done. How do these fighting game sets go so long? Oh, maybe because the games are a lot faster. That's true too. You're like, what, a minute or less maybe sometimes? Okay.
I'll find a woman, even if I have to go to Italy to find her, and it'll be no big problem. It'll be no big deal. And my fertility's not going to suffer. I'm a man. My fertility's not going to drop off until to the point where I can't have kids until I'm in my 40s or 50s. So I got time. And I'll pump out my kids and I'll get my wife when, when it's the moment is right. But that's a message to all of you. Get yourself sorted. Get yourself right, and the women will come. The women will. You'll find your girlfriend. You'll find your wife in time. And you know what? Worst case scenario, you turn 25, you turn 27, you make it a priority. That worst case scenario, if you got nothing serious going on and you really want it by the time you're 25 or 27 or 30, some people even later, then you make it a big priority. You push other things aside and you make it a big priority. But trust me when I say this, there's almost like there's nothing wrong with waiting. Like there's nothing, you're not missing out on anything by waiting, really, at least. And I'm saying that as a young guy, so maybe I don't know. That's my perspective now. But I feel I've talked to a lot of people that have gotten married at various ages. I know people got married when they were 19. I know people got married when they're in the mid-30s. And the people that got married later, they didn't waste any time. They start pumping out kids, and it's like they were married all along, So that's how I feel about it. Like my parents had me when they were older, and I turned out to be autistic. So and I turned out to be an autistic test tube baby. So if that's not a glowing endorsement, I don't know what is. But all right, so let's see. What else do we?
Okay. That's what a wowzer. How wowzers. Oh, no jumper? No, yeah, link me the no jumper one. Let's go.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And today, me, AD, and Flacco are going to be having a conversation with probably the most controversial person that we're ever going to talk to, apparently. Nick Fuentes. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Sneeko was supposed to be on this, and he may be joining us at some point. But yeah, we're in here today to have a conversation, at least in part because Sneeko has been urging me to, I don't know, accept Nick Fuentes into hip hop. What are our stated goals for this podcast, Nick?
Well, I think we're going to have a good discussion. Well, I know that you had on Tariq Nasheed recently, apparently to debunk me. You know, he talked about me and some of my views. So maybe we could talk about some of those things and recent news with Kanye. But whatever you want to do. Also, is this live or is this pre-recorded?
This is not live. We're going to drop it tomorrow.
Okay, I was under the impression this was going to be live.
Are you live?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great. Okay. So how would you say that, what's your overall opinion of hip hop? Let's just throw that out there. Let's get some Nick Fuentes opinions on hip hop.
Well, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of hip hop. I wouldn't say that I'm like a hip hop head, but I listen to rap music. Predominantly Kanye West. I know that's going to sound like I'm bandwagoning because of the recent developments, but I've been a huge Kanye fan for probably 5 or 6 years. But I also listen to other things. I listen to like Nas and
what a horrible thing if you're like a white nationalist or like a neo-Nazi, but you legitimately do like Kanye West. But now Kanye West has come out and said these like neo-Nazi things, and you're like, fuck, like I am a neo-Nazi, and I understand you think I like Kanye West because I'm a neo-Nazi, but he has good music, and I've liked him before that. Okay, like how fucked are you?
Tribe Called Quest and things like that. So I like hip hop music. I like rap music.
So black art is just fine with you. You don't mind hearing.
To be clear, Fuentes absolutely did like Kanye before. He's always talked about liking Kanye before the weird shit that Kanye said about Jews too.
The lived experiences of black people. I feel like most people would assume that that's not something you'd be interested in.
No, I actually like a lot of black music, not just hip hop, but I like soul music. I like funk music, R&B. I'd probably say most of the music I listen to actually is black. I listen to a lot of music. I listen to a lot of white stuff too, but yeah, no, I enjoy that.
So you don't like to be called a white supremacist?
No, I don't identify that way at all.
Why not?
Well, I'm Christian, so there are arguments about genetics and things. Like I think there's definitely a genetic reality to life about there are white people, there are black people, and there are Hispanic and Asian people. Like races are real, but as a Christian, I believe that we all have souls as well, and so we're all equal in that sense before God. I think that there are differences between people as individuals and as groups. But we all fundamentally have an equality in the sense that we're all created. So
Nick, you know what you're doing, and you know that people watching this at home are going to read between the lines. When you say race is real, they're going to take that as a dog whistle. I believe that's how they would use that phrase.
Yeah.
To indicate that you're advocating for race realism, aka black people are not as smart as white people and Asian people.
Well, that's not really what race realism is. And I know that Destiny and I've seen you entertain this as well. People say that I put on a certain face and I put on a facade and I disguise my real views. But I'm very open about my real views. I've been canceled for my real views. I've been canceled because I don't hide my real views. And when I say race is real, that doesn't mean black people are dumber than white people. It means that there is a reality to race which is both constructed and biological, in the sense that race is real in the sense that, like, some people say I'm not white because I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish. But for the sake of example, let's say I'm white, and that means certain things to me in a constructed way. It means I have a certain nationality, and you could say there's a history there and there's a cultural thing. But you could also say there's a genetic component too. Like white people have white skin. That's determined by genetics. And so race realism is simply the idea that race is a biological reality. Now, what you're talking about is these disparities in IQ, which someone who believes in race would say that disparities in IQ, well, IQ is a heritable characteristics. You would say that that's the difference in IQ between the races is a function of a genetic difference. It doesn't mean that blacks are dumber than whites. And by the way, I brought up Destiny a moment ago because he's been popularizing this. He's been trying to say, Nick believes these things, but he's going to put on his good face. Destiny believes in the same facts. He just doesn't believe in the genetic explanation, which is a legitimate explanation. He just doesn't tell you that.
Right. So, I mean, would you say that you've been smeared by the mainstream media or whatever as being more racist than you are?
Yeah. I mean, they lie about my views because, like I said, I'm very open about my views. I'm not ashamed of them. I'm looking for people to tell my views, and I could give it in the most extreme way. But people say things like Nick wants to live in a whites-only country, and Nick thinks whites are better than other people. And it's like I don't believe those kinds of things. So, yeah, so I am smeared.
What is your overall opinion about African American people?
I think they're. What do you mean, my overall opinion?
Just off the bat, what do you think about black people?
I think they're good people. I love people. I love all kinds of people. I love black people. My family goes back in Chicago like 4 generations, and so my family's grown up with black people, lived with and among black people for over 100 years. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in Chicago. My parents, they ran a security school on the south side of Chicago, South Loop, where they trained a lot of black people how to shoot guns and become security guards and cops and things like that. I grew up in the suburbs, so I didn't have as much interactions with black people as my parents and grandparents, but I think they're upstanding people. I like their art. I think they're talented. I'm friends with a lot of black people, so.
But you would rather live in an ethno state and all the races just sort of stick together?
I wouldn't say that necessarily, because the thing is that all countries have some amount of diversity. What I would say is I'm against immigration, because America's always been a white and black country since its founding. When the United States was founded, or when Europeans began to settle, even though obviously blacks were brought over as slaves, when they were emancipated and before that, it was a country that was white and black. And that is a dynamic that's changing in the last 60 years because of immigration. So I don't know that I would say like, oh, I'd prefer to. I mean, it is what it is. The country is what it is. I just want to stop immigration.
In what sense? Like, you just think that we allow people into the country too easily, or do we not allow the right kinds of people? I've heard that argument, that it's easy for like low skill workers to get into America, and that they sometimes make it hard for like PhDs to stay in the country.
It's just too many. That's the problem. Because the thing is, I guess I'll say it another way. I'm not necessarily against immigration, but we have now is like millions of people coming in every year, where you're getting tens of millions in a very short amount of time. And it's just changing how the country is fundamentally. Countries can have immigration. They can bring in, you could say, a lot of people without changing like the demographic composition of the country, which is what we're doing. We used to have an immigration policy for a long time where it restricted the immigration groups based on national origins, and we would let them in waves, so they would come in and they'd assimilate. What we had after the 65 Immigration Act and the 1990 Immigration Act is they just opened up the spigot of immigration, and the people come and they just don't stop, and they come in bigger numbers every year, and it never relents and never stops. And what's happening now is it's just totally changing the landscape of the country culturally, in terms of the language, our identity as a nation. And that's honestly bad for everybody that considers themselves an American, I think. So, I mean, we can have low-skilled people to address, the labor needs, or high-skilled people, depending on, what you need. But bring in, 100,000 people. Don't bring in like 3 million people in a year,
Right. What I will say is that when I see like a fucking refugee crisis, I'm just like, why is there any kind of pressure on us to allow any more people than we fucking feel like allowing into our country? Like, it's just not, it shouldn't be our problem at a certain point. And it's just crazy that we're expected to make this our problem, that people are just showing up and trying to come in. I don't know.
And that's the question, is what is their government's responsibility to their own people? Every time there's a government that gets toppled, or, there's a horrible economic disaster or something, like in Haiti. Haiti's a good example. There's something going on right now. And the Haiti government collapsed because their government stole all this money. They have this deal with Venezuela, where Venezuela loans them oil, and the Haitian government can defer payment for the oil, and they could sell the oil and then make money on it, and then they were supposed to use that for social programs, and the government just stole all the money. So then when the Venezuelan economy collapsed, they stopped exporting oil, and the fuel prices shot up, and now the Haitian government owes the money on the oil. And so now the economy's in free fall. There's gangs controlling the streets. And now all these refugees are coming to the United States and Central America.
Look at this refugee right here.
Gang. We talk about Haitians.
Yes.
Anytime Nick starts describing like a political reality, it's almost always not true. That's something I've learned. I don't know what actually happened in Haiti, but my guess is almost everything is either half true or not true at all. But
Sneeko, welcome to the gang, I guess.
Panel.
Yeah.
Not a gang. I'm not in a gang with Nick. I'll take that back.
I'm in a gang with Nick.
You are.
See, I'm in God's gang with Nick and Ye.
Jesus gang. Let's
I'm
go.
glad that you're back. Well, you guys, AD will agree with you on that. He's a big God guy.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but I'm glad that Sneeko is here because this was all his plan. I think that the whole theme here is basically Sneeko saying that Nick Fuentes should be normalized and treated like a part of acceptable society, and that's what we're trying to hash out today.
He should be. And I think now that Ye's getting canceled and that he just signed with Parlay is proving the fact that if you talk about a specific group, that you will automatically be deplatformed. And you saw, I don't know if you talk about what happened with Nori, but Nori went on every fucking radio show apologizing for someone else's comments because all Ye said was he's jealous of Jewish power. That's as far as it went. And then even if someone's
That's a
on
nice
your
view
platform,
of what he said. He actually said something like way more aggressive than that.
Yeah, but it was all because of the George Floyd comments.
That too. I think like the Jews stuff almost got pushed to the background in favor of people really trying to cancel him for the George Floyd shit.
Nah, hell nah.
No,
I think the Jewish stuff
100%.
was definitely like the prominent issue there, right?
I think they're both issues, but I just felt like I saw a lot more people honing in on the George Floyd shit.
I've never seen anybody, like quote unquote, get mass canceled for being quote unquote racist, right? In terms of somebody black right now, I believe that Kanye, especially like this morning with Hot 97, they brought him on to like address like his statements towards like the like the quote unquote like Jews, right? Not right, but no here, right? But look at this though, again. But the main issue was Kanye was quote unquote anti-Semitic, and he got canceled for that. And then Kanye went on Drinks Champ and pretty much doubled down on his takes on Jews, and that's what I think the issue is, bro. And again, like me personally, I don't think that Revolt or like IG or like YouTube is out here canceling Kanye because he said some racist shit.
Well, we don't know if
black folks.
We don't know if the Drink Champs interview was removed because of Revolt making the decision or YouTube deciding to remove it. Although if YouTube might have said we're gonna remove it if you don't remove it, or Revolt might have just done it on their own accord.
Yeah, it was probably Nori's publicist. His manager called him up and said,
privated it though.
But Ye was wilding. Ye was talking crazy about the Jewish power. So what you need to do to protect yourself in your bank account right now is delete the video and go on every single radio show and apologize, or else they're going to come after everything and all your money. And so he did that. He said, okay, it's actually not worth it. I don't care what Ye said. I'm sorry. I just want to keep my bank account, and I don't want to go on a no-fly list because of something that Ye said.
Well, it is weird if you're Nori and Kanye just start saying like, well, George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. And I mean, you're not the fucking coroner. Like, what do you know? Like, how is Nori supposed to respond to that?
Stick to the science of it, though.
Yeah.
They said that he lost his life because of a lack of oxygen.
But does Nori have these facts memorized? Like, that's why it's awkward. And that's why people say that we shouldn't platform people like Nick Fuentes.
He's too smart.
Because they're just going to say some random shit and we're just going to go along with it. But the more specific accusation about Nick is that he is basically bundling up his white supremacist ideas in this nice sports coat and everything, and that he acts real cool. Hey, I love black art. Yeah, Nas is cool. And that's what I like. That's what people are going to fucking destroy me for, is if I am not perceived as being aggressive enough towards Nick.
And I seen some shit today, and I said, you know what? I usually don't do my homework and shit like that. I seen some shit today that made me disgusted as an African-American today.
Well, lay it out there, AD.
All right, so for one, you said you never seen black people jog before?
I met Arbery. Nah,
you were
that's not
disgusted
funny.
by that?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
white
disgusted
people
by that
jogging
because-
is a white people activity.
No. But in the sense of Ahmaud Arbery, you know what I'm saying, the way he lost his life because jogging in a neighborhood, and then some, you know what they did to him. That's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I'm a black person. I don't look like I jog, but I jog. You know what I mean? Like,
come on, where do you jog? You jog in the streets?
Nigga,
in Lululemons?
no, I don't live in the streets anymore. I done moved out the streets, so I jog in a nice neighborhood.
Well, you
where
still
I
got
stay
street.
right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
to
street.
the sidewalk.
yeah.
Well, and if you look at the specifics of the case, though, and that's a little bit of old news, so I may be a little fuzzy on the details, but he was jogging a long way from where he lived. He was jogging in boots. You know, you can jog, but usually jog in sneakers, you jog in gym shoes, you don't jog in boots. And there was a series of break-ins reported in the area, too. And
Was he jogging in boots? I have no idea. I didn't follow the court case.
Construction site.
Or is this all just not true?
At the time, Matt Walsh from Daily Wire was like, this is just something that guys do. We go in, we climb the fence, we jump in, and we walk around construction sites to say, and it's like, okay, so he's in boots, he's miles from his house, he's jogging, he's on the construction site, there's burglaries in the area. Now, I'll admit, the way they pulled a gun on him, I would probably say that was probably over the line. And, they got charged for that. I would say, is that a first-degree murder? No. What do you call that? I'm not like a lawyer. I don't know what you would call that. But the point is they try to make it out like this was the new Ku Klux Klan. The most you could say about it is the guys were overzealous about it.
But a guy ended up losing his life at the end of it.
Yeah.
And I think that once again for them to pull,
jogging.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you can't argue if all those facts are true of a guy fucking far from.
Shoes that Arbery was wearing when he was shot to death will not be submitted into evidence. Here is a picture of the shoes that he was wearing that day. Well, yesterday, the prosecution tried to add them into evidence for the jury to see. But the defense said, no, they shouldn't be submitted. Here's how it played out. All of the items collected from
opened the door to all kinds of testimony that I thought the state didn't want to get into.
There was a back and forth there on the running shoes. Again, here's another picture of Ahmaud Arbery's shoes. The prosecution ended up withdrawing them from evidence. Want to bring back in the panel now.
Like I said, you can't really try anything Fuentes says descriptively is almost always going to either be half true or not true at all. So it's always good to check. Yeah. Don't be a bot like Sneeko who just believes him uncritically.
From home jogging in work boots, that is pretty out of the ordinary. I think that the main issue people had with it was just the amount of force that those guys demonstrated and how comfortable they seemed to be with basically taking the law into their own hands.
Yeah, and like I said, should they have pulled a gun on him? I said, I think that was inappropriate. But they try to expand this because that preceded the George Floyd thing by a few months. They try to turn that into there's a systemic white supremacy problem among the police. And it's like, that's where you draw the line. Is this sort of like a bad situation, or does this represent this horrible undercurrent? I think if anything, it's quite the opposite. I think if anything, blacks get treated better than white people.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
I lived in some of these. I lived in Compton almost my whole life. And the way the police used to treat me and my friends was terrible, bro. And
not by the police. I'm talking about by the university, I'm talking about by the media, by the institutions. Sorry to interrupt, but.
Nah, I disagree with that as well, too. I feel like now we're getting a lot of light shed on things because of social media and people having more voices than they usually have. But before, a lot of shit used to get swept under the rug. Like where I come from, I seen all type of, injustice that people don't even get to talk about. I got a lot of homeboys behind bars for shit that they didn't do. You know what I mean? One of my earliest memories that I could tell you about, I remember I was in a neighborhood one time and I got pulled over and the police, they were asking me, oh, where you from and everything. They're checking my tattoos and stuff like that. I tell them, oh, nothing, whatever it is, what it is. I don't know if it's the chief or whoever it was that pulled me over, he just leaves me for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? In a bad neighborhood. And when he comes back, he smiles at me and my key is bent. I can't even drive my car. You know what I'm saying? You want me to get hurt. When I was just, going to work.
That's
doing
your
what
example of he left. Why is the neighborhood bad?
What do you mean?
Who's in the neighborhood?
We have
is that a white neighborhood?
No, it's not a white neighborhood.
He bent the key.
He bent the key.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. He bent.
Where I couldn't start my car. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think though that I guess blacks are,
It's something that's kind of funny and sad, I guess, at the same time. I guess is that I think Nick has actually become less rhetorically effective over time as well, because this is a really easy point for, he misses a lot of like easy points. Like, for instance, when he talks about race realism, he should say that, like, yeah, I believe that race is real and it's important to think that race is real. Progressives would agree with this when you guys ask for like bigger like racial representation. You're talking about people that look a certain way, that have a certain phenotype that comes from their genes, right? Or like in this here, it's really easy for Nick to just do a gimme and go like, yeah, I'm sure there are some racist cops. Like, yeah, that's really horrible, that's shitty, you know, but like people have problems. Like, there's no reason we're gonna be smug and snarky here. I don't know. But I'm guessing that because he's gotten more and more locked into his echo chamber, he probably doesn't talk to as many people that he disagrees with anymore. So he like loses some of that rhetorical edge. Because he can phrase his stuff like so much better to hit like wider audiences and not come off as like so overly combative all the time.
Treated better in this country.
Or why is it so?
His fans love it. Yeah, but his fans are a dying breed. It's not about his fans. It's supposed to be about expanding, you know, his access to platforms.
Hard to believe that there are racist police officers.
I'm not saying there aren't racist.
It's just
police
the idea that
officers.
the whole institution is white supremacist is
I
way
agree
over the
with that,
line.
yeah.
No.
And that's kept to keep people brainwashed and yelling about stupid shit during the quarantine, so that they focus on non-problems instead of what's really going on.
No, but
Black Lives Matter didn't solve anything, and they told us to focus on this one instance of George Floyd. So maybe Ye was wrong talking about the fentanyl. I'm not sure, but the whole idea of it was that George Floyd was just used as an example to make everybody outraged, and it worked. And we didn't solve anything with it. $85 million went nowhere, and the neighborhoods that they were trying to protect are worse now.
Well, that definitely seems like it's true, yeah.
No, but
and the thing is, I'm not like a big cheerleader for the cops or anything. I'm not like a Blue Lives Matter guy by any stretch. I'm not by any stretch a person that's going to say there's no, because there's cops that are assholes to black people and white people, and I think the cops as an institution are totally corrupt. When I say that, like George Floyd's a perfect example. Here's a guy who is a criminal. Here's a guy who is dealing drugs. He's got a long rap sheet. He's a burglar. And the guy clearly died from fentanyl. The autopsy report in that county said that he died of a heart attack. And he had all these drugs in his system. He not only had fentanyl, but also had...
First of all, to say he clearly died of fentanyl was not true. Nothing in terms of the presentation to the ER, nothing in terms of the way he died looked like a fentanyl overdose. That's completely not true. And the coroner's office did not say that he died of fentanyl either. None of the statements he just made are true.
methamphetamine in his system.
But the
coroner
said
the coroner
that he
didn't say
died
that.
from
He
the
died
knee on his neck,
from the knee
right?
on his
From,
neck.
I think it was like a compressive thing to the neck that led to heart attack or something, or heart failure, I think was what the coroner ended up saying.
Autopsy said it was a heart attack. Autopsy said it was a heart attack.
Is there a disagreement between the autopsy and the coroner?
I believe there were 2 autopsies performed. I think there was one that was performed by the county and one that was performed by somebody else. But yeah, there was a dispute about that. And they did find drugs in his system. So, and in any case...
But what does drugs have to do with the situation of why he got arrested in the first place?
Well, he died from he got arrested because he was trying to pass a counterfeit bill. So he was in the process of committing a crime. And then he was tweaking out because he was high. And then he was in this unfortunate position where, you know, you're high and probably having some kind of heart attack or some kind of medical episode while you're in the process of an arrest.
Well, if you can't breathe and you're screaming out, mommy, you know what I'm saying? And you're saying that you can't breathe and they, you know, they keep putting force on him. I mean...
He was saying he couldn't breathe before he was on the ground. He was saying he couldn't breathe before they were trying to get him into the cop car, and he was saying that. And I understand what you're saying, but the problem is we start in the middle of the story where you got a guy who's
true.
like
He probably didn't watch the whole video.
You got a guy who's in the process of committing a crime, and he's high, and people want to start the story where he's on the ground and say, oh, well, you know, they shouldn't have done this technique or whatever. And it sort of ignores the fact that, you know, why do you have so much exposure between the police and black people? It's because black people are committing the majority of the violent crime. That's the real problem. If they had a crime rate similar to white people, there'd be a lot fewer incidences overall of police involved or you know, cop involved shootings of black people or negative situations like that. So that's always the issue.
When I listen to Nick, I have a hard time trying to dissect it because I consider myself a truthful person. So when I listen to what he's saying, it's like I think Nick leads with statistics and facts a lot of time. And that's the problem, is that we're meant to think like people like him are bad and we're supposed to push back. And if you don't push back, you are going to get in trouble uploading this video. Part of the reason I got a couple strikes.
I don't give a fuck about the pushback and everything.
No,
like
no,
that.
but I just want to finish the point. Like,
go
you're
ahead,
supposed to, or else, like, that was part of the reason I was terminated on YouTube, was I was listening to Nick and I was laughing and I wasn't disagreeing. But he could be on Destiny's channel or he could be on other people's channel who disagree with him and they keep you on. And I think that should show. But when I listened to him, and Adam, you called him a white supremacist earlier.
Well, I'm not name calling at all. I'm just trying to get him to be upfront about his.
No, but you said that. You said that Nick is a white supremacist. I'm curious to like what he said specifically that makes you think that.
Well, I did hear leaked audio of you comparing a white woman having sex with a dog to having sex with a black man, and saying that it was basically the same level of degeneracy, and that was like leaked audio. So I felt like that was kind of telling about what you might say behind the scenes.
Yeah, and
maybe that was a joke.
Well, no. I mean, I can explain the.
It didn't sound like a joke.
Well, hang on. I can explain the context of that, and the thing is, I'm going to answer that. But first, I want to say the better question is, because I saw your stream yesterday, full disclosure, Adam, on Twitch, where you went to the SPLC, which is an advocacy group.
And I will acknowledge that the SPLC has deemed a lot of people and different podcasts that I enjoy like basically hate groups. So I don't put a lot of faith in their opinion off rip. So I did go there to get some information on stream, but I'm not saying that I deem them a respectable organization.
Well, and that's fair enough, but I'm saying the point is, and this is the question that should be asked about that, they're advocates. That's an advocacy group, and they're paid to mine. I've been doing streaming for 6 years. I produce thousands and thousands of hours of content. They're paid to mine, the 10 or 15 worst things, 10-second. Like, let me ask you, you don't know the circumstances surrounding that clip, but it was provided there for you, and it.
Do you not think that both of those things could have worked together to lead to his death? Having a high amount of fentanyl and previous case of heart disease could have easily raised the fatality rate of the that super doesn't matter. If I'm high on some drug and then somebody throws me to the ground and starts leaning on my neck, and the drug and the guy on my neck both lead to me dying, the person that's on my neck is the one that killed me, right? That's bullshit that you would say like, oh, well, it was the drug. Like, everything theoretically contributes to it, right? Like, here is a fact. One of the things that most likely contributed to George Floyd dying was probably him being overweight. I think he was overweight. But that I wouldn't say that, like, obesity was the cause of death. The cause of death was the cop on his neck. The fentanyl wasn't going to kill him. The cop did.
A 10-second bite for you to get a certain impression of me. And that clip is from 5 or 6 years ago. I know you might say, well, it doesn't matter how old it is because of the content is so offensive. But it sort of begs a certain question, which is, why does this exist? Who's paying for this? To what end? Why is the SPLC? Because at the time, I'm an 18-year-old kid. The circumstances about that is I was at a job training, and it was like 3 a.m. It's late at night. It was for a political thing. And I was saying that I'm against race mixing. I think that people should marry their own kind. I want a white wife. That's a value that I have. My race matters to me. My identity matters to me. I want my kids to look like me. I want my grandkids to look like me. I think that's a positive value that I think other people should share as well. I don't judge people that are mixed race. I mean, some people say I'm mixed race.
How did Crowder survive his recreation of the experiment? How does weight on the back of your neck prevent breathing? You can link me Crowder's recreation, but is that even like a YouTube video that's up anymore, or? Can you speak on why we would look at the George Floyd cases that way, but not the Capitol riot deaths? I don't know what you mean by that.
Just like with Epstein, I am going to be a human experiment here because we did in an agitated. Gerald. Yeah.
Do you?
So let me know when you guys are ready to start.
All right, I'm ready to go when you are.
Yep.
He's got to pee. How do you think George Floyd felt?
Stop it.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, hold on a second. They didn't say they started the timer.
We're ready when you are.
Ready? And 3, 2, 1.
Okay. All right. So
timer down.
Kneel
on my neck here, shoulder.
Oh, pause the timer. Oh my goodness.
It's okay.
There we go.
All right, now I'll roll it back.
It's actually more uncomfortable for me is because I have a bad shoulder. So my left shoulder right now is popped out.
Bro, you can talk. The guy's not even putting any weight on it. Fuck, I need a friend to do this right now.
Is there, Brendan?
Yeah.
Tokenawa.
Is this how he was?
The dude is like sitting on his like calves. He's like barely
injury, and the fact that Tokenawa put the cuffs on my.
For Tokenawa, I'm not sure. Do we have a
There's new evidence coming in, so I don't really
of his
know.
low back? Well,
I can pull the
right?
photo back up.
Pull, you know what?
To
pleasant.
It
But
looks
that's it.
unpleasant. Proper. I don't know. I
Wasn't he
can't
on
tell
there
you.
only a portion of the time? He should.
I just-
It's a diagonal pressure.
See, that's two of
officer
us
is higher?
saying that. The officer is higher.
Okay,
absolutely.
so Tokenawa just makes your body upright.
Yeah, push it higher.
Higher.
I can't. It looks like he's on his what traps? Is he even on his neck? I'm so confused right now. What is happening?
Higher.
Bro, look at this fucking. Sorry, you can't see it. Look at the fucking Floyd picture. Jesus, fuck. This dude is like in there. He's like digging his knee like as much as he can get into this dude. Oh god, I'm not gonna be able to find the magnifier now. Fuck. Oh, we found it.
He's saying trying to keep your body straight
About
up.
there, right about there. Yeah.
There you go.
That might be too high. A little back.
No, not you, Brendan.
So, Steven, did
now,
that
Brendan,
change
let go of my
anything for
legs
you?
and just hold my feet.
Now
'Cause that's what happened.
Now ask Tokenawa if he feels that he's got to put more pressure on his knees.
Well, I'll tell you what, it actually is less weight on me from when he got up. I have less.
Destiny, that one guy in the George Floyd situation, you wouldn't attribute death to drugs, but in the Capitol riots, you would attribute at least one death to drug overdose? Yes, because the people that died of drug overdose in the Capitol riots were just, they OD'd. They were like in the crowd and then they died. It's not like they were fighting and getting hit and then all of a sudden they got knocked over. And then I'm pretty sure they just like, one person OD'd from, there was somebody said MDMA or ecstasy, or I don't think it was meth. Another guy outside had like a heart attack. But those people, it's not like people, how could you even compare those things? It's not like people were like fighting for their lives, getting smacked, and then eventually their body died and they had drugs in their body. I'm pretty sure they literally OD'd on the spot and died. Or if you have video or something proving otherwise, feel free to show me. Wrong, the girl in Adderall got trampled. My understanding is that girl had like a fucking drug OD and then she fell over. I don't know if she actually died from being trampled. I thought she was having an overdose of amphetamines. Riots, overdose. Because I remember seeing, this is the girl that's in the middle of the crowd, and then eventually she goes down, but it's not like she got like knocked over. I think she had an overdose, then she fell over. I don't know if she got trampled. I guess it's possible she got trampled. If she did, then I would say, oh, well, that's a death I guess you can attribute to the riots. But my understanding is she was basically dying like before she hit the ground. Whereas with Floyd, that wasn't the case. He wasn't having an overdose.
Weight on me.
Probably
and again,
pushing up with
anyone
his
who knows
feet.
anything about
But by
grappling-
your logic, that would be it would be the trampling that killed her. No, you're fucking retarded. What the fuck are you saying? George Floyd was not having a fentanyl overdose. He had fentanyl in his system, but that's it. He already ingested. He'd already done it. I don't know what when the peak effect action or whatever is for fentanyl. But it's not like he was having an overdose and then the cop came and put his knee on him. He died because he got thrown into the car, they got thrown to the ground, and then a cop sat on his fucking neck for 10 minutes. That's what killed him. For the lady at the in the Capitol riots, I don't think she was getting trampled. She was just out about, and then I'm pretty sure she fell over because she was having an overdose. She might have gotten trampled after that. If somebody wants to link me like a corner report, I'll concede. I don't even feel strong about it. I'm just saying that my understanding was that like she died because she had an overdose, not because she like fell over with drugs in her system and then she got trampled and died, but she had a full-on fucking overdose before anybody hit her or did anything to her. That was my understanding of it. Those aren't even remotely comparable.
Furthermore, these are the same motherfuckers that during COVID, they were like, oh, they're over-reporting the amount of COVID deaths. You know, you're old and you die and you have COVID in your system, it's because of COVID. You have a heart attack and you die because you have COVID in your system, it's COVID. They blamed everything, remember? They were like, this is the government, they're over-reporting it, they want us to be scared, etc. If you have COVID in your system, doesn't mean it's a COVID death. There are other comorbidities that could have killed you. And the second, fentanyl is in George Floyd. But that's the only way that motherfucker could have died.
It's a fentanyl death.
It's a fentanyl death. If you got fentanyl in your system and
It's
a
a
guy
fentanyl
fucking
death.
sits on your neck for 8 minutes straight while you say you can't breathe, it must be fentanyl.
True. Okay, actually true, yeah. Do you think that if he had 0 drugs in his system and no history of heart disease, that he would have had less likely chance of dying in that situation? That's not what the protocol is for police officers. What are you? There's a reason why police officers handle suspects in certain ways. It's the reason why most police officers don't do chokeholds or strangleholds. Because when you're treating a suspect, when you're putting somebody into not jail, when you're detaining somebody, you have to treat them like they might have conditions that will lead to their death if you treat them in a certain way. Like, chances are, if you took like Joe Rogan or somebody really healthy, you could handle them in a lot more of a brutal way than you could like an 85-year-old person. But I couldn't take an 85-year-old person, powerbomb them into the ground, and they'd be like, "What, bro? He's 85 and overweight. If he would have been younger and healthier, he would have been fine. I didn't kill him. Like, what the fuck?" Stop acting like I'm not saying the cop isn't responsible. Jesus Christ. What did you say? You said... Wait, do you not think those things could have worked together to lead to his death? Having a high amount of fentanyl and previous cause of heart could have raised the fatality. It's not working together is weird. Working together just is a weird way of putting it, right? If you're on a lot of aspirin or you've got like a blood thinner and I walk up to you and I slit your wrists, like, did they work together to kill you? Kind of. But, like, one thing killed you. One thing really killed you. One thing really caused you to die. You might have other things that might increase the fatality of a certain action, but the fentanyl was not going to kill George Floyd. He wasn't having an overdose. He wasn't ODing. We have a man on fentanyl. We don't know if he took enough to overdose. We now introduce a cop sitting on his neck. Now he's dead. If it wasn't for the cop, he would have survived. Therefore, the cop... Well, yeah, sure. I don't think he was having... Fuck, I like this far. I've never done any, like, fentanyl shit. I don't fuck with these kinds of drugs. I don't... Fuck, and there's no good... There's no good place to read about drugs! Because our government is fucking shit! Okay, well, I won't even be able to tell you. Then why was he saying, "I can't breathe" before he got out of the car? Was he lying? Yes, in the car, he was lying. Yeah, he was. Obviously. But when he was on the ground, he wasn't lying. The cop on the ground, my take on the situation is, the guy on the ground probably didn't believe him when he said that he couldn't breathe because he was probably lying about it when he was in the car. That's probably why the cop was on his neck for so long. That's my guess. Did Chauvin deserve the murder charge? I would have to look into exactly the rationale for it. But if you it's a derelict of duty. If you like fuck up with such gross negligence, and you're a police officer, probably. Like here's the reality of the situation. Police officers are entrusted with a higher amount of privilege and therefore responsibility, because we entrust in them the ability to enact violence on us in legally permissible ways that no other group of citizen gets to do, right? So if that's the case, if they're allowed to kill us, there's a very high level of responsibility that goes along with that. And if they're negligent in that responsibility that they're entrusted with, they're negligent in that in such a way that it causes somebody to die, they're going to be held accountable for it in a way that I think would go above and beyond even a normal citizen, I would say. That has to be the case. Do you think Chauvin really meant to kill him? No. I don't think Chauvin meant to kill him. I think anybody that says that, I would ignore everything they have to say about anything. You're a fucking moron. There's no shot that Chauvin meant to kill him. But he acted in a way where he was entrusted to handle that situation. The state gave him the power to enact violence on a citizen, and he utilized that power in a grossly irresponsible manner. And if that is the case, then I think he should be held responsible for it. So it's the state's fault. The state trained him that way. Email me with state training protocol showing knee on neck equals standard training, and I will unban. Good luck. Oh, no. Oh my God, the bot tried to save him twice. Hi, what's up?
How are you?
Pretty good. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to clear up a couple things from chat. Some things that were said that kind of triggered me.
Yeah, go for it, babe.
Yeah. So the first thing I think is just to like get a sense of what murder is, because there are a lot of kind of ideas that are thrown around there on the internet that aren't true. You don't need intentionality for something to be murder. Murder is defined by causing.
Careful, because you do need some kind of intentionality, right? Maybe just not the intent to murder.
So you need a no, I stand by my statement.
Are you
do
sure?
not need an intent to kill.
Okay, maybe sure.
For something to be murder.
But the action that you did had to have been intentional or something, right?
What do you mean? A volitional act? There might be some volitional act requirement.
Like if I back up into somebody and accidentally knock them over, I'm not going to get charged with murder there. But if I turn around and I punch them and I intended to punch them, even if I didn't intend to kill them, that intentionality could be murder, right?
There's almost always some volitional act requirement for these kinds of statutes, but in terms of a specific intent to kill, that is not necessary for murder.
Sure.
Common law murder is defined by causing someone else's death with malice, malice of forethought, and malice can be an intent to kill, a premeditated intent to kill. It can also be depraved, reckless indifference, which is one of the statutes that applied to Derek Chauvin. It can also be a kind of transferred intent theory related to felony murder that we've talked about, where it's totally a strict liability offense. The intent, the malicious intent there is the desire to commit another kind of inherently dangerous felony. So if you go to assault that's a hard one because it kind of merges with the murder. But let's say that you go to
rob a store and somebody dies in the process of that robbery, you can get charged with felony murder.
You didn't intend to kill him. In fact, you weren't even reckless with your conduct. Let's say it was a totally non-reckless robbery, or however you want to say it.
Like, I think the way felony murder works is like you could show up, rob a store, and the guy freaks out because like he sees you, has a heart attack, and dies. And I think you can get charged with like felony murder for shit like that, right?
Yeah. And so he was convicted of both felony murder and reckless indifference murder. And so like you don't need a specific intent to kill, number one. And number two, I agree with kind of all of what you're saying with the special privileges of being, a police officer, part of the state apparatus for enforcing laws.
Hold on one second. Floyd had no bruising on his neck, either above or below the skin. Chauvin was not pressing hard, and Floyd was talking the whole time, indicating air was flowing just fine. Okay, so firstly, you can talk without being able to breathe. Go try it sometime. I'd encourage you to do it right now. Secondly, you disagree with the coroner report, so unless you've got like a third one that you want to link, go for it. Otherwise, stay banned. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would encourage anyone causation was the big issue of this entire trial. I don't think that people should necessarily be. There were some crazy things that people were saying that you should be arrested for, or there should be defamation for saying that the causation was it was fentanyl as opposed to the hold. But it absolutely was the critical aspect of this trial. Were kind of two questions. One, did the Officer Chauvin actually cause the death? Right? Because if he didn't cause the death, if the cause was fentanyl, then he couldn't have been guilty for murder. But so the state absolutely had the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that it was the hold that caused it. Now, that doesn't mean that just because, as you were saying, just because you have a particularly fragile victim doesn't give you an excuse to do some conduct that is going to cause that person's death. That's, reckless conduct, right? Now, if your conduct is not very reckless and enough to meet the malicious murder statute, then you're going to fail on that element. But if you take the victim as you see him, if you are rough with a cancer patient, or let's say that you push a cancer patient on the ground, and you cause their death, it's no excuse to say, well, he was going to die tomorrow or he was going to die next week. I mean, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And so
it's kind of like when the COVID shit rolled around and people saying like, well, a lot of the people that got sick were old people that were going to die anyway, so it wasn't really COVID that killed them. And it's like, what? Can I walk through like an old person's home and just start like blasting and it's like not murder because all of these people are like close to death? It's like the dumbest thing in the world. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There is some threshold of connection to the actual thing. Like if you have to be a substantial cause, I think in Wisconsin. And I don't know how you define substantial cause versus insubstantial cause. But real quick before I leave it, because I just wanted to go over a couple things. There's one thing that you said, which was about, or some commentator was talking about the police training and whether or not this was in their training. That doesn't matter, folks. That doesn't matter. The police doesn't get to determine. It's some indication of mens rea for an intentionality for Chauvin, but I do not think that the police's training should be dispositive on what it means to be reckless and indifferent. If the police had in their manual, it's cool to just shoot randomly into like buildings, would you guys, well, it's in the manual, therefore by definition it was within the training, therefore by definition anything that's in the police manual and in the police training is lawful? That's not law. The police manual is made according to, like, I don't know, whoever's in charge of the police. That's not like some state law. That's just the policy that they pass. And so not just because something is a established policy of the police does not mean that you should accept that is a standard of conduct for police and how they should operate with respect to like murder statutes. Also, there was a ton of evidence during the trial that this was not what was being trained at all. And that what they were referring to was not applicable or was not relevant anymore or was something old. And there were a bunch of use of force experts that were given, because justified use of force is an affirmative defense that Derek Chauvin would present to be cleared of all the charges. And so he was charged as though he were any other person. And it was his burden to show that there was some, or at least to present some evidence that the use of force was reasonable under police standards. So I just wanted to real quick clear up that this murder trial, like if you have any interest in it, you should take a watch, and you shouldn't just like, I don't know, say that intentionality is required or talk about how fragile George Floyd was, because those are kind of not really relevant.
Okay. Love you, bud.
All right. Love you, bud.
Zark and his girl are beefing. Farmer for content.
If nobody...
Sure, McDonald's breakfast is good. But getting that McDonald's breakfast 2 minutes before it stops being served, that tastes even better.
Sick.
Yeah, so sick that you woke up and leaked me when I was asleep.
This life, I don't want to date you. I respectfully, like...
I leaked you begging, all right? So stop high roading. Well, you already leaked everything of you begging.
Oh my, you're so fucking butthurt that you called me a mean thing.
I'm butthurt because I'm in bed and my friends are calling me and saying, hey, John, you're being leaked by this person that you paid $5,000 for to get them out of jail because they're abusive.
Oh,
you
he
know
leaked
how angry
everything.
You'd be?
Uh-oh.
You know how angry you'd be? And her parents are like, I don't understand John's anger. I'm the one who fucking paid. I'm the one who paid. Like, bro, you disrespect the guy who popped you out of jail because I sprung this abuser out of jail.
Oh my gosh, it's his chapstick. Should I shove it up my ass?
What?
You think they stick together? Fuck no. Why does everyone keep saying that? Bro, I came here on my... dude, you know the state of mind? Bro, I've never come on stream in jammies. Or, like, literally zero fucking amount of makeup.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm so sorry. I tweeted mean things like Trump. I'm the real MAGA.
You didn't tweet. You leaked, you fucking snake.
Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't even a bad leak because you got nothing on me.
These glasses.
Fucking loser.
Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. I love you. Hey, John, if you're watching this, I actually love you.
I know you do. You begged me to stay with you for 7 months. You cried every time you got dumped. You're getting dumped 7 times a month.
If you could, just
what the
balls
fuck?
deep in another bitch, that would like. Do you think you could do that for a Christmas present? Like go balls deep and I heard it's like Christmas spirit type shit. Please.
Bro, you cried because I said congratulations to Candyland.
You're using humor to break tensions. I just want. I can't entertain this. I was getting so fucking excited today to play.
You got so excited.
My Switch up, bro. I turned that bitch up. And
Jill, you don't have a life. You woke up in the morning, realized you have nothing to do, so you leaked my private life. Again, after I got you out of jail for being an abuser. Multiple times, multiple offenses on one guy. That's me.
yeah. It said, thank you so much for the biddies.
1 second.
I want him to find a girl, settle down.
Bro, she goes, I'm gonna fucking listen because you like the girl's tweet about Republican shit. Why are you pretending to look cool, bro? We've seen you on IRLs. You can't even hide it.
I seriously, do I love him or not? I don't think this is love. I think this is trauma.
Cringe. So cringe.
This is probably the opposite of love. This is like, I don't know what the opposite of love. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he hates me.
I do.
This
I
is
actually
so
hate
hard,
you.
but yesterday
You're a
he
horrible
loved me.
person. You're a horrible person. I actually hate you.
Wait, hold on. Hey, John, do you like me better? I have no hand. Eee. Here, let me get a hijab. I can do that for you. I mean, I don't have a blanket, but...
No accountability. 5-year-old brain.
Oh, wait, no, I have a sweater. Here. Here. I want to appease to him right now. I'm not watching him, but I'm just saying... I just really... Dude, I love Kanye. I'll always stand behind. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say that live, but you should marry Kanye West. Kanye, if mocking is... No, this is...
Okay. This girl is not good. Okay, back to this, sorry.
My dad's half Mexican. My mom's Italian. Some people would say that's mixed race. Obviously, I don't hate people that are mixed race or people that race mix, but it's just not, it's just a value for me. And anyway, so I was explaining that, and this girl picks up her phone because I'm saying something that's because you can't be against race mixing, even though everybody was and every race other than whites still is.
Even black people say that all the time. I want to have black kids. I want to raise a black family. I'm black and proud. If black people say that, nobody blinks an eye. But when Nick says it, people are automatically assuming that it's something racist. And I think in that context, I think that could be a joke. And I think that if you record any white kids Call of Duty lobby when they're 18 years old, or you record anybody at 3 a.m. when they're not knowing, I've made jokes like that. I make jokes about every single race. It doesn't mean that you're a racist person. But nowadays, you have to be very careful at any moment because you never know when someone's going to record it.
Well, wait, but so the point is, I'm saying like, so that's the part that wasn't recorded is I'm saying I'm against race mixing. Well, she sees me saying something that you're not supposed to say and says, I'm going to cancel this guy. So she gets her phone out and starts recording and says, hey, Nick, so do you think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? So I didn't say that. Those were not my words. I was saying I'm against race mixing. She gets the phone out and frames it that way. And I said, no. And Adam, you saw the clip. I said, no, it's not the same. I said, but they both be degenerate. I said, they both be wrong. And then the same way that I would say, yeah, incest is wrong. Is incest the same as bestiality? No. Is rape the same as bestiality? These are all things which I would consider wrong.
They're both degenerate.
But
Nico just hops on board and is basically like, "Oh yeah, it's fucked up."
I heard him explain this whole thing before.
But you think race mixing is bad?
I don't think race mixing is bad, but I respect his opinion to think that he wants to further the white race and have white kids.
See,
I'm not going to judge what he wants to do.
I would have thought in any other timeline that Nick saying like, "Oh, white people should just be with other white people."
I don't think that you can get away with, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think you can get away with this weird shit where black people say, "I want to have black babies with a black wife," and not allow white supremacists to do the same. Like, this is one of the reasons why I think it's the dumbest fucking position. You're always gonna look fucking insane doing it. And you see that coming out a bit right here. It's just, you can't do it. You can't abide it.
People, I would have thought that would be a super controversial statement, but it's hard for me to really take it that controversially when we've had people like Tariq Nasheed on here who clearly says the same thing about black people.
Yep.
Kevin Samuels basically said the same thing about black people.
People say that all the time. That's the problem wasn't that.
White people don't say that. White people are not allowed to say that.
That's true.
He just said it.
Well, that's why he's canceled. He's on a no-fly list.
It's just hard for me to really take issue with him saying that when I feel like there's so many people of other races who basically say the same thing.
Okay, here are a couple notes that I'm writing down, okay? Jesus, there's so, like, notice how Adam has to agree with what he's saying because of what progressives have said. Notice how he can't fight back because he's kind of like, has his hands held by crazy progressive shit. You can very easily say, you know what? Saying that you only want to procreate with people the same race as you, it's actually a little bit weird. In the United States, that's a little bit weird. It's weird when white people say it, and it's weird when black people say it. It's always a little bit weird. If you want to, that's fine. But if you're out here saying some shit like, I only want to have sex with white people because I only want white kids with white people, that's a little bit strange. Much the same if a black person says, I only want to have sex with a black woman so I can have black kids with a black person. That's also a little bit fucking strange. It kind of has to be all or nothing there. You can't treat people differently there. It's a little bit fucking weird. Here's all the stuff that I'm writing down up here. This is irritating. Mr. Girl was critical of me because he said that I humanized Nick Fuentes. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to humanize Nick Fuentes. Here's the problem. People act like you can either accurately summarize his views or you can humanize him, and that these are your two options. You're either accurately summarizing their views or you're humanizing them. When in reality, I think that there's two things that I think it's a little bit different. I think that accurately, or no, hold on. Wait, hold on. He didn't say humanize, he said sanitize, okay? You can either accurately summarize somebody's views or you can sanitize their views. This is the issue that I have with Mr. Girl's methods, okay? I think that there are three ways that you can treat somebody. I think that you can either sanitize somebody's views, so you make them seem better than they are. You can demonize somebody's views, you make them seem worse than they actually are. Or you humanize somebody's views, or you accurately describe, this is a normal person, this is what they believe, let's talk about these beliefs, okay? Sanitizing somebody's views and demonizing somebody's views are equally bad. Both of these things are equally bad. You have to take them at their word where they are, and you have to address their beliefs there. The reason why I don't like this push, so for instance, for Mr. Girl, other people, it doesn't have to be Mr. Girl, but anybody like, he's got to be, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi. It's because when you say somebody's a Nazi, this is what's going to happen every time you walk into a conversation. Okay, this guy's a Nazi. My audience is all laughing at you because you're a fucking Nazi. What do you think about rap? Well, actually, I don't know. I kind of like a lot of hip hop. Okay, kind of weird. Didn't expect a Nazi to say that, but okay. What do you think about like people of like different colors and stuff? Are you a white supremacist? Well, no, actually, I'm a Christian. I think everybody's kind of got like a soul. Huh. Okay, but like, don't you want an ethno-state? Not really. I just think that there's like a certain racial composition that should be kept up. Okay, well, don't you think white people are better than other? Well, no, I think people are different. Okay, what about immigration? Yeah, I think we can let, non-whites immigrate, but it just needs to be a certain. But the problem is that like in In one world, he's sanitized. I don't know who's doing that right now. Nobody's doing that. But in the other world, he's demonized so that when he's finally confronted on streams, people think he has all these horrible views, but he doesn't have these views. These aren't the accurate views of Nick Fuentes. He is not a neo-Nazi. He's not a fucking neo-Nazi. And so people like Mr. Girl were making posts on my subreddit saying like, I was right. Destiny sanitized Fuentes, and now he's on Adam22. Wrong! The problem is people like you demonized him, and then when he shows up in front of a camera and he's a fucking human being, now everybody's looking at him like, wait a second. Well, he's not actually quite as bad as other people are saying. It's not the neo-Nazi that I expected. This is why I'm an advocate for show people what people believe and then attack those beliefs. That's it. Don't obsess over like trying to label somebody as a fucking Nazi or a race realist or blah, blah, blah. Just find out what their policy positions are, find out what their beliefs are, and then attack the beliefs. So that you don't have this issue come up over and over and over and over and over again, where because of people like Mr. Girl, Fuentes shows up on a show and people are ready to fight with a neo-Nazi. He's not a neo-Nazi. He's smarter than that, and his political views are more sophisticated than that. But his political views are still reprehensible, and they can be attacked. But you can't attack him if you think he's a Nazi, because he's not a Nazi.
Publicly and aren't really like held.
And that's what's going to happen over and over again. Don't you believe this? No. Oh, do you believe that? No. Oh, do you believe that? No. Oh, right. That's my frustration.
Negative light for it.
I think that's why Nick was saying that it's easier to be a minority nowadays. I think when he talks about that, he's talking about freedom of speech. I think I'm a protected class, being Asian, black, and white. I'm able to.
Now, Sneeko arguably is sanitizing Fuentes. That's arguable. I think you can make a strong argument there for sure.
Talk about a lot of things and make jokes that Nick is not capable of. But even then, you could still tote the line and get canceled, as we've both been terminated.
Right.
But, yeah, I still haven't seen you. I disagree. I've heard Destiny bring up that same instance. I'm curious to what do you think Nick has said that's made you think he's a white supremacist? Besides that,
what about the black people's hands should be cut off at the airport?
What?
No. Well.
Why do you think
I don't
all
mean
this shit
them.
is funny?
Like what? How, in what context?
Because it was part of a joke. It's part of because I'm talking about. Because I'm talking about how there was this development where I think it was American Airlines or one of the big airlines said that gay men well, it's not just gay men. It says that men can wear the girls' flight attendant uniform and the girls can wear the male flight attendant uniform. And I said, you look at these videos from World Star or whatever on social media of black people fighting on planes. And, and I don't know, I mean, you're going to pretend this doesn't exist, like these videos of black people fighting everywhere at Disney World, at the airport, at restaurants. What's that?
Everybody fights everywhere.
Not like that. Not.
I just seen a white nigga hit somebody, bam, in the back of the head on a plane.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
It happens everywhere.
Yeah, it's not to say that. It's not to say that black people are the only people.
It's not just black people. Everybody fights everywhere.
So you're into. I mean, listen.
It's not no denial. It's the truth.
It is denial. It is denial. To say that that's not like a black
phenomenon. So you're saying only black people fight at Disneyland and fight in airports and airlines?
I'm saying that when I go on social
media, you with the truth, not what you see on social media. Where's the facts? I can show you videos right now where white people, black people, Mexican people, Asian people, everybody's fighting everywhere.
Yeah, okay. I know everybody fights, but I'm just saying what I see on social media.
Why single out?
It happens more with black people. It happens way more with black people.
See, I came up to the same conclusion before I even knew Nick when they were talking about the Stop Asian Hate Crimes in New York City. And then I talked to every single Asian person, and I went to these protests and it made me really upset. I watched all the videos, and the uncomfortable truth was Asians were afraid to talk about how most of the attacks, I would say 90% of them were black people, because it's a protected class, you don't want to come off racist. And so they lumped it in, and they used the crime statistics, which is hate crime. And hate crime is anything. If you say the word...
there's no such thing as hate crime. Wait. No, I'm sorry. There's no such thing as hate speech in the United States. My bad, never mind. There are hate crimes.
Racial slur against an Asian person, that's a hate crime. But the Stop Asian Hate attacks was like when an old Asian lady gets pushed over into the train tracks, or an old Asian lady gets punched in the head 40 times. And if you look at what race is doing that, it was black people. And the reason, whatever justification you want to make for it, overall in New York City, there's more bums, there's more homeless people, there's more poor people that are black than other races. And so that's why poor people commit crimes more often.
Again, he's not wrong. We're 14% of the population, and we're responsible for 50% of the violent crimes.
No.
So he's not wrong. We commit violent crimes more than any other race. But I guess where AD point is simply just fighting at Disney World or at an airport. How do you just attribute that to black people?
Well, and this is where tone matters. When I say I want to chop people's hands off, what I said was, you think about airplanes and airport security and it's TSA and everything because of what, Al Qaeda, 9/11. I said, well, and this is explaining the joke, kind of defeats the point of it. But I said, well, I'd rather have the Taliban run the airlines and cut off the hands of all the black people fighting on the airplanes and put the flight attendants in burqas than have what we have now, the current TSA regime, where you're going to have black people fighting on the plane and then a male flight attendant in high heels is going to go run and break it up. It wasn't an assertion of fact of like, well, we looked at the data and black people are fighting on airplanes more than anybody, although I presume that's true. I haven't done the research, but I presume that's true. And so it's a joke. And the point is, AD, and I'm a little bit disappointed, if you can't say, like, you know what I'm talking about, if you're going to take umbrage at the fact that I say black people are fighting at the airport in Disneyland and say, well, white people fight too, like, you don't know what I'm talking about, that's just like either dishonest or delusional. I mean, I'm just telling it to you straight up. To say that makes me a racist because I have fucking eyeballs I see what people say on Twitter.
I didn't call you anything. I'm just saying it's wrong.
Well, you said it was white supremacists. See, both of the instances that you guys brought up were kind of jokes.
You didn't hear white supremacists come out of my mouth for any
no, that was the question. My question was, can you name something that makes Nick a white supremacist? And both of you brought up jokes that, like, out of context, and the way you're saying it sounds bad, but that's what social media does now. You take things out of context to position somebody in a bad way.
I believe that 100%. You're right.
Right. So, and I think that kind of proves what you just brought up. But, like, what belief has Nick said that makes you think that he's a racist or a white supremacist?
With the question, though, so isn't, like, again, I may be, like, severely misinformed. Isn't a white supremacist just like somebody who thinks that white folks are supreme, right?
Yeah.
To the other races? Well, Nick, like, don't you think that white folks are supreme?
No, and I
see, this is, again, the white supremacist. Nazis do think that white people are better. Neo-Nazis do think there is a master race. Fuentes and his group of, like, Christian nationalists don't really think that. So if you're hitting on that point, you're going to look weak because it's not true. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Okay.
I mentioned that earlier. And the thing is about, so-called white supremacy is it has to be a materialist worldview. You can, in my opinion, well, actually, that's not totally true. But as far as white people go, for the most part, you really have to not believe in the soul and believe in God to be a white supremacist. You can't be a Christian. You can't be, which is what most religious white people are. You can't be a Christian and say that white people are better than other people, because Christianity is a universal religion. It says in the Bible, that neither Gentile nor Jew. Now, people take that to mean like, oh, that means everybody's equal all the time or something. But it means that we're all Christian. We all have a brotherhood in Christ, and we are all equal before God in terms of our soul. For you to say that white people as a race are better than other people, it's like, well, in what sense? Then you'd have to measure it out and attribute supreme value to a particular thing and say, well, if white people are better at something than another group of people, that makes them better as a holistic thing. And that, again, that you have to be non-religious to view it that way. So white supremacy is incompatible with being a Christian. And I'm Catholic. I am Christian, so.
Yeah, now a better question is, what do you think that white folks are better at, than, I guess, any other race?
Better than any other race? Yeah. Well, I would say that every race has their strength. I would say the white people are very good.
Everybody's different. He's going to say, like, black people might be better at, like, music or some kinds of, like, food. I don't think you'll say art. I don't even know if you'll say music, actually, because he'll point to, like, European classical music. But it's going to be the different, not better. You have to be ready to deal with this talking point.
But at literature and architecture and philosophy and...
basically everything.
Well,
no,
I mean,
lots of things. He didn't talk about dance. He didn't talk about culture. He didn't talk about art. He didn't talk about creativity. He talked about pattern recognition.
So you think that the soul of a black person is to be like a great artist or dancer or what?
Basketball player, football
Well,
player?
no, now you're talking about soul. I think that, black people are great athletes and they're great artists. And that's not to say that black people can't be other things or do other things, but we're talking about the strengths
in general. And I see that this is, I think I just saw the hypocrisy here. See, if we asked AD and your name is Josh?
No, that's Flacco. But you can call him Josh.
Well, if we ask Flacco and AD, if we ask you, like, what do you think black people are better at than white people? You would both say dancing, music, basketball, like, and probably make fun of white people for being awkward. And nobody would get mad. Nobody would get mad at that. Everybody would accept that as a universal truth. that in general,
agree.
black people are better at music. And then Nick says an honest answer, better at innovation, better at architecture. And then it's like, oh, well, so black people can't do it, right? See, you get offended when Nick is truthful about the white race, but you can be truthful about other races, then nobody blinks an eye.
Here, a question though, right? So, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No. So, like, when like Nick says that white folks are better at like innovation, like, what did that mean?
Well, here's a good example. Asians, if you look at
Are
IQ,
smarter.
we talked about IQ earlier. Asians actually outperform whites dramatically on IQ tests and on math tests. And if you look at some of these tests, standardized tests before university. So if you were to say strictly by IQ and by certain tests, you would say actually that Asians are smarter. Now, would you call me that? Because I say that, would you call me an Asian supremacist? Would you say that I think that Asians are better than everybody because they have a higher IQ in terms of this metric? When I say whites are more innovative, it's because although Asians have very high IQ and are clearly predisposed to being good at math, I know that's like a stereotype, but it's based on fact. They outperform every other group in math. They're not as innovative, and that has a lot to do with their culture. That has a lot to do with their history, and of course, history and culture are in fact bound up with genetics. Behavior is bound up with genetics. You know, we say things like the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. What does that mean? Children are like their parents. And there's a question about, is that nature? Is that nurture? It has a great deal to do with nature, more so than many people care to admit. And the point is, so Asians, although you could say in one sense they're smarter, you said better than other groups, they're maybe not as innovative. That's why they steal American technology. That's why they struggle to do a lot of things the Americans do. And so the point is, and I get back to the previous point, all human beings, I believe, have inherent dignity, and they have a soul, and they have a brotherhood and universality and equality before God. But that does not change the fact that there are inequalities between peoples and groups on various different things. But would you say that because blacks are better athletes, that they're better, they're the best race? Would you say that because Asians are the best at math, that they're the best race? Or because, whites have the finest literature, that they're the best? Who's to say? Those are all material things. Those are all based on, material conditions. If you have a religious view, then we're not just material, we have souls.
Wait,
and so we should be afforded rights and respect and dignity based on the fact that we're all human beings.
And I will say, though, that conversation...
Stop. Hold on. How am I reading 2 space capsules on this green circuit? Where's my second space capsule? What the fuck? There's one in here. There's not a space capsule on the screen that I'm missing, is there? What in the fuck? Wait. No? Scroll down? Yeah, I just thought of that. What is happening? It's loaded in? No. It's reading 2. How is it reading 2 space capsules? This green wire is reading 2 space capsules. The only place it can be reading from is my receiver, my signal receiver, and my rocket. Those are the only 2 boxes it's looking at right now. There's one loaded here. It's reading less than 2? No, it's reading 2 exactly. I can see it on the right side. And then when I go to the planet, it's transmitting. It must be a green. It's not, look, the green signal, the green wire here is not transmitting. This is hooked to the green wire. Green here is not transmitting. If you look in the bottom right, I'm sorry, there's no capsule there. It's not transmitting any capsules. The green wire here is not connected to this silo. The silo is only connected to the red wire. The silo doesn't even have a capsule in it. Is there a capsule in here? No. No, it doesn't matter. I know there's no capsule because it's only transmitting. The only thing that's being transmitted is the look to the right. The only thing that's being transmitted is the 1.9K shit over here. What the fuck is happening? How is this space capsule? You put a reader down here. What does it say? Just give up. No. What the fuck is happening? Why is this a problem? You have one more capsule? No, where? It should only be reading one capsule. Where is it seeing another space capsule at? I came here to listen to your orbiters lose their minds. I'm so sorry to disappoint. Dude, I'm so confused. Hold on, sorry. Okay. We're gonna launch this guy and see what happens. Okay, now that it's launched, now it's still reading 1. Where? Where the fuck is it reading the space capsule from? Output. You had one rocket loaded and one in the box? This box is not connected, my friend. Look where the green wire is connected to. In the box? No! This box is not connected. It's connected to this wire here, but it's not connected to the green network. It's reading 2! How is this reading 2 capsules? I have none! There are none! Okay. This transmitter here on this is only transmitting on green. This transmitter here is only transmitting on green. Oh my god, I had the wrong... Okay. This one. Keto bar. I was looking at the wrong fucking planet. This is Keto bar, correct? Correct. Okay. Here. Do we have a green signal? We do not. Because we don't have our sulfuric acid full. This needs to be reading 480. Round it up to 960. Okay. Forget everything I said. I'm sorry. Back to our scheduled content.
It is very weird that that's not a conversation that's really allowed to be had in public. And obviously somebody like Nick, who's been, you know, characterized the way that he has been publicly, him having that conversation, a lot of people are going to reject it or whatever. But like a lot of people have had their careers basically dismantled for just having the nerve to have the conversation about the correlation between race and IQ.
Yeah, man.
Wait, what?
You got to just deal with Bitcoin now, or what?
Yeah, I basically just do Bitcoin. I mean, the thing is, I have checking accounts.
Young artists. Do you have any advice for young artists?
Kill yourself.
Do you have any?
Old man.
Just keep getting banned. You know, I had a checking. I got banned from Bank of America. I got banned from Chase. I got banned from US Bank. I got banned from, I think, one other one. I was on a local bank. They just banned me a month ago. I started up a new bank account. I'm hoping that goes okay. But yeah, I mean, the censorship thing is really critical because it's like Kanye, you know, years ago, people, well, maybe they forget, maybe not. He went on TMZ and said slavery was a choice. Now, would you say that constitutes something like slavery denial if there's such a thing? We don't have a word for it. There's no museums. But would you say that constitutes something akin to that? Well, he said slavery's a choice, and he was fine. He was fine. He put out his Jesus is King album. He put out Donda. He performed in Atlanta. He performed in Chicago and Miami. Then he said White Lives Matter, and he started talking about Jews. Then he lost his bank account. Then he got kicked out of stadiums. Then he got locked out of Instagram. Then he got locked out of Twitter. It's like,
yeah,
that kind of says where the parameters are. What's the line you can't cross? Everybody knows it's Jews.
So it's not comparable to blacks and Asians. Jews have
Okay,
the
this should launch
power.
automatically.
And that's not even anything hateful. I don't want people to label me as anti-Semitic. I'm already canceled, but that's just true. They have ultimate control and power, and they will abuse it if they need to protect their agenda.
Yeah, I mean, there's no use arguing that one since we just saw it happen in front of our eyes with the Kanye bank situation. It's like, I mean, I don't know if he's going to end up regretting
that one is wild.
having said that shit or what, but
No,
I
he's not.
mean,
he's a genuine person. I think it's good that he's starting this conversation because, like, me and Nick tried to have it, but we only have a limited level of power. The fact that one of the most famous artists of all time and a billionaire saying it is like good. Now people are going to start turning their heads to this.
because this is the thing. I look down upon it, but there are a lot of fucking people out there who do not like Jewish people, and Kanye really is the first person.
To be fair, Kanye lost his bank account before the Jewish shit with Chase, at least. Now, I don't know why he lost his deal with Adidas, but...
person I could pretty much think of in terms of like major celebrities to
Nick
come
Cannon.
out and really take that stance that you know that a lot of people would say behind closed doors. So
Nick
the
Cannon
fact
did it.
that
He
he
lost a
did
lot of
it,
deals.
because
Ice
he
Cube
really
did it.
sees himself as like the vanguard that's going to say
don't
the
hate Jewish
things
people,
that
though.
nobody else
Well,
will
he
say.
says that black people can't never be anti-Semitic because we are Jews. That's what Kanye says.
Yeah. Now
He
yeah,
got the
now-
battery in his back from Candace, and he's out here saying shit that nobody ever said before.
Yeah, I definitely think Kanye is wrong. Like when like he tried to like do the Hotep Negro shit of like, yo, but like black folks is the original.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, bro. Like Nick Cannon got canceled for that though, because he brought like some dude on and who was saying that black folks are the original Jews, you know, and all type of Hotep shit. Yeah.
Damn. But what does
Yeah,
it
that
even
comes
mean?
from Farrakhan. That comes from Minister Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, because
Right.
Farrakhan has talked to Ye and he's talked to Nick Cannon and these other guys. And yeah, I don't subscribe to the Black Hotep stuff, but you know, and Ye's coming at it from a position of credibility too. I mean, a lot of people are so quick to have this allergic reaction. Anybody talking about Jews, but it's like, if anybody knew, wouldn't it be a guy like Ye? Because he's not only like one of the biggest guys in music, period, but he's also one of the biggest guys in streetwear, period. And he's talked about for years that
Wait,
he's
what is
interested in
this shit?
business and he wants to do architecture and he wants to do clothing and he wants to do all these different kinds of things. And it's like, so if anybody would know, he's been to the White House, wouldn't it be him of all people? Because, and the point being is, whenever you talk about Jews, people say, well, there's something wrong with you, like you're like a sick individual, or you have some trauma, or you're insane, or you're a grifter.
Oh.
And it's like, you look at Ye, who's clearly none of those things. Like, he's rich.
He's clearly going through a
mainstream.
mental fucking breakdown.
I
don't
He's
think
been on
so.
a mental
He's-
breakdown for 6 years.
He's going through a mental
Yeah.
breakdown, and then he's got a bunch of right-wing grifters like Candace Owens who got the battery in his back. He's just going out there to people like Nori who have never heard them, and he's just reiterating right-wing talking points that Candace is feeding him. And anybody
on the
who's,
red hat.
Candace Owens
anybody
is
who's
talking
watched
about
her
Jews?
can see it
Candace isn't
transparently.
talking about Jews, but
Candace
he's
Owens
mostly
not
right.
Married to a Jew, right?
Candace is
Candace
smart enough
Owens
to not say that
works
shit
for a
publicly,
Jew.
but I'm sure he has all kinds of sources for his ideas at this point.
Nah, I think it's just him working in all types of industries and seeing. If you work in the music industry, you know every single drill rapper has a Jewish guy behind him, and they profit off of murder. In every single industry, if you look at the end of the rabbit hole, it's always a Jew who controls it. Real
Everybody
estate,
who has a
music.
chance to is profiting off of murder in the
Yeah.
entertainment
Okay.
industry.
That's-
All right, but that besides the point, Adam, that's the truth.
You're
Behind
saying
the
the
scenes,
label owners, the people behind
the
the
label
scenes.
owners, the real estate owners, like all the people with the most amount of money behind the scenes is a Jewish guy. And I think for Kanye to become a billionaire, he's seen a repeated pattern, and he's a type of guy who wants to give the power, that same power, to his people. And so he's talking about the fact that, look, why are we out here slaving away for Jews who are profiting off of us killing each other?
Yo,
And he's been saying this for years. Even before this, you know, you say, well, he's in the midst of a mental breakdown. He's been talking about this stuff since 2013. When he was on the Breakfast Club in
Yep.
2013, he said blacks don't have the same connections Jews do. And then the ADL came after him and said, that's anti-Semitic, that's an age-old anti-Semitic trope. And it's like, well, it's true. I mean, it's obviously true that Jews have connections everywhere in finance, Hollywood, media, universities. They're overly represented in university, 1,200%. 1,200% more Jews in Ivy League universities than in the American population. So It's a factual statement.
Is that
But
because affirmative action helps them get more placement?
Well, no. Well, number one, no. And that's neither here nor there because it's a factual statement. You could say, well, why is it? But it's true. And he got called anti-Semitic by a Jewish group. You could say, well, they're more overrepresented for one reason or another reason, but they are overrepresented. They do have connections. And Ye said, blacks need connections like Jewish people have connections. Factual statement. And the ADL, which is Jewish, says, you're anti-Semitic, you need to apologize, you're a terrible person, and Farrakhan backed him up. So he's been saying this for years. It's just that, and he said in the interview, he said, he didn't want to split apart his family because obviously to say these things, he said he was living in a glass prison where he's up there, he's elevated, he's got the big house and everything, but he can't say what he needs to say, even though he's influential and rich and everything. He's still in a prison because there's certain lines he can't cross.
Sneeko just
nodding along. His family
along.
together. And then he said he finally had enough. That was in the Tucker interview. So that I would push
and
back
I think it's
against.
it's too easy to overwrite ever something that by saying that he's just he's a bot for Candace Owens or he's repeating right-wing talking points and that he's on a mental breakdown or he's insane. I just did a podcast, Adam, with academics 2 days before you, and he said the exact same thing. And I was talking about what Ye was trying to expose before the Drink Champs interview, and he said the same thing. He's he's clearly off his meds, bipolar. Bro, so he's been off his meds in a bipolar mental manic episode for fucking 6 years. He went to the hospital in 2016 after the Pablo show. So if he's been on a 6-year-long manic episode, that's the longest manic episode ever. And
Listen,
even in that period, he's made billions of dollars.
Me and academics have been paying extremely close attention to Kanye's life for, like, in my case, easily like 20 years, like since he first came on the scene. And my honest perspective is that, yes, the stresses of just being unbelievably rich and having his family taken away from him and all these other things are weighing on him to the extent that he's having something that I would describe as a mental breakdown. I would say that is fair to say.
6 years straight.
And I think it's very convenient that a lot of these right-wing type people are just there to sort of like slide their narrative in with him. But I mean, you're right. Like, he's been very susceptible to this stuff for a long time. And I realize that when I talk about him like that I'm kind of infantilizing him, I believe is how you say it.
Yeah,
and, I think that's probably kind of fair, but I feel like he's in like a weakened mental state and that people are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I just would disagree with that because, the people around him are not pushing anti-Jewish views. I mean,
Nobody
Candace
is.
Owens, and certainly not Candace Owens. And to some extent, well, here would be my counterexample. In 2018, when he put on the MAGA hat and he went to the White House, two people came in, Candace Owens, who's his friend, and Candace Owens, at the time, she works now for Ben Shapiro at Daily Wire. At that time, she worked for Turning Point USA. She worked for Charlie Kirk. And so Candace Owens with Charlie Kirk was meeting with Ye, and they were trying to get him to do Blexit conferences and do Turning Point stuff. And if you remember, it was in the end of the summer, I think in the beginning of the fall 2018, Kanye said, I'm done with politics. I'm being used, and I don't like it anymore. So even you could say at the height, if you're saying that he's in a mental health crisis, when he released the album, Ye, I'm bipolar, it's awesome, even then he recognized, like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are using me. He recognized that within months and said, yeah, I'm not really about this. I'm done with politics. He comes back later, and this time, nobody's putting this Jew. You could say that if he was doing Blexit, yeah, that's a Charlie Kirk program. Candace Owens, I believe, like Sneeko said, is married to a Jew. At the minimum, she works for Ben Shapiro, who's a Zio Jew, a turbo Zionist Jew. So it's certainly, it's not him, or it's not her, and it's not Scott Adams, who he follows, or Ali Alexander, any of his other political contacts. It's probably Farrakhan, somebody who's been talking to since 2013 at least. And I would say that it's awfully convenient for whenever people talk about Jews, it's convenient to say, oh, well, they're just crazy. Oh, well, people are always rationalizing, looking for an excuse instead of, and this is what I put on my Telegram when it happened. What did he say that was factually wrong? Are Jews not all over the media industry? Like, is that not true? It is true. And is talking about their influence, is that off limits for everybody in every circumstance? Like, are we not permitted to talk about how many Jews are in media and what their influence might look like and what the implications of that are? Why is that a bad thing? Why do you have to be crazy to talk about that?
It is interesting how we've been sort of trained to understand that certain things are off limits, and we all reactively knew that Kanye had officially crossed a line that
you can't
nobody
cross.
had really crossed, and that
I
would
feel
be
like DEFCON
probably
3, right?
devastating for his career. Yeah, but he said a lot of stuff in the Drink Champs interview that's pretty much like on par with the DEFCON 3 thing, or maybe even crazier.
Yeah.
But Nick, one thing I was surprised by is because I would have thought of you as being somebody who was like extremely pro-America, but then I read a quote that said that you said that basically Ukraine deserves what they're getting right now from Russia because Ukraine is aligned with America and America is the great Satan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so
Absolutely.
I would distinguish between America, which is like you and me and Sneeko and like the people and like.
What about me and Flacco?
And yeah, and you guys too. So I just don't really know you guys as well.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
The two black guys?
Well, no, I don't know Flacco. AD, I just saw you recently. But yeah, you guys too. You guys are America, and people like Kanye and Candace Owens for that matter, and John Miller and everybody. And I would distinguish that from the regime. What I call the regime, what some people call the government, I call it the regime, because America isn't just run. The authority in America doesn't just come from the government. It comes from a true regime in the sense that the government is influenced by the media, and the government influences the media. And the same is true of Silicon Valley, and the same is true of the banks, and the same is true of Wall Street. And really what you have are maybe 5,000 to 10,000 decision makers across many elite institutions that are making decisions inside the government, outside the government, and the government is in bed with private institutions too. They're in bed with the Federal Reserve and the banks and BlackRock and Wall Street and so on. Anyway, and so when I talk about America's a great Satan,
I feel like it's easier to humanize you in my head than it is to humanize other political people. That might just be because I agree with you. I wonder if it's also in part because you aren't always covering politics, how you're doing drama and chill streams. I'm wondering, do you notice any difference between how people engage through politics before and after drama arcs? I don't know if this is the case or not. I hope it's the case. It might be a giant cope on my end, but I think that I'm relatively unique in that when you are coming to my stream and there is a political topic going on, and you watch me engage with that political topic, you are getting you're getting a political view, or you're getting a view on that topic that is unique to me. I am hearing a thing, I'm thinking about it, and I'm telling you what I think about it. And I think that most online political commentators today don't engage in that. Typically what you do is when you go to, like if I go to Hassan's stream, I'm not getting Hassan's take on anything. I don't know what he thinks about anything. I'm getting the like bog standard boilerplate progressive view on everything. So if I go, let's say for instance that something is happening in South America and the United States is involved. If I go to Hassan's stream, I'm going to hear America bad, coup, we're interfering, socialism good, support the left guy. That's going to be his copy paste response to every single South American thing. So hopefully that's why. I think my brand of politics is a little bit more personable because it seems like there's a human being that's thinking about things, but maybe not. It might also just be that you like me because you know how good I am at League, and then you jerk me off on all my shit, and you're not actually engaging with it at all that way. So who knows?
And Ukraine should be punished and all this. I'm talking about this regime. I think the regime of America is evil. They do regime change in Libya. They do regime change in Iraq. They do regime change in the Balkans, and they did regime change in Ukraine. In 2014, the United States overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine, and they installed a pro-Western leader who is going to invite the European Union and NATO into their country, which Putin had said for years was a red line for Russia. And, and they fought this, they really have been fighting for 8 years. Realistically, ever since the Maidan revolution in 2014, there's been this proxy war going on between the separatists in Donbass and the Ukrainian government backed by NATO in Kiev. And so when I say the U.S. is a great Satan, I mean our military, our State Department, the government, our companies, our NGOs and multinational corporations. They're spreading sin, they're spreading decadence, they're spreading liberalism, they're spreading evil and death and destruction all around the world. And so insofar as Russia is opposed to the hegemony of the American regime, and I am opposed to the American regime, then that sort of makes us allies.
Interesting. So you're hoping that Ukraine gets wiped off the face of the planet, or are you looking forward to nuclear war, or what are you hoping for in this whole thing?
Well, I've been urging de-escalation. I think that the United States needs an off-ramp here. I mean, because things just keep escalating on both. It's reciprocal on both sides, and it is going to turn into a nuclear war if there isn't restraint, because it just keeps escalating. And so I think the United States needs to accept that Russia is going to win this war. They can't, like, it's literally is not allowable for Putin to lose this war. So we need to recognize that. We need to recognize that Ukraine's not going to win. They're not going to take back Crimea. They're not going to take back Luhansk and Donetsk. So I think they should just withdraw, give it up. Like Elon Musk said, let's hold a UN monitored referendum in the breakaway districts. Let's say Crimea and Donbass are part of Russia. Let's say Ukraine will never join NATO. You know, I think that's a fair resolution, which is what was sought for 20 years.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it does seem pretty crazy seeing everybody say that the risk of nuclear war is so much higher right now. But, I mean, there's still a long way to go before we actually see Putin feel like he has to make that move, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the good thing is after Putin annexed those
Why does he say it like that? Putin?
The United States didn't really retaliate, so I thought that was sort of a good sign. But, you know, they blew up those pipelines. They blew up the bridge connecting Russia and Crimea. So there's just like there's just no restraint here. There needs to be some restraint.
Nick, there's one thing that I know these guys definitely want to hear you talk about. Why are you celibate?
Well, you know, the easy answer is I am Catholic, so I think it's a sin.
To have premarital sex?
Yes.
So you are a virgin at this time?
Yes.
Wow.
So, yeah, so I think that the only morally illicit sex is within marriage, which is how it was for, you know, thousands of years. But also I'm just sort of, you know, I'm like an eccentric, what you got to understand about me is I'm like an eccentric genius, okay? So, I mean, not only do I like, not only am I celibate because it's like the right thing to do, but also I'm just not really interested in sex.
He can't connect with bots. He can't connect to normies on that level.
What's that?
No, he's anti-porn.
No, I'm anti-that as well.
You don't need porn though to beat your dick though.
So you're on permanent semen retention mode?
Well, I want to get married eventually. I'm gonna get
So you're
married
saving all your jizz for your future wife?
That's right. Yeah. Well,
Nick, how old are you?
I have kids. I'm 24.
Oh, he's a kid.
That's what I couldn't believe when he said that he was 18, saying that thing about the white woman fucking the dog, being like fucking the black guy. Like, he's got white power in his fucking veins, bro. Like, he knew from a young age. That's kind of like I feel like a lot of people.
Afraid of him, man.
I'm thinking he's fucking 37 years old. And what the hell?
He was a college student causing havoc. That's how, like, he became famous.
He's like a Nazi whiz kid. It's crazy.
I'm not a Nazi.
Come on, you know, ish. You know, like in that ballpark.
Right?
I'm a nice guy, and the thing is, like, and I've put this on my Telegram. I want what's right for the country. I want to tell the truth, and the truth is uncomfortable. Like, believe me, I wish I could be a liberal because liberalism has a lot of nice promises.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, and that would be very easy for me to be a liberal. I was a libertarian when I was in high school, but I just realized the world is a certain way. And I wish it weren't that way. Like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like inequality is baked into the cake. That's sad. It's tragic in a lot of ways, but that's a human condition. And I think that the answer is compassion. The answer is compassion and understanding and respect and love for people. But we have to tell the truth because the world is going crazy right now. The world's going to shit. Things are obviously declining. And the only way that we're going to turn it around is if we have some common sense and just call it what it is. And sometimes that makes people uncomfortable and it sounds a certain way. And I know I'm belligerent. I can be belligerent, can be offensive sometimes. And
we need to follow God overall. Everything is better aligned if we follow God. Nick, I just left Adam 22's studio. And that dude has a lot of Satan shit up in there, man. You got to go ahead and
I have one little like Satan head statue that somebody
He has
gave
one
me.
Satan head statue on his desk. He's got a Satan little doll behind it.
Somebody sent that to me randomly. I didn't go out of my way to get either of these things.
He's got a Satan tattoo on his hand. He's got an upside down cross tatted on his face.
I got trust God on my knuckles, man. I ain't with that.
You got an iPod tattoo.
I do too.
Yo, I need tattoos. Yo, Nick, Ken.
You're going to look like Rick Ross.
I know, right? No, Nick, can we talk about the white devil, a.k.a. white liberals? So pretty much like the same people 60 years ago and who was telling us that, yo, it's their cafe and like they can kick you out, you know, because you're black and that's perfectly fine. Those are the same motherfuckers telling us now, yo, it's their platform. They can kick you off if they don't like your opinion, man. Now, what's your opinion on white liberals? I believe that they're our number one enemy.
You're like repeating his talking points back at him.
Who, Nick?
And it just sounds like, yeah, you are. It sounds less racist. No one's going to call you a Nazi for saying the same shit that Nick said.
I've never heard Nick say that. But go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
True, yeah, because I would say it's Jews. I wouldn't say it's white liberals.
No.
It's white liberals for sure, man. White liberals are definitely the devil.
Here's why, though, because if you look at white liberals, and at least the radical, and when we're talking about white, I mean white, ACLU and other left-wing groups, they used to defend free speech. If you look at like ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, they're a left group, but they defended the skinheads in Skokie, Illinois, when the neo-Nazis or the Ku Klux Klan wanted to do a parade.
Yeah, they switched their whole shit up, and nobody fucking talks about it. Yeah.
Not that I support that, obviously, but it's like they were left and they defended free speech, and now they're not like that anymore. The urge for censorship is really coming from the Jewish left. And it's not to say that there aren't white. There obviously are white liberals that are hopped up on that too. And I'd agree with you. Yeah, I mean, they're imperialists, they're tyrants, they're trying to impose their way of life. But I think a lot of it does stem
we're supposed
from...
to just accept
I was surprised with how friendly Flacco was with Nick. Pretty much, can you explain why? Flacco is super quote-unquote red-pilled, right? So
the Jews are tyrants who want to change our way of life.
They are. I mean, they are.
What do they want to change our way of life to?
Liberal, international,
Nah, hold on. Say it again, Stigo. Sorry.
Huh?
Say that again, please. Sorry.
I said they want to further a globalist agenda. They want to continue their power, and they want to keep most of the wealth for themselves. Globalism benefits the Jews.
Jesus.
Shit. Yes. Hey, man.
I need a fact check because I'm not prepared to debate that particular part of this argument. But whatever.
I hope I don't. What are they going to take now?
No, for sure. I just feel like I should be able to offer some kind of rebuttal to that, but I don't really know. I'm not learned enough on the topic.
True.
Well, I mean, I could argue the other side or whatever. The thing is there is no voice for this side. That's to me what's peculiar. Because the thing is, I wasn't much different from any of you guys because I've been interested in politics for 12 years. I mean, I was like a real young kid.
You was 12.
Yeah, literally, when I was 12, that's when I read Milton Friedman, Free to Choose, and I became real libertarian and everything. And I grew up in a normal, working class household. Like I said, neither of my parents went to college. I'm like an American ethnic. I have no WASP DNA. I'm Catholic. I was in a white suburb, and I believed what was kind of fashionable at the time, which was, sort of like this right libertarianism stuff. And I went to college, and I was a Zionist. I was defending Israel.
What?
And oh yeah, big time.
You?
Yeah,
wow.
I was even going to work for Ben Shapiro at one point at Daily Wire. And what happened was, the big thing to me, I was actually defending Obama, believe it or not, in 2016. And I told the story on a stream recently.
I don't believe it.
Really? I hated Obama. I hated Obama. But yeah,
did we?
In December 2016,
not I.
He didn't veto a Security Council resolution condemning Israel because Israel's doing these civilian settlements in the West Bank, and the international community condemns it. Technically, the United States, it's against our policy too since 1967. And so Obama didn't veto this resolution condemning them. And all the conservatives, and I was a Zionist conservative too, they were all like, oh, you're an anti-Semite because you didn't. And I said, well, wait a second. I'm like, Israel's going against our own foreign policy. Obama just abstained from voting. Why is that our obligation to serve them? And they said, well, you're anti-Semitic for asking that. And I said, what? I'm like, doesn't even make any sense. I'm like, that's no different than we talk about certain things and they call us racist, sexist, Islamophobic. How is this any different? And they said, well, you just can't ask that. And I said, well, why is there so much foreign aid to Israel? Why are there so many Jewish people in media? And they said, well, you can't ask that. If you ask that, we're going to stop talking to you. And then they did. I was talking to this girl in college, Cassie Dillon, and she worked at Daily Wire. And I was asking her, why do we give them $3.8 billion per year? Why did they write the clean break memo in 1994, which was basically laid the plans for the Iraq war 9 years before it happened? and so on. And she was a good friend of mine. She got me my show. I started my show because of her. And she texted me at one point and said, Nick, we're not in the same movement anymore. You're an anti-Semite. I'm blocking you on everything. And then for months, she would watch my show every night and call my boss and say, Nick just said this, Nick just said that. You need to fire him. You need to take him off the air. She was sending things from my show to Media Matters. Media Matters is like one of the big left-wing, like handler, minder groups, like SPLC or ADL. She was a conservative. She worked at Daily Wire, and she was collaborating with Media Matters to smear me when I was 18, when I was a kid. And I was like, okay, so obviously it's legit. I mean, that doesn't prove it's legit, but it's a pretty good heuristic that it's like, if you're asking a question and instead of getting a persuasive rebuttal, they just cancel you. That's, again, it doesn't prove it's true, but it's a pretty good heuristic that it probably has some legitimacy to it. So that's how people say I'm like this twisted freak or like, oh, you know, there's something wrong with you. You're a grifter. It's like I believed a lot of fashionable things, and then based on experience and based on reading, I realized I was wrong, you know, and then I go out and say it, and then I get shunned. And then I come on here and Adam says, well, I've never heard this before. I don't know how to rebut that. And it's like,
because he just heard the talking points that make him seem like a bad person because they try to censor the truth.
Well,
and
I'm
I think
saying,
that
when you cite specific studies or whatever, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to rebut that because I'm not directly familiar with that. I'm sure
But
that
it's not really
some of the stuff that you just said about the history of Israel or whatever, I'm sure that there's going to be people who call into question certain details about that. I'm not really educated on that, so I at least want to admit my shortcomings there.
I've learned this from being canceled. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's Nick's general attitude. It's the fact that he's smart. He threatens the government. He threatens everything that the liberal agenda is about. And they just need to paint a picture of him that's bad. Like when I first had him on my stream, everybody was saying, no, no, no. I had him on and I thought he was cool. And later on my Discord, everyone's saying, no, 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 he's a bad person, white supremacist. But I'm like, I talked to him and he seems fine. Everybody will try to shut out the truth because you're not supposed to hear it anymore. And I think that if we move into the right direction, I genuinely right here, I'm endorsing it. I think someone like Nick Fuentes can win the presidency in 20 years.
Wow.
If America does not fall apart before then, I think he has the capability. I think he believes in America. I think he believes in the people. I think he cares about the right things. And I think he sees the truth. And he's also a good speaker. People could follow him.
I think somebody who doesn't believe in race mixing is going to have a hard time getting elected to be the president. But at the same time, I do have to admit the rabbit hole is real, because if it wasn't for you and Destiny being cordial enough to sit down with Nick, then I would not have thought of him as being, you know, somebody who is safe to platform, which obviously you guys can tell that that's like part of my concern here. I've had a lot of people reaching out saying that I'm fucking crazy for even having Nick on the show. But at the end of the day, I think we should be able to have conversations with people we disagree on, although I am currently wondering if this podcast is going to get taken down for Holocaust denial.
There's a really good chance this is not going to make it.
That part might have to get censored, which is a real shame, because then where does that content go? Maybe that goes on the No Jumper Rumble.
Yeah, I would put some of it on Patreon, but yeah, it's gonna get taken down. Everything that I had with Nick got removed or got me strikes or stuff like that.
Really?
So genuine point. If you want to keep up your channel, I would be careful.
Does Destiny make you like be careful about what you'll talk about when you stream with him? He won't let you.
No,
talk
Destiny's
about COVID
fine because Destiny's a federal, like he's a Fed agent, liberal, so he's able to say whatever he wants with Nick because he disagrees with them. So they want you to disagree with Nick. They don't. If you agree with him at any point. Right now, I see you guys listening to him like, oh, Nick's making some good points. That's going to get you in trouble. If you call him a Nazi for the rest of the show, it can stay up. But I got to get going.
Well, you think
you're good, protected. I got to get going. Thanks for having me on.
Do you think that Destiny's posture is aggressive enough that that's why they don't feel like they have to take it down? Is because he's like arguing with them a lot?
I think it concerns the what we talk about, because and I don't know what Sneeko got banned for specifically. I didn't see what was flagged. I don't watch all of his streams to know necessarily, but with Destiny, I would say that it's because we never really talked about COVID. I think that's probably a part of it, because with YouTube, there's specific things that you're not allowed to talk about. Like you can't talk about election fraud, you can't talk about COVID, and those are two things I don't know that we've ever talked about. But yeah, I think it does have a lot to do with the fact that he pushes back. I think that insofar as you're answering it, insofar as you're, like you said, aggressively, combating it, then they don't consider that like advocacy, which is kind of fucked up that YouTube gets to decide, oh, This is your opinion. You don't get to have a YouTube. Oh, you disagree with that opinion. Okay, then you're fine. Like if censorship is reaching into that, it's one thing to say you can't say it. It'd almost be better if that's how it was.
Right.
You can't say this thing. But they're like adjudicating, well, this guy doesn't believe this, so he gets to have an account. And
did you see what Fancy Sauce did?
That's kind of
Nope.
weird. That's a little bit, I think that's invasive.
It is such a weird feeling to be having a conversation with somebody, and normally the only stuff that I'm thinking of in terms of stuff we can't show on camera is like boobs and maybe like somebody doing drugs or something. Like there's not that many things we really have to avoid having on camera. So it's weird to be having a conversation where I'm like, no, this idea that he's saying right here is potentially enough to get this video removed. Very like strange feeling I've never really had before.
Yeah, man. Yo, listen, Nick, can we talk about our good friend Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, how you feel about him?
Wait, so first off, did you guys have a debate at some point, or?
It's not even sexually attractive. Walls is beyond that. With talent, personality, unironically, would still be this excited to listen to her play after coming. Waffles, you're amazing. Marry me and never stop playing the piano because you're so good. Oh my god, I've never been so attracted. Jesus Christ. Okay, guys, chill.
Or a conversation on air?
No,
Okay,
we've never talked.
Wait, so I think he said during like my interview, and he was spanking one of like your friends or somebody associated with you, and then like they got to trolling. Yeah, so like, what's your like your opinion on our good friend Tariq Nasheed?
Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan.
Why?
I just think that I mean, to me, he comes across as sort of disingenuous. Like as an example, he said that I was begging to do a debate with him on your show. I've never talked to Tariq.
It's personal. That's why he doesn't
people
like
have never talked to Tariq, like my team. I mean, he's debated people I know, but so I mean, he just straight up lied. He's like, "Oh yeah, that white supremacist. He's been begging to debate me." It's like that's not even true. That's just a bald-faced lie. And he also said that that I'm like a troll and like I conceal my real views and I'm just not a serious guy. Like that's not true either. And I feel like he makes a lot of these broad assertions like that, just sort of flippantly. So I think he's a little bit disingenuous, but he's funny.
You do give me like super villain.
Adam, I don't know if this is kind of secret or not. Adam wants me to do a debate with Fuentes on their show within the next week or two. And I'm trying to think of like, a couple weeks ago they asked and I said no. No, a couple weeks ago they asked and I said, they floated the idea and I said maybe. And then they said Fuentes doesn't want to do it now because he thinks you were bad faith. And then I was like, oh, okay. But now that a couple weeks have passed, now Nick is like, okay, actually, yeah, I do want to do it. And I wonder if it's because he kind of got a little bit popular and then he got unpopular and he wants to. I'm almost for sure going to do it. But it's kind of funny how everything in the background is kind of like developed.
Vibes right now.
Why do I give you super villain vibes?
I don't know, man. There's something about you, Nick.
You could see him having a Joker arc.
It's the background.
I like the Joker, yeah.
It's the background.
Right? It's kind of like the background, man. Yo, so here.
Oh, we lost Sneeko.
Sorry, even a topic? No clue.
He told you.
I don't know if
Yeah,
I
he
will.
laughed.
Oh, he said he was leaving.
Yeah,
Oh, my bad. I got distracted by TikTok.
Nah, yo, Nick, so like, what's your take on, I guess, black folks receiving reparations?
I'm against it.
Why?
Because I think that, I'll grant that the Institute, first of all, I'll say, in case you guys don't, like, if this needs to be said, I'm against slavery, okay? I'm against the chattel slavery of black people. Obviously, it goes without saying. But just in case, because you guys are, at least Adam's saying I'm a Nazi or white supremacist, I'm against that.
Well, AD probably feels reassured to know that.
Yeah, okay, good. I just want to let you know explicitly. I think that there's a lot of historic injustices and wrongdoings, and you could say that slavery was bigger, like more particular, but it's just like, who's going to pay for it? Are you going to track down the slave owners' descendants and take the money from them and give it to the descendants of the slaves? And how do you calculate that? It's horrible. It's a horrible wrongdoing, which, is obviously set blacks back. It's a big disadvantage that they were enslaved, of course. But where does that start and where does that end? I mean, do you go to Africa and do you hold the people that sold them into slavery accountable? I just feel like that's it's just impractical.
Here, so like, is your argument it's impractical? I don't understand how it's gonna work, or are you against it if they could figure it out?
I'm also against it in principle.
Would it be in
because
person? Yeah, I'd fly down to do
people
it.
that they would be robbing, the people they'd be stealing from to pay for that, at some point it involves the government is going to take money from some people and give it to other people. And that's like the sins of the father type stuff. It's like we're going to take your money because of what your ancestors did, and we're going to give it to somebody else because of what their ancestors suffered. So in principle, I'm opposed to it for that as well.
Yeah, I'm not an FBA, so I'm not getting any, coins. Like, do you want to respond back or no?
Wait, so you think AD would be a recipient and you wouldn't be?
Yeah,
I definitely would be a recipient.
Yeah, I wouldn't since I'm not.
I mean, our people was brought to this country, you know what I'm saying, like forcefully at the end of the day. So, I mean, I do feel, like you said, there's a lot of injustice in the world. There's a lot of situations that we could bring up. But, yeah, like, we've been pushed back. Like you said, we're still, like, trying to recover. We're still getting our, we still ain't got our just due when it comes down to that. And I do feel like my people should get our reparations.
And that's probably the thing that people really want to know about how Nick really thinks is when you say, oh, black people are always fighting on airplanes or whatever, do you think that black people are fighting on airplanes because of systematic racism that set them back in terms of poverty and everything?
God.
Or do you think that that's the truth because there's something in the soul of a black person that just makes them violent, which I think a lot of people would find that to be the offensive explanation. And most people would assume you to have that opinion, right?
Well, I wouldn't say it's your soul, but when we're talking about behavior, the question is, you've got these behaviors, criminality, and if you want to say pugilism, fighting is a behavior. And so the question would be, if black people are behaving in a different way than white people generally, why is that? What would you attribute that to? And the explanation for all of it, all the disparities between blacks and white people, liberals say, is injustice. It's racism, it's bigotry, because they assume that white people and black people in a vacuum are going to behave exactly the same, perform exactly the same, have the same capacity and faculties and so on. And so if they wind up in a different place, well, something had to happen in the middle, which was discrimination, racism. They were brought up the wrong way, educated the wrong way. And I would say that it's wrong to assume that behavior is not genetic. Behavior, as we know, is genetic. Sociopathy, antisocial behavior, there is a strong heritability for those kinds of things. And so there's a lot of different hypotheses about, what gene is it necessarily or whatever, but we do know that.
Okay, this is boring.
What do you mean he doesn't want a D rank? He's on his
I can't, guys, it was brought to my attention that
What?
I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I can't be a ghost because it's one step away from the KKK, dude. I can't do it.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
That's a joke, right? She's just joking.
To my attention.
She's just joking, right?
Honestly,
I can't do it.
That is a good call.
Yeah, I think I gotta be a refrigerator tonight.
Ooh.
Okay.
What do you mean he doesn't want a D rank? He's on his
I can't, guys, it was brought to my attention that
What?
I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I can't be a ghost because it's one step away from the KKK.
It's gotta be a joke. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, where does she get all of her views on?
What do you mean he doesn't want a D rank? He's on.
Oh, 11,000 live viewers. Oh, she's like a streamer person? No, her mods are insane. SJW's like Twitter lefties. I thought she got so many more views on YouTube. I'm so confused right now.
Add to Dongler is my my in.
Boom.
Incognito.
Stop. Okay, we're done with this. Boring. Boom, boom. Isn't that the no stack on a cap girl? It sure is. The one and only. No stacking on a capping. Enjoy the last round between Wicked and Darius.
Damn, I flashed you my crotch, dude. Did you see my seams? I got nuts tucked under there. I don't know how the fuck the combo after that.
Did Darius really lose every single set?
What fucking key? Dude, please, I'm gonna turn it off.
Excellent. That's what I was thinking. What happened? Did you ult that for Darius? He left. He left the call.
Jesus. What am I? Okay, I don't know.
It's not you. You are the loser in the queue, not me. It's not.
Suicide or self-harm cover.
Tier.
Weird. Look at that. You just sit there blocking all day. Don't nobody want to deal with that.
Ain't shit sad about it. A nigga blew his brains out because he lost his bitch in his house.
Okay. I need holmium. Is that the last unique resource I need to mine? Are we done? I think I need to leave soon. I can find that in this star system, right? I don't have to do some weird, like, go to another fucking galaxy or solar system shit, right? Oh, sick. And a 0% threat planet. Yes! Oh, look at all that. That's just going to be resource, right? Oh, you. Oh, wait, stone. No. What the fuck? How long am I going to be gone for? Well, I have a secret little show tomorrow. Oh, there it is. Easy to mine, yes. Maybe I'll tell you guys about it sometime later. And then, what else? I don't really need to be there for anything other than that. I'm gonna be back here by the 4th. I might only stay for like a day or two. Because, fuck. Oh, Edward Wong, $200. If you review this and try to understand Kiri, it would be great. Or Kyrie? Kyrie is like someone who has coherent plus misleading ideas you can help communicate. Wait, if I review what? Oh, dude, why'd you just donate $200? What are you asking me for? Oh, no. What was he asking me to review? Kyrie Irving, he's an NBA player, he's going over some wild shit. Hasn't he been like doing some flat earth shit for a while? He meant to donate $20. Huh. Base. New wannabe sad boy manifesto dropped. Can that guy talk in chat? I feel bad. I feel like I just robbed that dude for $200. Why did mods delete this post? Deleted by forethought. I don't know. Probably because it's a weird circle jerk. Who knows? Okay. Well, hopefully there's a flight available for tomorrow morning. I've got... Wait, that needs to move to there. Chat with that guy? That's not happening. Hopefully I'm doing a thing tomorrow morning. Maybe I can just come back on the 1st. We've got D&D on the 3rd. On the 4th, I have a show with some dude. And then that night, I'm talking to Gordon Menzies, that Australian professor. Chatting with a researcher on the 7th about Alzheimer's disease. Brittany's in town on the 12th. The Just Pearly podcast got moved. I'm not sure when I'm doing the London thing right now. DebateCon is on the 19th. Michaela Peterson's on the 21st. That's all I got scheduled for next month. My Montreal and my London trip got canceled, so I don't know what's going on with those two things right now. And Mel is on the mill. How long do I have to stay in Austin, Mel? How long do we have to stay in Austin? What if I could come back tomorrow night? What if I could just fly down in the morning and then fly back at night? Are the flights available for that? Oh my god, that would be so nice. Miami to Austin. I thought about buying a... I thought about buying a car in Austin. On the 3rd, I'm doing something with S-Fand. Oh no. I don't have to stay till the 3rd, do I? Let's see. 31st. Boom, boom. What do we got? Huh. We'll see. I'll think about it. All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. River and cappuccino, cappuccino. I'll see. Or tomorrow or the day after or something. We'll see. See you guys later. Peace out. Wait, is my stream on? Hello? Sorry, hold on. Apparently that Edward guy responded. I'm sending a link in chat, it's not going through. Oh, fuck. Okay. Kylie walks out of interview after arguing with reporter. It's not Kylie, it's Kyrie. I don't know why I keep saying Kylie. Kyrie interview. What am I supposed to do? You just want me to watch this? I mean, I guess I can do it.
And it's a title given to Christ, Philippians 2:11. And my name translates in the Hebrew language as Yahweh. So I went on the Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what, let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh. That came up. Went out and shared it on my platform. That was my night. In terms of the backlash or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion. I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions. And my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where these come from and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations and it's a big no-no. I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me, I grew up in a melting pot, and I say a melting pot of all races, white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so they could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm not identifying any one group or race of people, but I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people and my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding from a media conglomerate group that sincerely talks about the game of basketball, and then we bring up religion as if it's correlative at times when it's convenient for people to bring it up.
Damn.
So please just be direct with your question so we can move on from this and I can talk about the game and go home to my son, Elohim, and my wife, Marlene, okay?
Am I to take it that this was, what you shared was not something that you've even watched? This was, you did watch it, or either watch it or read it?
I had a lot of time last year to read a lot. Read a whole bunch. Good and bad about the truth of our world.
So then do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply that that work had anti-Semitic leanings in it? I only ask this because the tweet is still up there, so I
We're in 2022. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I am no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not? Why not?
Are you being censored here? I'm guessing.
I don't hear uproar on that.
Oh, I guess so.
I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out and saying that I hate one specific group of people? So out of all the judgment that people got from me posting, I just, without talking to me, and then I respect what Joe said, but there has a lot to do with the not ego or pride of how proud I am to be an African heritage, but also to be living as a free black man here in America, knowing the historical complexities for me to get here. So I'm not gonna stand down on anything that I believe in. I'm only gonna get stronger because I'm not alone. I have a whole army around me.
Okay, Reed, while we're on the topic of promotion, why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
Oh, no.
That was a few weeks ago. I do not stand with Alex Jones.
I can understand the frustration though, right? Like, and I guess this is, I feel like a broken record. Fuck, if I talk to Lex, this is gonna be my whole conversation. It's just like, engage with what he said. Like, just, what did he say? What did he say about Jewish people? Is he right or is he wrong? Not like, did Alex Jones say that? Did you get this from these people? Did you post that on that? Like, engage with what he's saying. I think that people should do that. Be able to engage with it. If you can't, it looks so bad, right? Doesn't it? I feel like it looks so bad when you refuse to engage. Like,
position, narrative.
like, think if you're like an undecided person in the middle, especially if you're a black person, especially if you're a black person that looks up to this guy as a player, right? And you see this guy talking, you see this guy saying he's read books, you see this guy asking tough questions, and then the media's like, well, didn't Alex Jones say that? Didn't Alex Jones say that? It's like, you sound stupid. You sound like a bot, unironically. Not good. Not good.
court case that he had with Sandy Hook or any of the.
I don't think this is the environment to be discussing this, though. If you don't think that this is the environment to be discussing it, then why are the media here asking him questions about it? He literally said that. He said, "I don't know why you guys are asking me questions about this for basketball." Right? Didn't he literally say that? Like,
kids that felt like they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true. So I wasn't identifying with anything of being a campaignist for Alex Jones or anything. I was just there to post, and it's funny, and it's actually hilarious because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see. It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
Put it out on your platform.
But I'm promoting it? Do you see me doing, do you see me in front of
putting it out there,
the
people
title?
are going to say that you are
Yeah, I
promoting.
put it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but it's not
You put
stuff,
things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff
Great,
is
so
not
let's move on.
filled
Let's
with
move on.
anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
another
You're
human
free to
being.
post
I can post whatever I want, so say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
It's not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no
posting
people that
what
you're
you
making up,
did.
bro. Move on.
But by posting
Move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question. Next
anybody
question. Do
is
you
gonna
guys have
look
any more
at it,
questions for
and
me?
they're gonna say,
You guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a
anti-Semitic
clip.
beliefs?
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
Kyrie, basketball related.
This post-game interview also it's considered mad fucking rude of sports journalists to ask this shit. Certain players and teams shit on / sack the journalists who do this because they have their own beats that these journalists stay around for like years. Like White House, yeah, sure. Yeah, it seems like like why? Yeah, why would you even? It seems like Kyrie's right. It sounds like the dude's fishing for like a big Twitter, Instagram clip. Like that's what he's looking for. That's what it feels like. How many people died in the Holocaust, Kyrie? Like, is that really appropriate to ask in this setting, in this context? That's their job? Is it, Tabor? Is it their job at the end of games to be asking questions about, like, I don't know. Is it? That's literally their job, yes? Okay, well, if they started to have credentials pulled, would they get salty about it, or... Whose job should it be? I feel like it should be the job of journalists outside of like sports journalists. I mean, that would be my, like, after a game, like, is that like your whole life is on trial? I guess. I don't know. It seems bullshit to me, but maybe, I guess. If I'm trying to think like from an esports perspective, let's say that I finish a game of StarCraft and I come out and I just beat like a sick player or I lost a horrible game or whatever, and they start asking me like, Destiny, what's your opinion on like this social issue? And it's like, bro, I just finished a fucking game. Why the fuck are you asking me this shit? Get the fuck out of my face. Like book an interview with me on 60 Minutes if you want to have this conversation. That would trigger me. But maybe for sports, maybe it's different. I don't know. Maybe people feel differently about it. I would get triggered beyond fucking belief if I came out of a booth and their questions for me was like, what do you think about like Black Lives Matter? Like, the fuck? We're here to talk about whatever I'm doing, but maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it's different. So they can't ask anything a player does outside the game? It seems weird to do in a post-game conference. But maybe that's the norm. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of post-game conferences. Because I don't watch fucking sports balls. Okay. Okay, I just booked my flight. I almost thought they ran out. I almost got nervous. Hella nervous. Okay, boom, boom. Boom, boom. I could theoretically fly back tomorrow night. I think Mel would kill me if I did it. Let's see. If I finish that interview at that time, I could be home tomorrow night. I could just be gone for a day. What do we have to stay for? I'll ask her. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. Rip Reno, cappuccino, 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 my dude arenas. I will catch you guys next Stream Arena, which is someday. We'll see. Rip. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Edward, for the $200 also. Very generous. I love you. Quick 900. Yeah. Let me throw you up a 912 before I take off, just so you guys know what it looks like. The league we play in are now involved in social justice initiatives. Personally, I'm fine with reporters fighting back against anti-Semitic rhetoric. Yeah, I guess, Tabor, but like, here's my issue: is that like you get like everything like it's like this is gonna sound like a shut up and dribble argument, but like I don't expect professional sports players to have like the most cohesive, well thought out stances on highly complicated social issues, and it seems like a weird position to put players in, where it's like, Tabor, how do we go for peace in the Middle East? Like, I don't know if these are the types of... But on the flip side, you could argue that if these guys are big players and they're using their platforms that they've earned by being big sports ball players to now all of a sudden they're going to start tweeting about it, then maybe it is fair game to ask them. I don't know. It's a rough one. It's just weird. But who knows? It seems weird if you're getting like these post-game interviews where like you finish a big game and now it's like, it just seems exhausting. Like now we're gonna talk about politics and like it's legitimately the conservative argument. Like now we're gonna talk about politics in every single fucking part of every arena of our life. Ugh. There's got to be another arena to do it. There has to be. What? No shot. I was locked in for that. How did this I was locked in. I was locked in. Okay, I'll take it. All right, I love you. You know what? I won't take it. I won't take it. No, I will take it. Never mind. Fuck the loss. All right.